3:30 p.m. from Dr. Joanne Lim, Dr. Andy Hickson, and Kevin Brenneman. This critical conversation promoting 3:30 p.m. and promoting peace and social justice, role of media and performative arts. If everyone can make a note on this new announcement. Dr. Joanne shared with us that the group would like to have each participant to update their Zoom so that they all of us can use the new whiteboard function. So first of all, updating our Zoom, updating the app. And second of all, to prepare a black marker pen and several pieces of A4 paper, white paper. So that is for, again, I repeat, that is for critical conversation 3, promoting peace and social justice, role of media and for performative arts. To first update update the Zoom app, the Zoom software, and to prepare a black marker pen and several pieces of A4 paper. I believe everyone has already taken their notes. And without further ado, I would let Dr. Jennifer Murphy and Dr. Pa Alberto to lead the first conceptual excursion for understanding conflict.
Alberto, you're muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. But as you can hear from my voice, I'm not usually as croaky as I am, but probably, I sound a bit more masculine today. Now, this is one of the joys of having grandchildren, because when they pick up some bug, they very readily, spread it to you. And so I seem to have fallen for it, but I think I should be able to go on. And the reason for this is because I'm so excited today, having the opportunity to work, to collaborate with a very close friend of mine, Jenny Murphy. And we go back quite a number of years. And you can read about Jenny's bio. She is an incredible scholar, someone who, in fact, as we go along, day after day, I continue to be more and more impressed with Jenny. And the deep network actually can be traced to a conversation that I had with Jenny many years ago. When was it? Do you remember?
No.
And we were sitting in the cafe.
2004, 5? No.
That's right. We were sitting in a cafe in Castellón in Spain, in Cafe Sentis. Yeah.
Yes,
and how do you pronounce it?
Sentis.
Sentis.
It's
okay.
Café de los Sentidos, the cafe of your senses, of your feelings.
Yeah, that's right. So we were sitting there and having our usual sort of chats about our classes. And then Jenny was saying that, I have to go back to the US and I really do not know what I'm going to do when I go back. So I just said, why don't you go back and set up an organization, set up a network, or set up an NGO? And she looked at me and she said, you got to be joking. And I said, no, I'm not. I'm serious. We have to, as academics, we have to now put into practice, what are the things that we preach in our classes. And so she said, great. And then I said, I will give you a hand. And then what happened was, when I returned to La Trobe University, at that time, I was the director of a center called the Center for Dialogue. And later today, you will meet the deputy director of that center, who is also someone that I've become very close as a result of our work together. And so what happened was, I said, look, I'll help you. But then when I returned to the trope, the university administration, they kept asking me questions like, so, it's all to do with money. How much money are you going to make? And I said, look, we cannot put a price on dialogue. We cannot put a price on peace building or conflict transformation. We cannot put. And so I reached out to Jennifer Murphy and I said, let's go, let's collaborate. Let's form a network together. And that's the beginning of the Deep Network in 2014. So I'm so pleased for that reason, as well as for the various years of sharing ideas and sharing opinions. But so I'm excited, Jenny, presenting this with you, and I shall let you start and go. And the way we're going to approach this is we have been sharing our ideas for quite a number of weeks, I think, about this topic. And so we will, make it as informal as possible, but we will also be in a kind of a conversation, a dialogue between the two of us. So over to you, Jenny.
Okay, well, it's so wonderful to be here. I apologize for not being on the first day with all of you. This just happens to be, I'm not going to tell you now because I talk about it later in our talk, but it's a time where we all celebrate together in my family. So yesterday was the first of 5 days of about 70 people coming together that we don't see for a long time. So I'm sorry I missed yesterday, but I'm so happy to be here today. And then with Alberto, I can only say more than he's a dear friend, but also a great mentor to have. So I cannot thank him enough for accompanying me along my life's journey. It's just been fantastic to have a friend and a mentor like him. So I'll just share the PowerPoint that we sort of put together that helps us have this excursion with you. And this really, I would say, is Alberto's sort of conceptualization of conflict that comes from deeply lived, experienced, felt, relational context of his life work, not just his academic work, but his activism, and also his direct on the ground creating of knowledge with others. And we tried to take what he's done over, Alberto, 40 years, more than this, and put it in conceptual framework that will be helpful for you, especially if you're just beginning conflict transformation and peace building work, but also if you've been working for years and years, whether it's in an academic setting or a practical one, or hopefully it's both. So I'm going to share my screen, and Alberto, I'll just set it off with you. Is everybody able to see this?
I think so, yes.
Okay, sorry, my mouse has just gone wild, and that means I can't. Just give me 2 seconds to get my mouse back. It's also very hot where I am, so technology has gone wild these days. Okay, great. So in this conceptual excursion, we are looking together at understanding conflict. And if you follow, you'll kind of see the broad context that we are painting, the big broad picture, but also the historical material, social realities, but also that always deeply connected to lived experience on the groundwork. So Alberto, I'm going to pass it to you right off.
Okay, so this is the, I've gone through this yesterday, the 7 C's of the pedagogical principles, and I must make a confession in the onset. I have this perhaps obsession, or perhaps preoccupation, or craziness, where I tend to think of concepts, or think of basically kind of philosophical issues through words that usually begin with the same letter. So I do not know how this has come about, but it is it helps me, and I wanted to share this with all of you. to perhaps, it's not, I would say, 100%, it does not cover, it's not comprehensive enough, but at the same time, it helps us to get a, a kind of a, I would say, a broad picture of what the situation is like. So we can go on to the next one. I think.
Super. And if I can just add to that, from what I have learned through Alberto, is this idea of, if you imagine yourself as a conflict worker, a peace worker, then these are wonderful skill sets to have in terms of qualities of creating that environment together. So it's so great to have the 7 C's.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. So I want to begin by asking you, Jenny, what do you understand by the word conflict, and also, open it up to the participants if they would like to add to this.
Sure. Well, what's interesting for me about conflict is it's not something I'm very comfortable with. On a very personal level in my family, I was sort of the peacemaker, always sort of trying to make everybody feel okay. And it really wasn't until I started to study conflict and peace that I started to understand conflict as a generator for a motor of change, which we will look at later with Leilarak. And this idea that conflict warns us that something's not okay, and that sort of triggers our wonderful human creative capacities for thinking about how we transform it or change it or work with it, or try to eliminate sometimes that which is oppressive, discriminatory, unjust. So I have this sort of, some people are very comfortable with conflict and, enjoy a good argument. That's not my family culture, and it's not my personal, I would say, personality. And at the same time, throughout my work and my work on the ground, I now realize that conflict actually can be seen in this way that helps us see what we would like to change and what we would like to create and imagine.
Yes. Yeah, in the same way, I've always, growing up, would tend to try to avoid any kind of conflict, or sometimes you even use words like confrontation. So I tend to walk away from it. And I learned from the, Orang Asli, the Malaysian Aboriginal people, that they have such a marvelous way of, first of all, they avoid or they avert conflict and they walk away. So if ever there's someone who's aggressive, when I was younger, I would respond to it in a very different way. I was told that if someone is aggressive, you be aggressive towards that person. And when I used to play competitive sports as a hockey player, I've always been, this kind of conflation between conflict and aggression, because I've always been trained that as a forward, that the first thing I should do is with the ball is to hit the ball as hard as possible against the defender, because it's a form of intimidate, to intimidate the opponents. And so that's where, but then, where for me, conflicts, aggression, violence, they all tend to be connected, but they are not the same. Yeah. And they are connected, but, we have to try to unpack that kind of connection. And we hope that we can do that now.
I will just say to you, I'm a football player, soccer player, whichever word.
I know, I heard.
And I also have this, on the pitch, it's about being aggressive and competitive and tough. So I have also this tension between,
Yes.
And I really also like what you said, Alberto, as conflict and violence and destruction. When I say conflict can be a motor of change, I'm not talking about, super violent, destructive forces. But at the same time, those are the trigger warnings for thinking about how to address conflict as well.
But conflict can also be a very important vehicle to transformation and to change. And so the world would be such a boring place, isn't it, Jenny, if all of us agree with everything. And it is the disagreement, the diversity, and diversity, diversity is wonderful, and it's not always the source of conflict, but diversity, in fact, because of the diversity, we have all these, what I consider to be like the four V's. So I start off with the words that all begin with the same letter. And I started off by going back and looking at the etymology of the word conflict. And as many of these concepts and words in the English language, it can be traced to Latin, or in some cases, even in many of the Asian languages, it can be traced to Sanskrit. So when I looked up conflict, and con in Latin means together. So that's why you get in Spanish, cafe con leche, coffee with leche. That's the limit of my Spanish, So, so then you have the other word, which is fligere, and fligere in Latin means to strike. So here in that original meaning of the term, when it was used in Latin, it actually was connected to the word conflictus, and conflictus was actually what is implied by conflictus is a contest, and so there was this contestation that's involved when it found its way into the English language. But the four V's. So the first one I want to start off with is visions. So here is a word where we look at. I think the best way to put it is that we don't always see eye to eye on a number of things. So I heard about you being a competitive soccer player, and I'm also a very good soccer player. And I used to, in Castellon, I used to say, why don't we all get together and play soccer? And someone would say, oh, no, 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 not with Jenny Murphy, because she would stamp on your foot or she would tackle you and pull you down. So there was that kind of um, competitiveness that connects with contest and contestation. But visions here is that we don't see eye to eye. But the problem here is that, as Gandhi has put it so marvelously, that you may not see eye to eye, but when an eye for an eye, as he says, when we take an eye for an eye, in other words, when there is violence and we respond to it in a violent way, and an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind, as Gandhi so famously had said. And so this is where it's fine not to see eye to eye. We can disagree, and sometimes we say, we can agree to disagree, and I think that's marvelous. But it also to do with the visions in terms of our perceptions, our goals, our plans, our aspirations and the ideas. So here in this course, for example, each one will have their own perception of what they would like to do as part of the project for peace. And they have their own goals, they have their own plans and aspirations. But here, in order to avoid and avert any conflict with their members, this is where they need to talk and listen. And the important thing is listen. And you are an expert on active listening, so I know that. But is there anything you can add to the visions
No, I mean, the only thing I will say is that remember this first V for later on when we're talking about conflict transformation
Exactly.
and when we think about perception.
That's right.
Just put a little pin there.
Good. Okay, now the next one is values, and axiology is axiological differences. This is to do with, if the participants recall, I said that we want to try to work out how we can change and transform the ways we think, the ways we know, the ways we act. And axiology is to do with also the ways we, when we come to acting, the ways we act usually is determined in quite a prominent way, determined by our values, whatever they might be. So this is where the values is can be a source of conflict, especially when we have different sorts of values. And we can see this being played out in the contemporary world, where you come from in the US, Jenny, we have the Supreme Court's decision with the Roe and Wade decision, and this is to do with a clash. It's a contestation and a clash of values. You know, you have the Christian rights who have got those sets of values, and then you have the other people. I didn't want to use words like the decent people, but you know, you have the others who find it really problematic because they see it as the control of the reproductive rights of women, and it goes in those kinds of the clash of those sorts of values. So we have you know, moral values, and these are the principles and standards of behavior. And it's also important to consider what one's judgment on what is important in life, and that's, you know, the kind of values we have. There are ethical issues, so we have like moral values, personal values, cultural values. Always keep in mind that you come to your interactions, your engagement with other people from that cultural, uh, if I use the word baggage, I mean it in a kind of a positive way. You're actually carrying that thing with you, which is what you have learned as being part of your society. But that may not be, that sort of value may not, in fact, complement someone else's values. So it's always important for you um, to try as much as possible to put these kinds of like religious values, political values, consider them, but also important. You can celebrate them, but it's also important not to curtail the expression of other people's values. So the problems we face in this world today, um, it's not just to do with the expression of one's identity or one's culture, but it is actually to do with the suppression, because how we suppress one person's identity, one person's values, how we suppress one person's vision, and that's when, you know, conflict emerges, and the ugly sort of conflict emerges. Now,
Yeah,
can
Alberto,
I?
can I add just one thing? I think that if you think about this in terms of being conflict workers again or peace workers, then this is a very necessary deep work to do, is to recognize one's own values, because sometimes we can't see them. They're just how things are for us. So to do that work, to realize, oh, this is a value that I have, this is a vision I have, and how does that relate or conflict with others that I'm interacting with. I think that's huge inner work that happens.
Can I share a story? I remember this when I was working in Hawaii, in Honolulu, and we were all staying in this kind of set of apartments, or yeah, very much apartments, or they were almost like fancy dorms, and they, at that time there was a workshop, and you know, several people were, you know, they were housed in that area that we were staying in Hawaii. And at that time, I met a Pakistani, Indian, and a Bangladeshi. They were all Muslims, and so they decided to come together. And because of being Muslims, and they said that, you know, we have got certain kinds. We want to make sure that we cook halal food, and so they got together and they said, you know, because we are Muslims, that we want to share our meals and take turns cooking. So I said, marvelous. So I told my partner, I said, you know, watch this, okay? Because in a couple of weeks' time, there's going to be a conflict between the, the three of them. Now, they all share the same religious values, okay? But the conflict arose, which is something that picks up from what Saroja was talking about yesterday in terms of food, conflict, and peace. Because what actually happened was that they started arguing about what will be the staple. So the Bangladeshi wanted rice every day, the Pakistani wanted roti, and the was it chapati, and the Pakistani was from a Punjabi background. He wanted chapati every day, and the Indian Muslim, you know, from Hyderabad, he wanted to have roti every day. So they were all different kinds of staple, and then they started arguing with one another. They said, you had rice yesterday, today we should have chapati. And then they say, no, 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 and so they went on arguing. And guess who had to intervene and moderate the conflict? Yes. And so that's my first, I had absolutely no idea what I was doing, but I sort of brought them together and I said, look, um, let's work out a way of how you can make sure that why don't, I can't remember what I said, but I was young and kind of inexperienced at that time. Okay, the next V is vicissitudes, and vicissitudes here is the change in circumstances. We always have got to keep in mind that that change is very much a part of living in a society or human life in particular. So we are constantly, our circumstances change and fortune change, and so the change that happens can actually also be a source of conflict. So the best example I can think of is the vicissitudes of climate change at the moment. A lot of the conflict that's happening in the world today, if you start to focus on it, you're going to see that the wars in the future, and I hope it doesn't happen, will be climate related because of people being pushed away from due to climate change with the rising sea levels. And I think most of you know what the issues are. But these kinds of change in circumstances and fortune take place. And when change happens, you also have people who feel, in a sense, vulnerable because the vulnerabilities that happen is unfortunately unequal. So you have certain groups of people. So you take Katrina, the hurricane, and it hits in that part of the U.S. But it is because it's a part of the U.S. where people were exposed to the possibility of being harmed by the Katrina uh, kind of disaster. And the people who are vulnerable are unfortunately also the people who are most vulnerable in economic terms. Okay, they are the ones who are of the lower classes. I don't mean lower classes in status, but I mean in terms of having access to the various things that we take for granted. And they were also racially, majority of them were Hispanic and Black. So we have those kinds of sources of conflict that takes place. So do you think we should allow participants to
Sure.
ask questions? What do you think, Jenny?
Yeah, go for it.
Because you might end up with conflict, you see. They have been excluded from this. Anyone would like to say anything? We do have participants, don't we? Because I can only see you so on my screen. So
Yes, and for some reason I can't access my chat, so I can't see what's in the chat.
So anyone would like to say anything to add to this or a question?
Can I ask something?
Sure, of course. Please do.
Sorry. In case, for example, conflict more big. For example, yesterday in my city, with a conflict between two different ethnic, Ambong and NTT, they start a conflict in near my house, and in the end, one guy from another ethnic lost his hand, was shot by machete from another guy from another ethnicity. In the end of the day, the policy have used force for block the conflict. But if you want moderate the conflict, how we can do? I mean, if you need to moderate the conflict between two different ethnic, maybe three different ethnic. Thank you.
Sure. That's a very good question. We are going to deal with some of the tools that we can use. So, you'll have Michaela's talking about dialogue and some of what he considers to be the art and craft of dialogue. And then later on, you have Paul Komisarov, who's going to talk about reconciliation, how we bring people, post-conflict. And then you also have, at the end, you also have Preeti Sharma, who's going to speak about non-violent ways of communicating? So that's a fantastic question, and also, you know, perhaps later part when Jenny and I talk about the root causes of conflict, you might be able to see what are the underlying problems and how what we can do to remind people of the differences that they think they have or perceive in real. The other thing to keep in mind is that when we talk about all these visions, values, vicissitudes, and vulnerabilities, they can be perceived or they can be real. They can also be both. But the other thing too is to keep in mind is that sometimes they're led to believe. So they are made to perceive that these are the problems. So that's why, we have to deal with at all these different levels in terms of the perceptions that people have, the conceptions that are being provided on the basis. We also have to look at the myths, the misconceptions, and a whole range of different kinds of and unpack them, but also to deconstruct and as well as to look at the contradictions in many of those ideas.
Yeah, and if I can just piggyback off of that as well, later on we'll talk about John Paul Lederach and his shift from conflict resolution to conflict transformation. And he talks about two things. He talks about the episode and the epicenter. So the episode would be what happened. These two ethnic people came together, there's a conflict. But what he really wants to get at is what's below. Like if you had a glacier, you see only the ice on top. That's what we saw in the engagement. And then what's below? What's everything that makes up the epicenter? So all that moves into the conflict, which is what Alberto will discuss next. And for us as the conflict worker facilitator, how to understand the full web of what's going on in that one tiny moment. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy to shift or change, as Alberto says, because then we're talking about identity, which for many of us is so deeply felt, lived, expressed. And so then it's not, for me, it wouldn't be a prescriptive way to figure out, but more creative capacities for addressing if such and such would happen, while also having the broader understanding of what's really underneath it all.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes.
I think it will. I think Alberto's correct. Can I move to the next, Alberto?
Yes, please do.
Okay, because I think that, your 3D.
Okay. So I should say that, with Jenny, we are strong advocates, if I can speak on your behalf, Jenny, but of decolonizing. And later on, I will point out to you why it is really important that we try to decolonize our minds, decolonize our epistemologies, the way we create and sort of think about knowledge itself and how we make knowledge in that sense. Our ontologies, our self, we have to also decolonize our axiologies, which is to do with the values that we talked about. And then tomorrow, when you hear the indigenous scholars talking among themselves, they will introduce to you indigenous concepts of this. So in the 3D analysis is what I use and what I've used for a very long time in terms of my own sort of intellectual work, my own critical work in terms of decolonizing knowledges. So when we look at
sorry, Alberto, may I just explain the picture on the left where you see the United States blown up like a huge balloon? This is actually a picture of knowledge production. So within academia, where are we producing knowledge that is then accepted as legitimate, and I keep that in quotes, knowledge, versus, and if you look at that, it's so skewed to one, mostly US, but also I'd say the European context. You get this skewed understanding of knowledge as well, because who's producing it, and then how is that being affirmed as, yes, this is knowledge as well.
That's true. That's entirely true, yes. So when we are There is a political ecologist by the name of Paul Robbins, and he puts it very nicely. He said, what we need to do is we have to have the hatchet and the seed. So the hatchet is like an axe. So you go, and when people provide you with certain kinds of understandings and certain sorts of knowledges or explanations, then you start off with a hatchet. You start to chop. But what has happened is that when you start, cutting it into pieces, what has happened is that a lot of intellectuals, they just leave it at that. All they do is they criticize each other. And to be honest, I'm going to confess now that this is what drove me away from academia, because I have all my life was in a university, and all I had was um, debating, with people, discussing and saying different points of view, but then everyone you want to win, the argument and contention that you make. So yeah, um, the seed is important. So we take whatever that we are deconstructing, if we want to put it that way, and then what we try to do is then to build new knowledges and new skill. And this is where dialectical comes in. It's an approach that Karl Marx and Frederick Engels and number of the whole range of neo-Marxist scholars, what they do is they begin with, say, a thesis, a kind of an idea or statement, or some sort of group of statements that are being made about something. And then what they do is, through using the hatchet, they start to look through for, what are the contestations, what are the conflicts between that idea, and what actually happens through their own study. And that becomes the antithesis to the thesis. And when you put that together, you come with the synthesis, which is like the seed that you're trying to, and then the seed itself becomes a thesis. Then you go through the process of antithesis. And so when Marx says, we have to be critical, he does not mean just critical in the sense of demolishing things, but critical so that you create something new out of that. So that dialectical. So we start asking questions. When someone says to you, people are poor because they don't work, or people are lazy, and people are poor because they don't earn enough money. So they make all these kinds of statements, and then you begin to investigate. You begin to analyze those statements that are being made, and you find the antithesis. So what happens is that a lot of the knowledges that we create are, in fact, kind of positivistic. That someone will say to you, the people are poor, and these are the various features and characteristics, the salient features and characteristics of poverty, and they create this construct that's called poverty. But what you don't see, or what is being, in fact, I would say, neglected, and in fact it's a process of blinding you to it, is that the reason that people are poor is because there are people who are rich. And poverty and wealth, according to this kind of dialectical approach, are not dual or binary opposites. They are relational. And so the wealth of one group of people leads to the poverty of another group of people. So we have to try to look at the relational kind of perspectives, how one is related to the other, and look at the context, and look at a much more deeper analysis of that relationship. So you have poverty, wealth, you have modernity, tradition. So all these things, Marx's famous example is the master and the slave. Who would the master be if there are no slaves? There won't be a master. So the two exist in the institution of slavery because of the relationship between the two. Then in deconstruction, you actually have in deconstruction, you have all these constructs that exist in the world. So people tell you about this, they tell you about, make statements about it, and so because they are constructs, because they have been created in the minds of certain groups of people, these concepts, then we have to look at what are the hidden meanings to it. What is it trying to hide? What are these statements being used to hide? what is the concept of poverty used in terms of what is it hiding? So we start to look at, and we look at images, we look at representations, we look at text, we look at policy statements, and then we deconstruct it. And what we do is we look at all these as text. We look at it in terms of its context. Where have all these kinds of statements and knowledges been produced or created? And then we look for the subtext. What are the hidden meanings in these? And that's where it's a combination of the three. And discourse is where you have a group of statements which in fact provide like a language, a way of talking about or representing a particular kind of knowledge. So you have, for example, now you get the discourse on Ukraine. So you have a whole group of statements and they relate to one another, they connect to one another. So what we have to do is, using our analytical tools, is to look at what is being said, deconstruct it, but also focus on what is not being said. So the silences that exist. And I'm just going to touch a bit about this, but later on, when you hear the group of young peace scholars at the end in the critical conversation, you will get a much better idea of, the discourses that relate to, say, racism, those kinds of issues. But I think we should move on because I'm concerned about time too. Jenny?
Sure. Yeah, great.
Okay, so we come to the tyranny of the 7 C's of conflict analysis as a decolonial praxis.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to move it to the next one. There we go.
Yeah. So colonialism is, I would say, like the mother of all the other C's that we see there. And when I'm talking about colonialism, I'm actually referring very much to European colonialism. So Jenny, from the time of 1492, when Christopher Columbus goes in the wrong direction and ends up in somewhere else, and he wanted to find his way to India, but Vasco da Gama got there first, and so he ended up in this other place and says, never mind, we'll just continue to call them Indians. So then we have capitalism that relates to colonialism, and then related to all that will be color, which is race, creed, religion, caste, class, and country. So I think both of us, we have our personal stories about this. Yeah.
Sure. You mean about the 7 C's?
Yeah, and about, for example, colonialism, in the sense that my parents are from Goa, so I have this cultural connection with Goa in India. And 451 years of Portuguese colonialism has in many ways robbed me of my Indianness, in the sense that I although I'm still very much like connected to that world, but I feel that I can communicate much better in English than I can communicate in my own language, Konkani. So there are all these kinds of stories that relate to it. But I think the ones that the other thing I want to say about colonialism is sometimes you get someone coming to me and saying, oh, why are you keep talking about colonialism? All the African countries have gained their independence. I mean, what Europe has done to Africa is atrocious. As Walter Rodney has said in his marvelous book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. This is a continent of where human civilization began. And this is a continent of people who were and are, a lot more civilized than the rest of the world at the time. Europe had gone through this period of what they considered themselves, what is considered to be the Dark Ages. But it was not, and the way the discourse works is They refer to Africa as the dark continent, all these kinds of negative connotations, negative representation. So I think, this is what colonialism has done to right across the world. So we
Yeah,
have to,
and later I will retouch on this, but I don't want to get ahead of myself for my own little thing in conflict transformation. But I think what's important about what you've just talked about is that all of these 7 concepts are seemingly so abstract, and yet they are not. They're lived, felt,
yeah, interrelated.
as you said, to decolonize our minds is very difficult because we live in the systems that we were born into. And so when I think about, the universalization of Western, I'd say Western European, US thought, knowledge production, then to, that it is not universal, that it cannot be universalized. And then that gets us back to the, as you said, diversity, pluriverse, multiple ways of being and knowing and understanding. And those all have personal stories to them. And mine will come a little later, because as someone who was born in the United States, I have a settler colonial story. So again, now we're talking about, as you said, the conflict, these deeper things that underlie conflict that might be invisibilized, might be unspoken, or might even be, whitewashed over like, oh, but they helped you so much to develop.
That's
so
right.
All of that then becomes, as conflict workers, we're working through that and teasing it out. And for example, a lot of times, I'll just give you one example. You don't know the history. So I taught a gender and power class for 10 years and then had no idea of 3 key, I won't get into it now, but 3 key figures that I was leaving out of the scenario, African-American women. And so it's also acknowledging that a lot of this is work you have to do to come back to knowing about it when it's been erased or glossed over or flattened out for very specific power reasons. And then that's a very personal story time as well.
And I like the word that you use, whitewash. So, it's to do with this issue of whiteness and white privilege and privileging, certain groups of people.
And the supremacy, and as you said, that's built into these 7 C's that are not separate, although we can talk about them separately as we'll do now.
That's right.
But are so integrated and tied together. That maybe you use a conflict lens to zoom in on one while also recognizing that all else that, as you said, is related to it.
So these are the root causes of conflict in my thinking, in the sense that we pit the colonizer and the colonized, and as I was going to say just now, when someone says to me, why are you talking about colonialism? It's, all these countries have gained independence and it's no longer, the Europeans do not hold sway in those countries. And I said, no, it's not true, because you have colonialism, which is the conditions, the statements, and the various kinds of discourses that relate to it, the ideas of having this system, if you want to put it this way. But you also have the process of colonization, which is where the European powers, in fact, led to domination and the subjugation of people in the colonies. And then you also have colonialization. So you've got colonization and colonialization, which is the cultural aspects of it, how the domination continues today. And that's why Latin American scholars speak about decoloniality, decolonizing, but decoloniality. And the decoloniality is to do with decolonizing the coloniality. Sorry, I can't even pronounce the words properly now. But that is the kind of the sort of condition, the system that we live in today. So when you look at geopolitical, there are a number of questions that were asked yesterday. We have to keep in mind that all the kinds of problems that we have today, even though people say to you, let's forget about history, but unfortunately, the history doesn't forget us. So the history is always there, and it is there to remind us and forgetting is not easy. And while at the same time, we also need to do a bit of remembering of what actually happened in the past. And so when we look at this is still very much alive. All the geopolitical conditions we see today, we see how the partition has still continues to affect India and Pakistan. We look at the various sorts of racism that exists in certain parts of Africa still affect the people. The divide and conquer, the divide and rule policy of the colonial still affects people right across the globe. You go to Sri Lanka and see the conflict. It is to do with what the British have done. You go to the Palestine area and the conflict that exists there. It is what the colonials have done. So these are the kinds of issues that, yes, of course, we put the accusing finger and we blame them. But this is where decolonialism will have to come from.
Yeah, and I love that, Alberto, because it's actually about truth telling, not blaming. One of the things that we know about any kind of conflict, restoration, healing, restorative justice is that you have to tell the truth first of what has happened, or otherwise you just start to cloud up the realities. And I also love the way that you link together, African thinkers, post-colonial critiques of colonial continuities linked with the Latin American decolonial approaches. They are very parallel in trying to analyze, examine, and as you said, deconstruct to be able to build something new. What were these colonial realities, the ones that continue and the ones that are still kind of invisibilized so that you can't quite see how the power is functioning. And I think because we are in a Western, at least I will speak for myself, a Western context, so used to this binary construction, right, wrong, that this comes across as blame when actually it's about telling the truth about what happened so that together we can heal and then build from there.
That's right. And I think it's also to do with experience, Jenny, because I know you well enough to know that you have connections with being, of Lebanese connections. And so that's, also part of your culture. And having grown up in the US, so you also have that. But what we also have in the world today is that it becomes fashionable. People talk about decolonizing. Wow, that's great. And a friend of mine has written a wonderful paper entitled Jumping on the Decolonizing Bandwagon. So you have lots of people who, in fact, have got no experience about what it feels like to be colonized, have become decolonial, writers. But anyway, that's a different story. But let's move on because this is the thing about time, you see, because this is another example of how what we've done, and is also related to capitalism. We have created this concept called time, and Lukáš refers to it as the reification of certain kinds of constructs. So we reified it. We think of time as if like it's got a power over us. So we say that I'm saying now that I'm racing against time. I'm running out of time. But Asa, can time do any of that? Can it race? Can you race against time? Or are you running out of time? So what happens is that it begins to have a hold on you. And then we wear this little thing called a timepiece, which we call it a watch, because it keeps watching over us. Okay, let's move on. And okay, very quickly, I'll just talk about the conflict that relates to capitalism. Now, I don't have time because, once again, using the word time, to go into the details, because it'll take me a few hours to talk about the impact of capitalism. But very quickly, when I was looking at the various conflicts that were happening in Africa, and often they're presented, and this relates to race as well, they're often presented as if like, these African tribal groups, people, tribalism and ethnic groups, and they are, contesting against each other, and they are, that this has led to violence, and, the conflict has led to escalated into violence. So that's the kind of the trope, that sort of kind of argument and contention is being made. However, so you have, they use the word grievance initially. So in other words, people are aggrieved, they seem to be left out, excluded, and then they take on, they start to blame another group of people. So they could be divided ethnically, and the colonial masters have done a lot of that kind of work in Rwanda and Burundi, between the Tutsis and the Hutu, and you can see what role the Belgians and the Germans have played in that kind of division of the groups of people. They have lived for thousands of years together in peace and harmony, and then all of a sudden, bang! The colonial powers come in. They start to fight with one another. So grievance, and then they say that it's World Bank economists came in and they said, no, it's to do with greed, because they've got resources and they want to kind of control, to control these resources. So that's where you get conflict diamonds, you get this idea of control of oil, control of various minerals in Congo. And so this greed and people in certain elite positions wanting to have control. And I thought, how convenient. These economists have missed out the elephant in the room, which is growth, economic growth. And this is where neoliberalism, but you can read up about that and how the obsession with growth, the obsession with export orientation, the obsession with markets, and all these, in fact, have led to a glut of products. And this could be conflict diamonds, or it could be any of the minerals that I mentioned. And that, in fact, leads to grievance, greed. So it's a syndrome that can explain almost all the conflicts, from the Zapatistas in Mexico right through to Sri Lanka and to many of the African areas, conflictual areas. Okay.
Super. Okay, yep. Oh, okay. So here, when I think the link then is very clear with capitalism to color, race, and Alberto, you start, and then I'll add the second bit.
Okay. Now, the thing about race is that it is, as an anthropologist, it is a fiction, because it is based on a biological fallacy that people can be divided on the basis of race. And while it is a fiction that has been created to divide people on this basis, what has happened is that as a result of the colonial using that as a trope, as a way of dividing people, it has been so deeply entrenched that it would be difficult now to emancipate people from this kind of racist thinking or racialized thinking. So the best way to deal with this is that I recall at a meeting in Portugal once, and the person, we were all asked to introduce ourselves. So the person before me, she introduced herself saying that this is my name and I'm of pure Portuguese. She used the word pure. So when it came to my turn, I, as you know me well enough to know how cheeky I can be at times. So when it came to my turn, I said, I'm African. And they looked at me and they were puzzled, because for them, they had this image in their mind of how an African looks like. And how could this man possibly be an African? So they asked me, so which part of Africa do you come from? And then I said, actually, I don't come from Africa, but my ancestors did. And I said, 200,000 years ago, they were in this place called Rift Valley. And then gradually they went up, and then they ended up in Mesopotamia and Sumeria and across the Hindu Kush. They came down, some of them went and settled in Bengal. But my ancestors came down and settled in the Konkan coast in India, or what is called India Bharat today. Now, this, in fact, should be important for us to remind ourselves that we all belong to the same race, and that's the race of humanity. But having said that, tomorrow we will try to impart on you the importance that humans are not, humans are not the only creatures on this planet. We share this planet with so many other creatures. Okay,
Sorry,
so that's why.
can
Um,
I,
so that's why I want to challenge this thing about race, that we have to keep our focus on the fact that yes, it does matter whether you're black and white. If you are living in the US, yes, it does matter whether you are an indigenous person living in Australia, and it does matter if you are of one particular ethnic group, if you're Rohingya in Myanmar or whichever, in Yemeni, and
Yeah. And Alberto, I should have added colorism here because in the United States, then we also have the discrimination based on the pigmentation of skin color. So from
Exactly.
white to
That's-
black on the spectrum of pigment.
That's right. And then it denies you of your. So when I say to people, I'm Indian, and they say, but you don't look Indian. So, this is the kind of categorization that happens in race. But race is something that we have to challenge. But having to challenge it, we cannot just, ignore it. Like the way the discourse has operated. When we had this very important movement of Black Lives Matter, then you come in and you say, but all lives matter. No. Unfortunately, in that part of the world, it does matter whether you're Black, and you get incarcerated, you get, profiled, you get victimized. And so this is where it is really important that we cannot just say, wish away, wave a magical wand and say, poof, off you go, race. No, it doesn't happen that way, but it is,
Yeah. And then we have
it's a scourge.
intersectional.
It's a scourge of humanity.
Correct. And we have intersectional, positional, historical, ancestral, and contextual here to recognize the third world and Black feminists who started to make the linkages between all of these, the way that Alberto does with the 7Cs, how they link all of our identities. So woman, Black, your country, it's not a who has the most oppression, but what are the intersecting realities, social constructs that we live in that affect our abilities to fully be ourselves, to in a way that you just get to present as a full human without that being challenged or without that disrupting your chances, your life chances, and your ability to create something for yourself. And so we added here just Kimberly Crenshaw, James Baldwin, and Ruth King from my own kind of research as a feminist of what it means when you think class, race, and gender, all really the 7Cs we can put here, with our positions in society. So having the very personal positionality, all of the identity factors that go into me being Jenny Murphy, as well as the structural realities that are built into systems based on race, class, and gender. And then how do you think that in its historical context? So going back to what Alberto said about that's in the past, why are you bringing that up? It's not just remembering, it's remembering, re-putting together the reality that is the present day. And that is what James Baldwin always spoke about, that the past, not to be stuck in the past, but it is in our present. And then how do you kind of relate to that dynamic of the past being in the present? And then Ruth King is a scholar who links that deep history to deep ancestry.
Yes.
And so she asks you to think about your ancestral story, your lineage. And she actually says, knowing our ancestral stories, not just history, helps us recognize ourselves in them and in others, in all. And then that goes back to Alberto's comment about a shared humanity, while also recognizing the social, historical, political, economic realities that sadly condition part of that humanity, and not in a determinative way, because we can change it, but in a way that if we don't recognize it, say we don't want it, we'll just continue.
Okay, we have run out of time, but so let's just quickly run through. So creed here is, I use this word creed to refer to religion, And the thing to keep in mind is that while it is fantastic to celebrate your own religious beliefs, but always keep in mind that there are many different religions in this world of ours. And also the fact that caste is another. Now, I use the word caste here, not only in terms of the caste system in India, but I use the word caste here is that where people are born into a certain class of society. And so this word I use it to refer more broadly to sexualities, for example. You have gays and lesbians who are born into certain kinds of categories, and they are in fact treated like outcast in many different societies. So these are kinds of a word that I use to refer to people who are born into certain kinds of.
Alberto, I see a hand raised.
Okay.
I don't know how.
Oh.
Do you see that, Sean? Mohammed?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Thank you for giving me time. I just want to say, first of all, sorry for my last day because my connection was too poor. So today my question is about, my question is to the, Sir Alberto Gomes. As Sir were talking about the Gandhi ideology of an eye versus eye makes whole world blind. Yes, I truly agree with this Gandhi ideology. But if over a peacekeeper institution like UNO and some others, when they will be biased, the peace will be impossible for anyone to maintain it, as we can see in the 1930, the failure of League of Nations. League of Nations was too biased. Same as with the UNO. UNO, especially the five veto countries, are too biased. They work for their own interest. When they work for their own interest, how they can maintain peace among the countries under this power or under poverty or under development. As we were talking about, talking about the sexuality or caste system in India. Same here with the other countries. But remember one thing, as I heard to my professor, that peace and conflict will travel together. They can never be ended. So how we can maintain peace when our peace institutions are so biased? Please elaborate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shan, for the question. I think it's a very broad question that you've asked, and so what we'll do is, if you can reflect on this question that you've asked and try to answer it on your own as we go along in the next few sessions, because what we are presenting now is to do with understanding conflict. So your question is certainly a very valid question, but it's something that will be addressed as we go along in this course. Okay.
Yeah, and I also think to look at the macro level of things and then the frustration that happens with peace building, especially when we know built into the institutions are these colonial dynamics that are obviously interest driven, as Alberto talks about, like what are the realities that created the reality we're in? And so how do we feel like we can create change when we also know that these deeper macro realities exist? I think that is a tension that all peace workers and conflict workers have to, that's where I think our creative capacities are just phenomenal as human beings, but also that we don't get distracted by that, because the real work is happening on the grassroots level of the people who just say, this is enough, I don't want it this way, and then what happens there. But I don't think there's one prescriptive, here you go, this is how it's going to work. And that's why the historical context and contextualizing in its own historical context really matters, because then out of that, very different propositions for conflict transformation will come. If I could just say that much, Alberto.
Okay, thank you so much. Now,
Yeah.
our time was, 20 minutes ago, we should have stopped, Jenny.
That's okay.
So what shall we do? We just,
I think we just finished with class and country.
okay,
is
very
classy.
quickly.
Yeah.
So country is to do, I use the word country in reference to nation states, nationalism, how the creation of nation states, in fact, can also lead to the exclusion of people within those states itself, the boundaries that the state has constructed. And this is usually, as I pointed out, it relates to the historical period of colonialism. And many of the countries that you consider to be important today are in fact the countries that have been constructed, created out of colonialism. And so it's important for us to consider transcending those kinds of boundaries. So instead of building walls from one country to the other country, let's look at ways how we can build bridges. So
fantastic. And I will just add very quickly that because it kind of relates later. How do we locate ourselves within our own context, and what are our knowledges that relate to that? And we have three feminists, Adrienne Rich, Donna Haraway, and I can't see Chandra Mohanty, who talk about our lived embodied experiences, how we have accountability within that. How do we question our own assumptions and presuppositions, which go back to Alberto's 4 V's of what influences our ways of seeing, being, existing? Can we create awareness around that? And then within that, to trust in this idea of the grassroots within our communities, because what I love about feminists is that it is always locating. There's nothing that can be universalized outward for all of humanity. That just doesn't make any sense. And it also reduces our diversity, or in scientific terms, biodiversity, which we need to flourish. So what allows us to flourish within this very diverse sense of understanding each of our contexts, if you can just think about that. And then this last slide is all you, Alberto.
Okay, very quickly. I think the main problem, as I see it, is to do with, as I keep saying, it's fine for you to celebrate difference, but it is not fine if you believe that your culture, your values, your country is supreme over any other country. So supremacism is what I consider to be the key problem. When we look at racism, appreciating one's difference in terms of identities is fine, but it is when you think that your identity is superior to someone else's, that's where a lot of the violence and conflict that we see around the world has occurred. Unevenness, inequality, the marginalization of people, and marginalization here is because you have a differential in terms of power, a dominant group with a subordinate group or less dominant group, and the less dominant group are marginalized in terms of having unequal access to the various kinds of opportunities, income, and various other things. This also really relates to exclusion, prejudice and discrimination, racial discrimination. I don't need to go into details of that kind of problem in the world that we have. And when we put all of it together, it leads to some groups of people being oppressed in certain societies, the repression through various ways and oppression, and this in fact leads to violence. And so here we will move on from this to what Jenny Murphy is going to talk about. What we have to do now is that we know conflicts, what it is. We know what are the root causes of conflict. We know that it's got to do with supremacist thinking. It's to do with inequality and all those forms of structural violence. But the next question is, what can we do to transform? And we'll take a 5-minute break. And then
sure, Jenny, Alberto, can I just add one thing?
Sure,
because I think the natural tendency is, especially if you're called to conflict work and peace building work, you want to solve problems. And one of the things that I have learned from indigenous ontoepistemologies through Alberto, but also through working with indigenous populations here, is the patience that needs to come with remembering and listening. So the conceptual framework that is presented here is to help, for me at least, try to figure out the complexities. I mean, it's never simple or easy, and there's always contesting, contradictory realities, competing ones that make it seem like, okay, well, how do you fix this? And so if we can take this conceptual framework and say, okay, I'm not trying to fix it, I'm trying to understand. And through this understanding, what creativity, the ways that you would then try to transform it, how might that happen? But it is, I think, the first thing we do is to say, but there's this specific conflict that I know, and this is what's the problem, how do I fix it? But that should also be our drive for, okay, can I pause? Can I remember? Can I think about all the complexities that are going on here? And then with that deep relationship to conflict, as Alberto has presented here with his conceptualization, then I think you prepare yourself for those more specific creative steps, but it's not prescriptive. It's really elicitive, meaning we believe, Alberto and I, that the problems and the answers to the problems already exist in the communities. As experts, we can never say from the outside, this is how you fix it. So we in this room, in our own context, we are already prepared. We just have to remember how to respond to the conflicts that we're trying to address in our different contexts. And they will be very diverse ways of approaching them.
So
okay, sorry.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your patience and listening. And we apologize for going way over time as we were planning, and we tried to cover a very big topic in such a short period of time. But anyway, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back at 10:30, and Jenny will take over from there.
Yeah, and I'll just go very quickly, Alberto, so there's more time for the discussion group. So I'm going to actually delete some slides right now.
Yeah, there's Saiful who's going to present as well.
Great. Okay, give me some, how do I don't know why I cannot, oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. I'm stopping sharing. Great.
Thank you.
So I will see you in 5 minutes. So at 8:30. Okay, great.
All right. You may go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to share my screen, and this time I will not, if it's okay, if you can leave your questions till the end, because what we'll do is this very quick philosophical / conceptual framework of conflict transformation. Then we'll do a case study, and then we'll open it up to the big group. And in that way, we know we can manage our time a little better than the first half, although we know time is its own construct, as Alberto helped us understand. So if we move from the conceptual idea of conflict that we just went over to conflict transformation, and Alberto said that I love active listening. Well, one of the key ways for me that is so essential to any kind of conflict transformation is this idea of deep listening. And it's listening to oneself as well as to other, which then becomes one another. So if you can start to just imagine, what kind of listener are you? When somebody's talking, are you immediately trying to give them answers? Are you immediately sharing stories? How does this work? And what we're going to try to do as conflict and peace workers is to listen by just holding the space and note awareness of when we can't hold the space, when we want to interject our own voice, not in a punitive way, but in a gentle noticing. Because ultimately, indigenous ontoepistemologies are going to teach us that this idea, this level of deep listening is where we are going to encounter the most creative ways of transforming conflict. So just to be aware of this concept of listening and how you listen. And I wanted to start off going back to what Alberto said of my Lebanese background with a personal story that actually situates me. Why did I start to study peace? Why did I start to study conflict? And I have she's passed now, but a very important relationship with my grandmother. And she grew up in her home speaking Arabic. So Jideti is my grandmother. Grand-mère in French. She would speak with her siblings because they were a French colony, Lebanon. Abuelita, she learned Spanish in the streets because she lived on a border town, Nogales, Arizona, with the Mexican border. And then grandma, English. She learned English actually in school. And she would always tell me this very specific story that as a young girl really stayed with me. And I think might be the roots of why social justice, restorative justice is so important for me. And when she was in school, a teacher raised a color and said, Helen, her name was Helen, what color is this? And she replied, gris, which is gray in Spanish. And then the teacher beat her and put her in the corner of the room for what she said was being disrespectful. And my grandmother explained to me, she said, Jenny, I was speaking 4 languages, but there were no borders or boundaries to my languages. Each one provided me with a way of seeing, being, and thinking. Each one was its own world. And she said, learn as many languages as you can because it provides a world to you. So I have always kept this, especially as we lose more and more languages every year, of what do we lose when we lose the way we see, understand, and experience the world. And then that sort of relates to a broader familial / ancestral story of mine, which is this settler immigrant story. So my ancestors left Lebanon, actually went to Mexico first. Then there was a conflict, skirmish, and when the border was more open, you can see from this picture here now, the US has built and continues to build a huge wall. And they moved over to the Arizona side. So at that time, imagine it porous. People just came and went as they wished. And then also during that time, going back to thinking about conflict and all the relationships of conflict to our world, there were interracial laws. So you were not allowed to marry interracially, except for my grandparents lived in California that got rid of that law in 1948. But as a federal, other states still had it in place until 1967. So my story is Lebanese Irish coming together and that not being accepted, that if we go back to any kind of conflict of identity or belonging, that it was not okay. It wasn't okay in society, and it actually wasn't okay within the families. But my grandparents still came together. So that's sort of my story of wondering, why do we exclude? Why do we oppress? And why don't we allow humans to just flourish in their full capacities? And I got sort of obsessed with walls and this expression, this very literal expression of division it's metaphorical when you think about walls, although walls can also, I mean, it depends on how you look at them. They can also keep us safe, right? But if we think about it in this divisive way of keeping out, it's metaphorical, but it's also physical. We see it. And this middle picture. So I think from when I was like 10 years old, I would start to look and take and put into this document all of these walls. I have this envelope at home, and I wondered, why do humans do this? Really perplexed me as a young person. And then as I grew older and I started to learn coming from a global power that is an empire and has imperial reach across the globe, to do this deep questioning of what is going on. So that middle picture is actually 2,700 kilometers. It's 1,700 miles long in the Sahara Desert. You might not be familiar with it. It's the part of the Western Saharan Moroccan conflict, and it's one of the most militarized walls on the planet. And so my real conflict transformation on the ground and field work is rooted to the Western Saharan Moroccan conflict in Northern Africa. And my research on self-determination and the power of self-determination to not only self-govern, but govern as a community within this conflict. And if we think about so for me, it's a very personal experience of being with people who had a direct relationship to a conflict. At the same time, they're in the more macro level of the social global order. So Western Sahara is one of 17 non-self-governing territories. It just means they haven't gone through the formal process of decolonization. So earlier when Alberto said colonization is over, I'm like, no, not really. Even the formal process of decolonization has not been completed for 17 places on this planet. So for me, I started to really think, and I used to think in management and resolution terms until I did more reading around this specific conflict, and I was relating to the humans who were experiencing the conflict. And I was doing a pretty macro analysis of the United States role in this very specific conflict. And going back to the comment that Sean made about, well, they just, push it through the UN. There's actually a tape. This is really interesting. Every 30 years, the US declassifies information. And because the person who was declassifying information hadn't heard of Western Sahara, a protracted conflict for right now, it's like 46 years old, they declassified all this information and went on accident. Then they reclassified it when they realized the error that they made. But one of the things that we learned in this declassification was the US leaders saying, just push it through the UN and make it Morocco's. Let Morocco gain control of this territory. So the reality is we've got these broader global realities, power realities, but what changed for me, because I was thinking all nation state, I'm thinking this is what's wrong with this conflict. The US is getting involved, France, Russia, China, resources. Western Sahara is really rich in phosphates and fishing. And I'm focusing on all this macro level. And then I meet the people. And that is when I started to realize, yes, this matters. And yet this connection to the people in the conflict who were telling me about the conflict in a way I couldn't read in books. So what then is conflict transformation in this context, and kind of situating me, the speaker today, for you? And so what I really, really started to think about was conflict lenses and how do we look at conflict? And there's this saying, we don't see the world as it is, we see it as we are. So how then do we see more ours? How am I more exposed? How do I broaden my view, my ability to see, experience, hear, listen, taste, touch, sense other ways of being and seeing that Alberto touched on in the opening conceptual excursion. And how do I see something as it is, particularly if I don't have access to that information, or particularly, as some of you said in the chat, you are being manipulated through disinformation, or you're being manipulated by your country or the media or our social media processes. How do I start to see through the weeds, especially as I form part of all of these systems that I'm talking about? So I'm not outside of it. I can't, as the Western European sense of knowledge likes to think of us as objective observers from the outside that can just say what's going on. Well, for me, that is not possible. We are all situated in our scenarios, and what we can do is try to broaden that to see more. So that's really my very brief explanation of how I moved and came to this area, for a deep need to, as a US American in this time, to talk about the US's role in Western Sahara. But alternatively, then I have other realities of conflict transformation, but I'll get to that a little bit later. But this gets us to the concept of perspective. So I just would love to do a little fun activity with you. And I got to move this because we cannot see it. I would like you to chat or just unmute and say, if you are brave enough to unmute and say what you see, to say what you see when you see this picture. And don't think about it. Don't overthink it. Just say or chat what you see in this picture. Hold on. There we go. A duck or a rabbit? Go.
Duck.
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 Can be both.
Both. Wonderful.
Duck.
Okay, duck. Okay, so if you look at the duck, yes, you have kind of the bill. If you look at the rabbit, it's the ears going backwards and the face and the eye going the other way. If you don't see the rabbit, it's okay. We'll put the slides up and you can try to find it later. Okay, ready for the next one? You can say it or chat it. What do you see? A young lady or an old lady?
An old
young lady.
Young.
I just need to say I heard at once, young lady, old lady at the same time, which is perfect for thinking about conflict and going back to what Alberto said about perspective and what we see, our vision, but also our values within that. So what we see then is what we will focus on. I mean, we're not, if you can't see it, the young lady, it's like a tiny nose and her chin, and the old lady has a big mouth and like kind of big hair. Don't worry if you can't see either. I'll put these on slides that you can look at later. Okay, what do you see? 3 or 4?
4.
4.
3.
3. Okay, we got them both. Okay, so if we start to pay attention to not just how we see, but what we're paying attention to, that's sort of the point of this exercise. Then we get the idea of our perspective, and hopefully we make that plural. What are our multiple perspectives? So in this picture on the left, it looks like the snail is attacking this woman sitting on a chair. But in fact, the snail is, the artist has painted it in a way, and there's the hill shape of the cement that actually you can see in the second picture that really the snail is just drawn on the ground. So if we start to just be aware of how we have been socialized, how we have been taught, even disciplined. Think about your disciplines, whether you're international relations, international studies, maybe you're humanities, artist, maybe you're conflict specifically, maybe you are something completely different like an engineer. Whatever it is that you were, think about how it disciplined you and where did it come from? And then that gives us a perspective or suggests a way to look at something. And what I would love for you to think about today is, in conflict transformation context, what if we were to shift the way we looked at something? And then what does that offer us in terms of giving us multiple contexts? So now I put on this board because I would like you to also think of your own personal story. How are you situated in conflict? Why are you here? it's very interesting to me that both Alberto and I were kind of didn't like conflict too much, but were drawn to it. And then, and of course, in relationship to peace, but then also the cultures we were around taught us aggressive ways of thinking and being and asserting maybe ourselves in the world. So if I have these different conflict transformation contexts, then does that broaden my view? And let's say I grew up in a family with pretty humble means. So I didn't travel. I don't think I was on an airplane until I was in my 20s for the first time. So let's say we can't even go, these pictures are Ecuador, my time living and working, and I put it in quotes, development in Ecuador. This is Western Sahara there. I think you can see Ari and Idam or one of them up there in the top. And then, you know, more personal work in the classroom here, but also personal work that I do with children and my sister. So when we start to think about how our lived, embodied, experiential worlds are such great, they offer us so much for thinking about our place in the world. But at the same time, it's not relativism in that everything goes. It's just actually recognizing that this diversity is what gives us such potential for conflict transformation, as Alberto said. So what I would love for you to do, I know I have short amount of time, but I'd still love for you to do it. If you've got a pen or you'd rather type on your computer or on your phone, that's fine. I would love for all of us, I will as well, answer this question. Sorry, I gotta move this because I can't see. Think of conflict in your situated, located context. When did it begin? And where does this question lead you? So when did it begin and where does this question lead you? And if you can, think in a holistic sense, your emotions, your spirit, your body, your mind, all of it. And don't stop. Don't just do a stream of consciousness. Whatever comes for 1 minute, write that down. Now, if you need an example of a conflict, I was like, this is perfect. So I'm actually involved with the indigenous community I'm located in San Francisco, California, United States. I'm involved in this process of trying to change this law school. So the name of the law school is Hastings, sorry, that should have an S on it. And Hastings, the man, is Sarah Ernest Hastings, basically orchestrated the killing of hundreds of Native Americans in the 1850s. So I'm involved in this very specific conflict about the naming of a school. But so if I say, when did this conflict start? Am I talking about in the fall when they started to talk about how to change this school? Or am I talking about the fact that there are some people that would call where I live the United States of America and other people Turtle Island? And if we think back to the conceptual framework that Alberto set up for us, colonialism, capitalism, color, creed, caste, class, country, every single one of these is involved in this specific conflict that I'm talking about. And yet, when I say, oh, we're just changing the name of a school, you don't think of those things necessarily. And ironically, today is July 4th. So it's the celebration in the United States of US independence, which is, depending on what you're looking at it, you're either permanent colonialism and settler colonialism, or you're like, oh, freedom from European power, specifically Great Britain. So now we have a very, very different context for conflict. So what I would love for you to do, again, going back to this slide, in 1 minute is to choose a conflict that you have to be personally, it can't be somebody else's conflict. It needs to be one that you are personally affected by. So the earlier example of two ethnic group people having a violent conflict, yes, you're implicated in that. It's part of your society. You're worried about it. That would be great. So a conflict that you're implicated in, and maybe it's more interpersonal, or maybe it's broader, or maybe it's societal, that is on you. You get to choose it. But for just 1 minute, try to thinking back to the time that Alberto talked to us. When did it begin? And where does this question lead you? And if you don't understand my prompt or it's confusing, that's okay. Write about a conflict that is important to you for 1 minute. Go. I will as well. Okay, that was a very short, it actually is a minute, but maybe it feels short. So if you feel brave enough, maybe just share something in the chat. We might not get the full context because we might not know specifically the conflict you're talking about, or it might need more to give you the background, but maybe just share something that came up as you were writing that you think is interesting to think about with regards to this specific conflict that you recognized. If I look at what I've written, I wrote down the word progress because I was just talking to an Indigenous person of Ramai Tushaloni in the area that I live in. And he said, why is my self-being always in the way of somebody else's progress? So why do they talk about progress and I'm just bulldozed over by this idea of progress? So I would have put progress in quotes in the chat. You might not have had a clue about why. So whatever you think you can put in that chat that is interesting with regard, or I also put down feelings of violence, terror, frustration, my own and working with the communities that are trying to write, if you can, a very dark and a very violent attempted genocide of Indigenous peoples here in the United States. So just write that in the chat as I continue, but you guys can pay attention, y'all can pay attention to the chat. So if we think about this idea from Paulo Freire, who was a Brazilian pedagogue, he talks about education as he critiques the banking method. So this idea that I'm the teacher and I fill you, the student, with information. Instead, he says, education is basically elicitive. It means the people in the room already know. They already know themselves. They already know their realities. They already have a mind, body, heart, feeling approach to whatever is going on in their communities, and as well in relationship to other communities. And so kind of throwing out this idea of the expert then, if we think about you, the conflict workers and peace workers, as the very people who are going to come up with the ways to transform conflict, and that I really truly believe in that as a teacher, but also in my work on the ground, that the most creative ideas come from the people who are experiencing it. And the problems come from the outside experts who say, you got to do it this way and in this way, because then, as Alberto described earlier, we're just repeating the story of development, colonialism, resource, mining and taking that is very colonial by nature. So at the same time, you're thinking about your own conflict that then is our conflict as humans, as intersectional, positional, ancestral, and historical. So what are your historical realities? Are there ancestral links to that? So from indigenous ontoepistemologies in the US, the ancestor and the stories of the oral histories around them are so essential. How do we position ourselves within that? Who are we? What are the realities that might create the tensions and the conflict? So one is like gender. Is there an issue between men, women, or non-binary people? Is there a reality between Black men and Black women that happens in the United States? So those intersections that we talked about earlier. So from the very kind of unique situated position of yourself to the broader systemic realities that intersect. And those might be very different than the ones that I experience in the US, although we have one thing in common, which is the US is changing. It's changing. All dying empires become more violent as they die. But the empirical power that influences the globe. And that gets us to think back to what Alberto said about the 3D kind of approach that helps us decolonize knowledge or decolonize our own ways of thinking, that it's dialectical. What are the relationships? How do we deconstruct? I do it through discourse analysis. So if I'm paying attention to how people are manipulating texts and images and what they're leaving out, what they're focusing on, Alberto gave us the example of poverty earlier, then that gives me a broader understanding of, okay, what's possibly going on. Okay, and then if we get to why the transition, earlier I said, I used to think of it as management and resolution, and why did I move away from that language to transformation? And you might be thinking, this doesn't give me answers to the problems that I have or want. I see your hand, but I'm going to ask that you ask it at the end of the, hold on to it, write it down, and then ask it at the end when we do the whole group together. You might say, well, how do we do this sort of, how do I do it? I want to know how to do it. And this is what is so interesting about, for me, what has influenced me very recently, indigenous ontoepistemologies, is it's the questions that we ask that are the important guiding ways, and that there's no one person that can tell you actually how to do it or what is the map of the road. So this idea of transformation then becomes, how do I change something that I don't want and make something that I do want to see in the world? And that is what Jean-Paul Lederach, with the reading from today, the initial reading from today, says: the capacity to imagine something rooted in the challenges of the real world, yet capable of giving birth to that which does not yet exist. And I just love this idea of a foot, where we are, what exists. So all the macro political realities that you discussed in your questions, but also the very personal, embodied, phenomenological, felt experiences of human beings, together with where do we want to go? And then that goes back to Alberto's 4 V's, because our visions are going to be different. Our values are going to be different. I always say this wrong, vicissitudes and vulnerabilities are going to be different. And we might actually, you can ask yourself, because transformation is about, as Alberto said earlier, change. And some of us thrive in change and some of us do not. Even on a personal level, we're like, oh, too much change is too hard. So you can ask yourself, are you more rigid in that, or are you open to change? How does that work? And not in a blaming way, but in just a gentle noticing of your own awareness. And so that gets us to 2 concepts: resolution, which is, if you frame it, if you look at conflict literature, it talks about, conflict has reached the worst expression and therefore has to be removed or dealt with to get rid of it, to resolve it. And our author today, Jean-Paul Lederach, he actually was working in the 1980s in Central America, and the indigenous people he was working with said to him, man, you come in with all this language and all this ways and your little papers that you have to, sign and write, and you have to go back and get funding by doing this and that. And that just makes us think that, you don't really understand what our real issues are. So we don't want to end something. We're actually trying to address it so that we can move in a different direction without repeating the same, as they talked about it, colonial continuities that re-entrench these power dynamics. So then if we move, and you can see it even in the picture here of the rock, it's like solve it, fix it, to a wave, this movement to what is transformation. And you can disagree, you don't have to agree with this at all. You could be like, no way, but ask yourself why. But he will argue that conflict is a part of life. It comes from a starting point that conflict is a part of our lives. This orientation asks what needs to change because it's taking away instead of nurturing life. It also looks at conflict as normal in human relationships, as a motor of change, as a way to make change happen, but also as a way to ask ourselves, what change are we looking for? Can we actually articulate it? And then are we able to think of the creative ways to transform that, knowing that always in that transformation, new problems might arise, a great example in the United States, it's a very structural one, was when they finally ruled that separate but equal was unconstitutional. If you don't know US history, it means that in the South, they segregated white and black, and they made that legal. So as long as it was separate and equal, it was okay. Well, they throw that out, Brown versus Board of Education, and they say, no, you have to integrate all schools. You can't have these separate racialized school settings. Well, when they did that, they actually eliminated 60,000 jobs by African-American teachers in that decision. They kept all the white teachers and they eliminated 60,000 Black teacher positions, who, by the way, believed in their students, wanted them to thrive, and did not believe in the racial caste system that the US still has today. So now we're thinking, what we want to end something that we don't want, but we did not foresee a new problem that might arise. So this idea of transformation is that it's constant. It's going to be one wave after the next of how we address human realities in a contextual place. Okay, now I'm running out of time. Now, from there, I want to deepen it and make it even deeper. And as Alberto says, you're going to have Indigenous scholars tomorrow. But for me, why, as a non-Indigenous person, why does this new theory relationship, like it's actually called by Makere Stewart Harawira, Indigenous ontoepistemology, so Indigenous ways of being and knowing. Why is that important for conflict transformation? Because I want to ask you, how do you know and how do you make meaning? And I'm using Gregory Cajete. This is we put a annotated bibliography for you on the online classroom. Sorry, the fireworks are starting to go off here. So if you hear that, I apologize. It's not guns. And he starts to ask us, what is native science and how can it help the tragic breakdown of our planet? He's really specifically talking about survival of the planet due to human lack or kind of raping and taking from it. How do we address that? And he asks us to think about knowing as deeply connected to our experience and our aspects of being and existing. And that requires, oh, I'm sorry, that's off the charts there. Mind, body, heart, that's supposed to say spirit. So I'll correct that when I upload it. And he asks us to think about knowing as holistic, learning. So when you ask the question, how do we fix this? You know, Cajete's response to you would probably be, listen, remember, take time to sit. And what is your intellectual knowing? What does your mind say? What is your somatic knowing? What does your body say? What is your affective feeling knowing? What does your heart say? And what is your spirit intuitive gut knowing? That could be religious or secular, some kind of spiritual reality that you understand in this world. What kind of knowing is that? And so if we take Alberto Gomez's construction of the Seven Seas, Tyranny of the Seven Seas, Makere Stewart Harawira's understanding of Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and my dear friend Jonathan Cordero's approach to conflict. I mean, he's really in the thick of it with Indigenous rights here, specifically where I'm living. It's asking you to approach, even if you're not Indigenous, how to think about the world in a way that is not a Cartesian, which is very Western European and US influence, the split of mind and body. I think, therefore I am, because I can rationalize everything. I can universalize everything. They're asking you to say no to that. They're asking you to understand. And what I love about Cajete is he talks about the importance of place, the knowing place, but not in the sense that I would know living in San Francisco. Knowing place as in knowing the earth, knowing all that is imbued with spirit in that place, from the rocks to the trees, to the mountains, to the waters. What is that? That deeper knowing of our lived existence. And from there, they would argue, even though sometimes in the literature I'm reading from Indigenous peoples, they will say resolution. It's not the same way that we understand resolve, fix, stop it, get rid of it. It's actually holistic. It means that it includes this whole understanding of the human spirit and body. It's elicitive, again, going back to, we have the power, we are empowered to make the changes and be actional with it. Doesn't have to come from an expert knowledge person from the outside. It is by nature relational and therefore transformative. And so deeper even than the dialectical Marxist understanding of, the dialectic that Alberto talked to us about earlier, he talks about it as this relational reality. So how then do we have this deep relationship with all around us, that then that deep relationship actually helps us have interesting and constructive answers for some of the problems that we face. And by answers, it means to transform those things. One very specific thing here in California, I don't know if you're familiar, but we now have something called fire season, very similar to Alberto. So we are in such extreme conditions of drought that we just, every once in a while have these fires that come up. And now they're using indigenous knowledges, because before the Europeans arrived and colonized what is now known as the United States, or in other people's eyes, Turtle Island, they would always burn. The indigenous peoples would burn the areas because they knew about wildfires and why they happen. So they're controlled burns to keep that from happening. And then also the water techniques, because they have a deep connection to water and place. And then again, the storytelling and the ancestry, and also Alberto can talk about this if you read the text that we gave from him about, the importance of place and what it tells us, the stories it tells us. And so going back to the original thing that we talked about of deep listening, how do we start to really deeply listen to the world around us that then leads the way for conflict transformation? And that is a very different, very, very different model than a prescriptive Western one that says, here's the problem, this is how you solve it, and this is how you fix it. And that's why sometimes when I'm discussing this with students here in the US, they get really frustrated with me and they're like, yeah, but Jenny, what's the answer? And I'm like, I don't know. What question are you asking? What people are you talking to? What are the people saying about that problem? How have they addressed it? I don't see myself as an academic that says, oh, do this and this is how it's going to fix it. And I'm more of an activist, so I want, the change. So when we think then, sorry, I'm going to quickly close out, apologize for going over, this deep radical interconnectedness that is imparted to us through indigenous ontoepistemologies, ways of being and knowing, then we can come to what Alberto began with as I am from Africa. So Mitakakuye Oyasin, Lakota, from the Lakota people of North America, we are one. Or the Ubuntu from the continent of Africa, I am because we are, and because we are, you are. The spirit of Ubuntu, that profound sense that we are human only through the humanity of other human beings, is not a parochial phenomenon, but has added globally to our common search for a better world. Only then, once we've done this deep dive into the world as it is, this truth telling, can we then seek and want this we are one, but in our diversity, in the multiple ways that we see we can live and exist on this planet. And then I will just end with it. It really becomes an art of conflict transformation. So how do you tap into the artistry of the different conflicts that you're talking about? Even if the UN is going to veto the vote, the top 5, even if you see the United States coming in and just taking its interest and then sucking something away, what on the grassroots level, how are people responding to these conflicts? And they, it takes time, and sometimes we have 20 steps backwards. So I just want to read this from Audre Lorde. Poetry is not a luxury. It is a vital necessity of our existence. It forms the quality of the light within which we predicate our hopes and dreams towards survival and change, first made into language, then into idea, then into more tangible action. So it's frustrating because I'm not telling you, hey, these are the ways. Other people will have very specific toolbox, but we're talking conceptually, philosophically here. And then I will just read one of my favorite poems of all time by Langston Hughes that is called Harlem. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? And for me, even though this is full of like sadness and despair because of the racial reality in the United States specifically, there's also this, that we get to the point of explosion. And I hope in a revolutionary radical sense, it's nonviolent, but we always get to the moment of when our dreams are deferred, when we are not allowed to live fully as human, an interconnected web of humanity, what happens? And as conflict workers and peace workers, how then do we creatively think about these complex realities? So That leads us back to perspectives when you were yelling out things in the Sahrawi refugee camps in Tindouf, Algeria. I had never seen, I live in a very mountainous range, so I had never seen the moon rise and set that you can see in the desert. This is actually the sun, but I will never forget the moment I saw the moon rise and set and what that did to my own understanding, perspectives on the world and the planet I live. And then this is just the last little picture of me on a sand dune that I hope we start to think about what allows us to transform the very difficult, and we can all agree, pressing issues of our time that are really ultimately about survival. So of this human species. And so that sort of connects the conceptual understanding conflict with conflict transformation. And I will call it to an end and pass it over to my colleague. Apologize for going over, and then we'll let you have the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jenny. As usual, you continue to mesmerize us with your knowledge and your understanding of the world. Can you hear me? Okay. All right.
Yes.
We are way over time, so I've been texting the next presenters and then keep postponing them even more. So we have sorry, we don't have time for any sort of my deepest apologies. We don't have any time for any more discussion. So what we'll do, just say very much, how appreciative I am, Jenny, for your wonderful presentation. And we'll just move on to Mas Anam. Are you there?
Sure, I'm here,
Namdi.
Pak
Yeah.
Alberto.
Okay.
Namdi.
My sincere apologies for keeping you waiting for your presentation.
Okay.
Would you like to go on now?
Sure, I will not colonizing the time as a matter of considering the time. But
Yeah, we just yeah.
okay. Oh, you mute the microphone, Pak Alberto.
Oh, sorry. I
okay.
just want to apologize to all of you and the participants. We have gone way over the time, and I don't want to take any more time from Mas Anam Saiful, who are meeting for the first time. So it's a pleasure to meet you, and I'll give you the time now to present.
Thank you, Pak Alberto. I'm so happy to be invited here for the first time. So my name is Saiful Anam, but you can just call me Anam. Yeah, maybe considering the time for that, so I would just share. I just want to share a short presentation, and it's still related to former presentation, previous presentation that has been explained by Pak Alberto and by Jenny. Yeah. So I actually and initially will be paired with Mas Idam, one of the committee here, so the secretary of the International Conference. But as a matter of fact, because he got sick, so I would be solo player here. Well, it's quite interesting enough when I heard about the conceptual excursion explained by Alberto and by Jenny before, and particularly about recognizing knowledge, also about the idea or the knowledge of orang asli or indigenous people, on how we try to sieve our knowledge, try to digging the knowledge from other sources, which full of local wisdom and also full of full of best lesson learned on how to maintain peace condition and preventing violent conflict. I actually want to share with you about the video, short video actually, but the committee said to me that because I only have short time, so video probably has been posted in my class platform, so you can check in the my class platform. The video is actually about Lombok Island. Yeah. Greeting from Lombok Island.
Sorry, Mas Anam, can you
Yeah.
speak a bit loudly because the
Oh, okay.
participants? Yeah.
Everyone can
Thank you.
hear my voice?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Ah, okay. It's still better. Everyone can hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
perhaps a bit
Yeah.
louder. Is that
Okay. Can I share my PowerPoint?
Yes, in a moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
We'll
So,
let you share the.
Okay. So this presentation is actually my ongoing research with my Idam, friend of mine. We've been friends from since my graduate study, my undergraduate study in University of Muhammadiyah Jakarta, and then I depart my idea about this research from everyone can see the PowerPoint. So this book was written by scholars from Indonesia, from Gadjah Mada University. He was a researcher in peace and security institution in Gadjah Mada University, Samsuri Rizal Panggabean. In short, this book tell us about the ethno-religious conflict in Indonesia, particularly about the case studies in Solo and Jogja, and also Manado and Poso in Sulawesi. In short, the researcher asked about why conflict happened in certain area in post 1998 of the fall of the Suharto regime. Meanwhile, on the other area, which have a similar variable with those certain cities or town, did not have violent conflicts. So they try to compare between several cities in Indonesia, why violent conflict happened in certain city and why several conflict did not happen at the same time, in which they have similar variables, they have commonalities in terms of demography and also ethno-religious diversity. So departing from that thought, I try to shift the case studies to the Lombok Island, in which I've been living here for about 8 to 9 years, because I'm working in University of Mataram, Department of International Relations. I'm teaching peace and conflict resolution, human rights, and other related courses. Before that, I finished my study in University of Queensland in the field of peace and conflict resolution. So I would like to share to you our ongoing research. So it has not been finished yet. So it's about violent conflict and local wisdom in the island of Thousand Mosques or Lombok Island. Probably some of you have been visiting Lombok, and probably some of you have not visited Lombok. Yeah, that's why initially I want to share the video about Lombok Island, but because of the time, the committee do not permit me to share the video. Okay. So this island, Lombok Island, next to Bali Island, very close to Bali Island. If you get the airplane, it's just a half an hour from Bali to Lombok. Yeah. So some people said that it's the next Bali of Indonesia. Yeah. It's called as a island of 1,000 mosques because every corner of the island you can find mosques, as majority of the population in Lombok is Muslim. Yeah. So you can check here next to the Bali, there's a Lombok Island. So here I've been living here, doing my research and also teaching the student in university about peace and conflict resolution in general. So yeah, this is some of pictures of the beautiful of the sea of the island, and that's why people always compare between Bali and Lombok. There's a beautiful beaches there, and also the waterfall and the mountain. Very popular mountain. That there are so many visitors came to this mountain, Rinjani Mountain. So if we can see after the fall of the Suharto regime in the late of 1998, it was followed by a series of violent and ethno-religious conflict in several parts of Indonesia. For example, as probably you have read about conflict of Ambon, Moluccas, the conflict between Christian and Muslim population there, and also about anti-Chinese riots in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, Solo, and other part of Indonesia, Madura, Sampit, and Kalimantan, Poso, Sulawesi, and also Ahmadiyya sectarian group in Lombok Island. In my first master degree in Gajah Mada University, I undertaken research about the Ahmadiyya community in Lombok. Probably some of you from Pakistan or India quite familiar with this kind of sectarian group in which a majority of Sunni Islam claim that Ahmadiyya is a deviant group. Theologically, they are deviant. So they've been marginalized. They've been persecuted by the Muslim majority, including happened in Lombok in post 1998 until recently. I did my research thesis about the Ahmadiyya community, in which in post 1998 until recently they still marginalized here. They've become internally displaced persons. They have been not returned to their home in some part of Lombok Island. So this problem still happened until recently. Administratively, Lombok Island consists of 4 regencies. So if you can see the orange of the cursor, I put the cursor in the orange color. It's Eastern Lombok, and the yellow one in the middle is the Central Lombok. Central Lombok, in the southern part of the Central Lombok, we can find Mandalika, the place where MotoGP done several months ago. And also in the north, we have a North Lombok. In the west, we have the Western Lombok, the green one. And the little yellow one is the Mataram, capital city. So I'm here in the capital city of Mataram. So if you can see the 3 little islands, it's very popular. It's Gili Trawangan, Gili Menu, and Gili Air. Yeah, very popular international and local domestic tourists in here. So this is the depiction of the Lombok Island. Majority of the population is Muslim. So it's more than 95% of the Muslims for the population, and the rest are there are Hindu, Buddhist, Christian, and Catholic. So if from our research that's still ongoing, there are so many conflicts. Typically, ethno-religious conflict happen in the Eastern Lombok and also in Central Lombok, Western Lombok. The conflict consisting about between internal Muslim and Muslim group, and also about the between Muslim and Christian. So it's basically ethno-religious conflict. So it happened between post 1998 until recently. The most populous area is the Eastern Lombok. So there is an increasing number of conflict between the 2006 until recently, particularly about the political issues, economic issue of economic development, the investment that came to Lombok, that they try to investing their money for the tourism, because the Lombok plan to be the next Bali. So there's so many investment came here, and the social structure and cultural structure structuring by this kind of foreign investment, because people, the way people thought about the cultural aspect, social aspect, the local wisdom aspect has been destructed by this kind of capitalized investment of development, particularly in the southern part of Lombok. But interestingly, from the empirical fact that we are trying to collect, there is one place in the North Lombok, or Indonesia is Kabupaten Lombok Utara, or North Lombok, north part of Lombok Island. This area is quite diverse in terms of ethno-religious population compared with the Eastern Lombok, Central Lombok, and Western Lombok. If Eastern Lombok and Central Lombok dominated by Muslim population, which more than 96%. The North Lombok remain dominated by the Muslim, is above 90%, but they have Hindu and Buddhist population there. And they live harmoniously, in peaceful coexistently, and there is no any violent communal conflict happen there. If we try to compare demographically, the Eastern and Middle and Western Lombok quite homogeneous. It's more than 96% dominated by Muslim population, while in the north part of the Lombok, they live coexistently with their counterpart Hindu and Buddhist. And that's why we ask why in some part of Lombok, which is Eastern Lombok, Central Lombok, and Western Lombok, they've been involving with some kind of violent conflict, while in the Northern Lombok, they live in coexistently, they live harmoniously, and they consist of diverse ethnicity and religious population. Here between the Muslim, Hindu, and Buddhist. We try to collect some data, has not been finished yet. I would say that North Lombok is the land of peace. We try to see from the historical background of Mempolong Merenteng, this indigenous language, Sasakmis language. They have the culture or the local wisdom said Mempolong Merenteng. Mempolong Merenteng means that their elder people, their ancestor, at the first time in North Lombok, they tried to make like kinship ties between the Muslim population, the Hinduist population, the Buddhist population. And I would say that it's more than something like we said as tolerance. It's a ties of brotherhood. They tied the Muslim, the Hindus, and the Buddhists, and they see each other as a family. So this kind of level of tolerance is quite advanced. They never see the people in North Lombok as different people, as the others, because of they have different religions, but they see each other as a brother and sister. Once upon a time, when I asked my student that came from North Lombok, I tried to clarify and confirm whether or not this kind of local wisdom is true because at the first time I read the journal article and books that tells about the history of North Lombok people, so that I try to confirm to several students that came from North Lombok, and they said that um, it was true that they see each other, the Muslim, the Hindu, the Buddhist, as a brother and sister. So this kind of perspective quite different when I ask people, the Muslim people and Hindu or Buddhist in different part of Lombok, like the capital of Mataram or the central Lombok, which in which they have negative perspective or stereotyping regarding the Hindu or Buddhist people. So that's kind of Mempolong Merenteng become a local wisdom that try to keep the ties between those diverse religious population between Muslim, Hindu, and Buddhist. And the second one, we found about the togetherness in rebuilding places of worship. So the people or the population in the North Lombok Island, be they Muslim or Hindu or Buddhist, they have a togetherness to rebuilding or building places of worship. For example, mosque or pura for the Hindu, Asia, or vihara for the Buddhist. For example, after the Lombok earthquake in the late of 2018, there are many mosques that had been destructed by this kind of earthquake. So the biggest mosque in the North Lombok that called as Jamiah Muslimin. So the people from Muslim and Hindu and Buddhist, they work together to rebuild the mosque in the North Lombok. Those kind of example also happen when the Muslim and Buddhist work together to building the vihara or the Buddhist one. The Buddhist people there called as Tebangu community. It's a indigenous local Buddhist community. They call as Tebangu community. The next one is a togetherness in celebrating religious holidays. So in North Lombok, in which you cannot find this kind of celebrating religious holidays in other part of Lombok. Between the Muslim, the Hindu, the Buddhist, they visiting each other when Eid al-Fitri, the Hindu and the Buddhist came to their family or friends from the Muslim, and when the other religious holidays conducted by Hindus and Buddhists, also they visited each other. And there are also very interesting annual celebration or annual festival called as Bangsal Menggawi. Yeah. Bangsal Menggawi is an annual festival that always conducted by the youth community in North Lombok. The youth community called as Yayasan Pasir Putih or White Sand Foundation, if I translate literally to English. Yeah, White Sand Foundation or Yayasan Pasir Putih. So this annual Bangsal Menggawi about the festival, the dance festival. So the dance festival, it's performance by the children from different religions in North Lombok, Muslim, Hindu, and Buddhist. So they perform certain dance which adapt from the gesture of worship from those three religions. So it's created by the people of North Lombok, adapted from the gesture of worship from the three religions, Hindu, Muslim, and Buddhist. And it's performed in this annual festival in every February in every year. So it's quite interesting. You can check it in YouTube by typing Bangsal Menggawi. So you can see it's quite interesting. The children of the three different religions together performing this festival dance. And the last finding that I can share is about eco-youth community. Because of the North Lombok very well now about their tourism, the beautiful beaches, uh, the three small islands that I said before, the Gili Trawangan, Gili Menu, and Gili Air. Because of the effect of the tourism that came to the North Lombok, it created the waste problem. So the waste problem is quite dangerous to the area of North Lombok. So the youth community there try to make activities and agenda in which they try to clean the beaches, clean the forest, and like the festival of mural, they create festival of mural that try to aware people about the danger of the waste problem because of the international and local domestic tourists that came to the North Lombok and many other agenda and activities created by this eco youth community. So those kind of findings reflect that the people in the North Lombok, they have local wisdom, they have awareness that their community should always maintain the condition of peace in their area. No matter what happen, like political problem, economic problem, so they have prevent any other threat from the area through this local wisdom. And this local wisdom maintained until recently, which this kind of local wisdom quite different compared to the other areas, Eastern Lombok or Central Lombok, and also the Western Lombok. So I think that's all I can share about our ongoing research. So we're still doing the research, try to find and collecting other variable, what kind of peace that has been maintaining the peace condition in North Lombok, and why other part of Lombok cannot copy those kind of local wisdom. I think that's all that I can share. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak Mas Anam. Very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. Now we have to move on. You're welcome to stay on, Mas Anam. We'll take a five-minute break now, and we'll resume at, what's the time now in Indonesia?
It's 11:42 now.
Okay, so we'll resume at about 11:45.
So it's in about 3 minutes we'll resume. Correct?
Yeah,
All
in
right.
about 3 minutes.
Very well.
Yeah, oh, 5 minutes, yeah. I think Dr. Michalis would have joined us by now. Yeah, so thank you so much, Mas Anam. I just wanted to ask you, are you familiar with Lena Albanio's work in Lombok?
Pardon?
Lena Albanio's. I will contact you privately and send you the details.
Okay. Have you ever visited Lombok, Pak Alberto?
No, I hope to do so one day.
Yeah, you have to.
There is so much. There's so many places in Indonesia I would like to visit.
Yeah, there's
but
so many, interesting parts of
yeah,
Lombok
I know.
that you can
It's-
do research, anthropology, or culture.
Yes.
In Lombok.
I've been to a number of places in Java. I don't think I've ever been anywhere in Sumatra. I've been to Balikpapan, Samarinda. Yeah. So lots of Indonesia to go to.
Too wide, well,
Hmm?
too many places to see.
Yeah, I know. But Yogyakarta is still my favorite.
Okay, thank you, Vanam, for your sharing today.
Yeah, especially Maliboro. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. And Zetabel, Zes, how are you? Okay. Mas Ari is
Yeah, yes.
yeah. Is Mikalas there? Has he joined us?
I'm trying to. Hello?
Okay, all right.
I don't have a visual
You don't have a visual?
of myself anyway, but doesn't matter.
Oh, how come?
I don't know what you're seeing, that's all.
We are seeing nothing.
You see nothing?
Someone asked me whether the pink Lombok is really true. Lombok? Yes, it's pink. The sand is pink.
Can you, Mikalas, can you turn on your, you can't turn on, is it? Have you got problems with the video?
I don't. You can hear me,
Yes, we can hear you,
but you
all we
can't see me. Is that correct?
Yeah. Dr. Pak Mikalis, I think I have the same kind of computer with you, or the same button in my computer. There should be a button to turn on your camera on top of the keyboard. In mine, it's in the at the very top of the button list.
Okay, let me try it now.
And there is
Oh, that's better.
okay, that's cool.
Okay. It's like discovering light. Hello, Albert?
Yeah, I can see you, Prof.
Okay. I can't hear Albert though.
He is muted.
Is he? Oh, Now, my understanding is this was going to be a conversation between myself and Albert. So we're going to need him to come back on. And it's not happening. Now, let me try and ring him then. Sorry about this.
Yeah, I'll.
Now, any luck getting Professor Gomez back online? Hello? No.
Hello, Prof. I think we need to wait a little bit. Prof. Gomez is maybe
Yes,
yeah,
because
going the toilet or something.
okay. All right. We'll wait then. And how's it been going so far? Busy day?
Busy day as always, Prof. It's nice to see you again on this ICCTP 2022, Prof.
Good, good.
Okay,
You're
we
back?
can. Yes, sorry, I just went down to make myself a cup of tea.
Well,
As you can hear from my voice, I'm not 100% well.
yes, yes, yes. Well, join the club.
Okay, is everybody ready
Yeah.
to first to go? Yeah, Mas
Mhm.
Ari, boss, can we go on?
Yeah, we're gone. Prof.
Okay, all right. It gives me great deal of pleasure to invite a very close friend of mine, Michaelis Michael, Dr. Michael, who is someone I've known for quite a number of years, and he is, in fact, the expert on dialogue. At the moment, he's writing a book entitled "The Art and Craft of Dialogue," which is this is a source of conflict, I should say, because I was supposed to write this book with him, and we signed the contract, and then I bailed out. And the reason I bailed out is because I realized that Michaelis knows so much about dialogue that he himself can write it on his own. So that's the reason. And I have a PowerPoint. I think it's yours, right? Do you want me to use a PowerPoint?
Yes, we'll use the PowerPoint, but let me explain to our
Yeah.
colleagues and our friends here about this might seem a bit odd, or I don't know if unaccustomed to thus far. This is not a straightforward teaching method. We're trying to emulate our subject matter, dialogue, into the format. At least a conversation between myself and Albert at first stage, and then we'll bring in, hopefully you will come in a second tier in what we call Socratic circles. That is, there's a first circle between me and Albert, a dialogue, and then we expand that circle or reverse it, or turn it inside out, where you become the dialogue participants in addition to us. Now, this might not work given the restrictions of distance and technology, but we'll give it a go.
Okay, shall I start the screen now?
Start the screen and start the questions.
Screen, brother. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll go with
now we'll start with that. What is dialogue? Dialogue is one of those concepts or phenomena that is very elusive. It's ambiguous, and the ambiguity is a deliberate construct. It's both fluid and creative in its ambiguity. Whenever people used to ask me, whenever I used to tell people that I worked for a Center for Dialogue, of which Albert was director, immediately the question that followed was, and what is dialogue? And I hesitated. My hesitation was not just to buy time in search of a witty and smart and impressive answer, but it forced me to question what is dialogue. That itself is part of the dialogical query, to question even the most fundamental and the most reassured beliefs, ideas, principles, ideologies. If I have to pin one or two key elements of what is dialogue, questioning will be one of them. The other is the search for truth. Now, a truth that has a moral premise. Back in 1989, a Yale constitutional law professor by the name of Bruce Ackerman pinned a journal article in the same title, What is Dialogue? Now, this is 1989. The beginning of the end of the Cold War. Bush Senior gets elected as president. And although Ackerman equated dialogue with talking, his central philosophical question is, how can dialogue play a role in the life of a morally reflective person? So ethics is at the cornerstone of dialogue. Now, dialogue is a compound Greek word, dia, which means, it doesn't mean two, it means through, and logos, which logos means word, it also means wisdom, it also means truth. So through something to reach truth, through the word. Now, I say that because through brings into the equation another fundamental component of dialogue, and that is the other. It's very important, the other. And we will define and question and reflect on the other. The other, and a series of philosophers of dialogue, dating back to Plato, will state that without the other, not only we can't have dialogue, we can't even have an identity of our own. The way that we think of others and others think of us is imperative to identity in our existence, and the very search for understanding and truth in this world. So dialogue, of course, has another, should not be confused with other forms of conversation or discourse, including dialectic, of course, which is very much different. And even though they have a similar sounding, dialogue and dialectic, it's very important that we distinguish between the two. And the distinction is that dialectic is a confrontational, it's a conflict exercise. You have a thesis, a position, if you like, and you have an antithesis, the opposite, whatever that thesis is, and they clash. Now, the theory is that what emerges is a synthesis, but there's still a conflictual relationship, whereupon dialogue doesn't have that conflictual relationship. It searches understanding, and it's understanding and realization and collaboration. Together, we will search for the truth. Albert? Now, why dialogue? A very good question. I've been reading this book of late. I don't know if you can see it. Here it is. It's a book by Justin Smith, who's an academic in Paris, a philosophy scholar. The book is called The Internet is Not What You Think It Is, a history of philosophy, a warning. Now, Smith elaborates on what he calls the crisis of attention. attention is imperative in dialogue. I don't know what you've. I know that there were other presentations on conflict and conflict transformation. I presume that active listening would have been brought up. That is actually listening to the other in conversation. To actively listen in conversation and in dialogue, you need to pay attention. The point made by Smith and others is that in this internet everywhere era, with social media, the internet, the smart devices, the phones, this contraption that I'm using now to communicate with you, or at least talk to you, our attention span cognitively has been compromised. Now, some of us belong to that hybrid generation where we remember a time before the internet everywhere, and therefore we are capable of drawing a comparison. And of course, the internet has its good and its bad. But Smith and others claim that we are running the risk that cognitively we will have a very short attention span and therefore not be in tune for the laborious attention required when engaging in dialogue. And we can see that attention deficit throughout a lot of instances and places, from what I claim to be the polarization of political discourse, that politics now is conducted with absolutes and with vigor, and the element of civility in the political and public discourse is ever eroding. We don't give people, let alone our opponents, whoever our opponents may be, the benefit of the doubt. So if ever there was a need for dialogue, this is it. Leaving aside, of course, the growing tension globally in terms of conflicts, whether the Ukraine, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, you take your pick. The era of dialogue of civilizations which followed 9/11, and I would say, without being able to pinpoint it chronologically, that in the last 4 or 5 days, definitely since 2009, I think 2009 was the year when smartphones were introduced, and therefore we have the internet in this little device. I would say that from 2000 and now, the dialogue of civilization, a brave attempt at countering the clash of civilizations, and I was just rereading Huntington's thesis again. I would say that we are now entering another phase of polarization and the politics of hate and the politics of absolutism. So if ever there was a need for dialogue, it is definitely now, with the problems of our planet, of our species, of our humanity. Now, Albert, any questions from you? Albert, you better unmute. Now,
No questions, sorry.
no questions, but there is a bubble, a thought, and it's people can see it. Of course, this is framed as a question: if dialogue is possible in the age of cyberspace, cognitive offloading, digital distractions, and an internet everywhere world. And I would like people to, at some point, if not now, buy into this question. But before we do that, let's continue. Let's continue our. Okay, and here's Charles Taylor. Now, I don't know how many people know Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor is a philosopher. Oh, you're going back. Let's go back to Taylor. Okay. Now, we spoke at Charles Taylor, big philosopher on multiculturalism. Multiculturalism, and as you can see from his quote here, that we define our identity always in dialogue with, sometimes in struggle against the things our significant others want to see in us. Now, how others see us, how others think of us, and how we think of others is imperative to our identity. Even when they have gone, this others, the echo of the others, still follow us. They're still there. And sometimes these voices, these echoes, if you like, intergenerationally will follow us, and especially throughout history, through culture, whether we can frame it in relationships between big groups, and we'll come to groups because groups are very important in dialogue and in conflict resolution and transformation. But the echo of the other will follow us, even intergenerationally. One has only to point to the colonial echoes, if you like, to use something that I know that Albert's very interested in, how they carry through even decades and centuries later to their modern incarnation in whatever modernity we find ourselves. Now, I wanted to touch now on another building block of dialogue, and that is groups and groupisms. Now, dialogues can occur, of course, internally. We do have internal dialogues that are imperative. We also have interpersonal dialogues, that is dialogues between two people. And beyond that, then we have various stages of group dialogues. There could be small groups, big groups. After all, a culture, a cultural group, a civilization, a religious group, they are groups. They're all groups. The question of size is important, and I hope that we get to have some questions on the practical implementation, if you like, or exercise of dialogue. Because the question of whether a dialogue, you can have a dialogue amongst 100 people, is effective as a dialogue between 10 people or 20 people. Now, these are logistical restrictions that affect and define the dialogue. So groups are very important, and we should remember that. Now, you want to proceed, Albert, with the next one? Now, one of the big questions and big headaches, matter of fact, that I've been having in writing the book, The Art and Craft of Dialogue, is to distinguish the difference between conflict resolution and dialogue. Of course, conflict resolution, I'm using this as a tag, as we say, conflict resolution. I also include the various other conflict manifestations, with conflict transformation, which is probably, or at least it's a more appropriate or more acceptable describer for me, as we believe that conflicts can't really be resolved, they can be transformed. And an element of conflict, of course, is always there, and conflicts do not necessarily have to be viewed as a negative. Conflicts, as we understand them, of course, or as it's presented is seen as a negative, but conflict is a part of human discourse and even natural discourse. So conflict transformation, a difference between conflict resolution and dialogue. There are similarities and there are differences. Unlike conflict resolution has a teleological mission. That is, that it has a purpose, it has an end, to reach a delos, which is a Greek word for the end, to reach a conclusion, to reach an outcome. Dialogue, on the other hand, does not have that, or at least it's not its principal mission to reach a conclusion, to reach a result. It is not a problem-solving discourse like conflict resolution is. And therefore, this is one of the key distinctions between dialogue and conflict resolution. Let's use one of the modern Greek philosophers, Papanoutsos, Evangelos, who said that in dialogue we enter not to save our ideas, we enter dialogue to save or serve the truth. So from that clarification, from that definition, we draw a distinction that dialogue, although it is about ideas, it is not the sanctity of the idea is not what is at stake, but reaching the truth. Whether dialogue is a method, a process, or whether it's a philosophy is something that I'm grappling with now with my book, Art and Craft of Dialogue. Of course, dialogue comes from various disciplines. There's dialogue in philosophy, there's dialogue in literary studies, there's dialogue in theology, there's dialogue in, it's been injected into the conflict resolution and peacemaking discourse in the last, I would say, since at least the 1960s or 1950s. And the history of conflict resolution, of course, would have been at some point in this course touched upon. Having said that, dialogue, of course, has been used within the conflict resolution school. It's been used primarily to go to the underlying causes of conflict, to explore what is it that what are the sources of the conflict, and especially its psychological renditions. That is the way we feel, or we come to feel about each other, whether we classify them as groups or individuals. And there is a sustainability in dialogue. Dialogue cannot be turned on and turned off quickly. There needs to be, it is a long process that requires a commitment and a staying power. In a way, it's a way of life and a way of communication. Now, I'm going to finally just throw another dilemma that I've been grappling with, again, in the process of the book. And as you can see, I'm having a dialogue with the book. And I don't say that flippantly. It's a dialogue that forces me to reflect, question, and come back to whatever propositions I have about dialogue. And that itself is a dialogue. One of the main challenges has been whether we can have a dialogue with other species, but also with innate objects. And I know that in Zen Buddhism, it calls for a dialogue with a rock or a dialogue with a tree. Is that possible, to have a dialogue with innate objects? In my spare time, I like to do bricklaying. little walls with bricks and mortar. And I find that when I'm doing, each time I'm doing it, I have an inner knowledge of the culture, of the texture, of the material itself, a knowledge that I didn't have when I first started. And as I keep doing, whether it's gardening or whether it's bricklaying or whether, it doesn't matter what it is, you acquire an inner knowledge and wisdom from that association. And I believe that's a relationship. That's a dialogue. Now, the big question is, can dialogue be had without the human element in the middle? Can there be a dialogue outside of Homo sapiens? And that's a question mark. I don't have the answer. Now, Albert? Now, one of the criticisms about dialogue is that, while everybody uses dialogue, and it fascinates me that if you just do a Google search on media, how many times the word dialogue appears. And always it appears as something good, something even progressive. But at the end of the day, the criticism is that, can it really resolve tension and conflicts? As I said at the beginning, dialogue is not a problem-solving discourse. It is a discourse of understanding, and it's a discourse of understanding that requires a lifetime commitment. It's a state of mind, and it's a state of communicative mind. Without that, of course, its value cannot be appreciated. I believe that on the smaller the scale of the agency of dialogue, the bigger the benefits. It's when we try and conduct dialogues on a grand and larger scale that we run into problems. And the problem we run into is because the immediacy of the relationship and the communication is eroded. It's harder to have a personal or close relationship amongst 10,000 people than it is between 10 people. It's very much about a relationship building. Having said that, I don't dismiss that dialogue cannot assist with conflicts. Other occurrences, other factors need to be in place. And change, of course, and continuity is a big paradigm element in the course of the culture of a conflict. Next, Albert, I think there's another one or two. Okay. Oh, this, of course, is a question that refines the normative ability of dialogue in the real world, its political performance. There were experiments about grand dialogues. I mentioned the dialogue of civilizations. The other was the alliance of civilizations. Unfortunately, the latter and the first, they were driven by agencies, by politicians, mostly by the nation state. They had the nations. There was a nation-centric component about it, and that in itself, from the outset, defeated the very capacity of dialogue to have the flexibility and the freedom that nation states and politicians don't have. After all, politics is not only the art of compromise, but it's also about negotiation, and it's about coalitions and alliances. Khatami himself, who not only coined but gave origins to the alliance, to the Dialogue of Civilizations in 2001, to the extent that the United Nations designated 2001, ironically, as year of the Dialogue of Civilization. I say ironically because only a few months after they designated it, we had 9/11, of course, Huntington's self-fulfilling prophecy of clash of civilizations. But Khatami said that for dialogue to be effective on a grand scale, it has to be taken away from politicians and be given to the scholars, the philosophers, the poets, if you like. It's in that domain that dialogue will flourish, and it flourishes because intellectuals, artists have a freedom, a free spirit of questioning and not accepting and searching. And they are dissidents in a sense, and without dissidents, you don't have critical thinking and creativity and dialogue. So I would say that if we had to do a survey of the implementation of dialogue, leaving aside misconceptions and confusing dialogue with other forms of peacemaking and conflict resolution, at least on an international scale, that is between nations and between states, it's been a mixed bag. We at the Center for Dialogue, we as a third party instigated what we called international dialogues. Essentially, there were dialogues between Australia and countries and societies, and more the emphasis on societies rather than states and countries, with countries or with societies that were important for one reason or another to Australia and Australian society. That sort of intervention, I think, were successful or were beneficial or enlightened. It's when we enter into the area of policy making policy by governments, by institutions, that that we see a different outcome. What some of the insights that we gain, some of the relationships, some of the contacts proved at the time of value. Unfortunately, international events can change a relationship, as we saw between Australia and China, for example. A very classic example of how a relationship, a political relationship, an international relationship can alter the whole discourse between the two societies. And that affects, of course, a dialogue which is vulnerable to these external interferences. Albert. Well, these are your slides, really, more than mine.
You can stop there, I suppose. There are a number of questions
Well,
on
good.
the chats. Let me get onto the Gail from the Philippines asked a question. If a dialogue does not result to a resolution of a conflict, would you consider that dialogue as a failure?
Oh, no. I don't consider it a failure. Of course, terms like success and failure themselves, I'm coming not to accept this sort of duality. You know, it's either one or the other. It's either black or white. It's either success or failure. It's either positive or negative. It depends on the dialogue itself, the conversation. Would yield first of all, it yields relationships. It yields insights. It yields understanding. Any form of knowledge that emerges out of this discourse, even though it might not, as I said, you can't see dialogue as being an has been an instrument, a tool to resolve a problem. If you see it from that perspective, it's not a dialogue. It's not problem solving. I don't see dialogue as the whole of life is a dialogue. So it's when we realize this process and this communication, and we are able to embrace it, and to realize that as humans, we are dialogical by nature.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Somebody said that dialogue is life itself. And that holds very much true. I suppose that it's the rigidity of our beliefs and the stubbornness of our views that hold us back. And that's what we need to question with humility, that we are not deities and know everything and are always right. That sort of arrogance is what leads us into a lot of problems, whether on an interpersonal level or even a global level or planetary level.
What I indicated is that in John Lederach's own work, he points out that dialogue is an important tool in the conflict transformation. So the way I see dialogue, as you know, when I was made the director of the Center for Dialogue, I had to confess to you that I knew very little about dialogue. But then I subsequently realized that I did actually know quite a bit about dialogue, because this is very much an indigenous way of communicating one another. It's to do with when I was living with the Malaysian Aboriginal people. As you say, dialogue happens on an everyday quotidian way, everyday basis. But then one thing that I realized is that we talk about dialoguing, which is essentially this misconception that we are talking to someone. But what actually happens is that we are actually talking to someone, but we are not listening. And this is the point, that you are trying to draw, which is to do with active listening. And later, you'll be followed on from Preeti Sharma, who is in fact going to look at the non-violent way of communication. So this is connected to that. But one thing if you recall, one thing I observed was that a lot of the dialogical projects were conducted by people sitting around the table and talking and listening and sharing, their points of view and their ideas and opinions, and then trying to achieve some kind of understanding, a deeper understanding. Or it can be an issue, it can be a topic, or it can be some kind of conflicts, and trying to get all the different sides and listening very carefully to the different sides of the story. So this takes us to some of the focus that some like African scholars and the Nigerian scholar, I forgot the name now. Is it Chimanda? There's someone from Nigeria. Can you please help me with it? And she talks about the dangers of the single story, of how we always think that there is only one story to an event, and when you talk about being colonized, it's always the story of the colonizer that is being presented to us. And the danger of the single story is that there's only one way of looking at it, and dialogue actually enables us to have these multiple stories, and this is, I think, what is really important. So if you recall, I was talking about how can we run a project of dialogue by bringing, say, groups of people, diverse groups of people, different cultural backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, coming together and working on projects rather than sitting around a table and talking, but working on projects like community gardening or some kind of project, and in the process getting to know each other and getting to connect at a deeper level in terms of the kinds of exchanges.
Well, I just need to check something. Well, the question of praxis, action, communication action, of course, is a big challenge in terms of dialogue. And you're correctly right that we got accustomed to dialogue being about sitting around a table or sitting in a room, and we could configure the room into a circle to make it more accessible to all and to make it less rigid and hierarchical. Because when we talk about communication, whether talking or listening, we are talking about a power relationship. Now, power, and this is the crux of it, power is very important. How do we resolve the question of power? Where is power? How is it distributed? What form does it take? I've been in a situation where a speaker was given the right to speak, and he monopolized the space, the time. It was a deliberate tactic on his behalf in order to rob the other participants of space and time. It's a power play, and that's an extreme. Of course, there are other forms of power when it comes to dialogue. We conducted the dialogues, and we had a moderator or facilitator. Now, the facilitator has a lot of power, and that is a big question when it comes to facilitating or dialogue within or between conflicting parties. The power and the role and the responsibility and the ethics of the third party, whoever that third party might be. Is it a question of, and to complicate it even further, I don't know if you touched on the symmetry or asymmetric conflicts. Not all parties are of equal power. Some parties are more powerful than others. And when you enter into a dialogue or even a conflict resolution transformation by bringing into the discourse or bringing into conversation a powerful party, the majority they call it, some will call it the occupier or whatever, and then you bring the minority party. We saw, at least I saw, that in those types of dialogues, this is dialogues amongst conflict groups, and we did it amongst diasporas in Australia whose homelands are in conflict. So without casting any assertions, we brought in, for example, we had the Sri Lankan communities dialogues, Sinhalese and the Tamils. We had the Israeli Jewish and the Palestinian Arabs. We had the Afghan Hazaras and Pashtuns, the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots, etc., etc., etc. Now you find that the majority group or the dominant group, the one that has the upper hand, and we're talking about groups here, want to depoliticize the dialogue. They don't want to talk about politics. They want to talk about other things, culture, psychology, this, that, the other, recycling, whatever. Whereupon the minority want to talk about politics, because that's what the gist of the conflict is. How do you navigate through that? The navigation, of course, has to run through the empowerment or disempowerment about generalizations. How do we fit as an individual within a collective, whatever that collective is? It could be a collective group, it could be a race, it could be a nation, it could be a religion, it could be a football team, it could be the collective. The propensity we have to deduce the individual, the person, to the collective attributes is in itself a grave danger, because generalizations, of course, would see the individual eradicated of its power positioning. So power and dialogue is a big chapter, and I found that writing the book is how do you deal with it and how do you redress it in a way that's, of course, equitable and fair. And it manifests itself in a lot of ways, from the simple things of language, the presumption that we all speak in English here. Now, me and Albert, at least, or at least I am, I'm probably in a more advantageous position than some of our students or participants, because English is their second language. That itself is a power anomaly or asymmetry. So how do we address that? Because language is not just the verbal translation. Language carries culture, history, beliefs, etc., etc., etc. And it's only when you're bilingual that you realize I'm bilingual. I know that Albert is, and probably most of our friends are. But the scourge of bilingualism itself, of course, and that is a dialogue. Being bilingual is a dialogue, to navigate from one language to another in a way that complements each other. It's not one or the other. And I found this later in my life that although previous generations, first generations, you've got to pick. You're either a Greek speaker or an English speaker. And in between this hybrid bastard position that you're in, and it's, as I said, it's not just language, it's also how you think and how you feel.
So, Michaelis, Stephen has asked a very interesting question. If dialogue is called and the major actors are not involved, can we still call that a dialogue?
Sorry, if dialogue is what?
If dialogue is called and the major actors are not involved,
yes,
can we still call that a dialogue?
Well, if a dialogue is called and the major actors, well, we go to the question of participation in dialogue. I don't see that dialogue has a prerequisite of participants. It would turn into a different type of dialogue. But dialogue, you can have a dialogue, and the biggest dialogue to have is usually within the group itself, the internal dialogue. Even in conflict resolution, in conflict transformation, the biggest dialogues called for are the ones that take place within your own side. We focus, and this is a mistake we do because we adopt a more legalistic and advocacy negotiated mindset. We see these exercises as negotiations. It's our team and there's the other team, so we negotiate. But the biggest dialogue is within our own team. Yes. So while we're trying to, even negotiations, even when you're trying to negotiate with the other side, you still have to negotiate with your own side, because whatever turns up, you have to go back to your people or your group or your board or your whatever, present the position, get your directives and go back and re-enter the negotiation. So imagine in dialogue, which is more fluid and more elasive. Yes, you can have a dialogue without the main participants. After all, you have the participants could be your own family, your own neighborhood, your own your group. It's a different kind of dialogue, and dialogues have to can build on each other. So you have a dialogue, you build on another dialogue, so you have multiple dialogues. The key is to see how they can be interlinked.
That's true.
And
now the other, I would like to encourage some of the female participants to speak. If we're talking about dialogue, I think it's really important that we get multiple voices. Don't you agree, Nicholas?
Of course.
So do we have, I know I see several hands up, but do you mind if we try to encourage some of the female participants to engage in this dialogue? Anyone?
Yes, I see some hands up, I think.
Okay, let me just, because I've got my dialogue box up. Yes, Mark Rafika. I'll come back to those who have put your hand up, okay? So just give me a few minutes. Mark Rafika.
Hello.
Hello.
Hear me okay?
Yes, please speak up.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. So I just want to share
Can
about
you speak up a little, please?
Okay. Is it clear?
Yes, it
A
is.
bit
I can
louder.
hear you.
Okay. So maybe I'm not going to ask a question. I just want to share my opinion related to dialogue itself. Because my background was politics and social science, and we were talking about politics as well. And maybe people have a different perspective or define what is politics itself. So maybe I can say that it's not an absolute that the dialogue will fail when the political agenda takes place on, like, at least what the term of politics refers to first, like, because the dialogue itself maybe represents the political strategies of certain countries or certain group to make peace. And maybe generally we need to use like a definition of words like, instead of using labels or buzzwords or AGC, because these words can mean different things to different people. Instead, something like that. And I think this way there is a deeper understanding conveying in the conversation while minimizing misunderstanding, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have so many hands up, and my sincere apologies. We're actually running out of time. So if you have something really important, it is going to contribute. And I know I see so many males' hands up. Can I give the opportunity to Jyoti Singh to speak?
Good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, can you speak a bit louder, please?
Okay, just 1 second. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Greetings to everyone. I feel that dialogue is important at personal as well as global level. For me, dialogue help us to understand the perspective of others, and it helps us to listen about what others are thinking, as well as uh, a, with a closed mindset, we cannot have a proper dialogue and proper engagement with people. People with closed mindset and having an egoistic or superior feeling, having the feeling of being superior at every level, will lead to disruption in proper dialogue. So I feel at personal as well as at international level, we need to encourage to build a proper medium for a comprehensive dialogue. I see that at global level or at political level, for the developed nations, I don't think they are engaging themselves in a like proper criteria for dialogues, because they have their own uh, closed mindset, as well as they have the feeling of dominating other underdeveloped nations. So from this medium, I think that it is the time, no, we should train the global leaders for to learn about dialogues and to learn about the importance of peace as well as gender equality in present time. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Albert, you're mute. He's frozen too.
Yeah, I think the network is poor.
It's dropped
I
out.
feel dialogue, like we have to like encourage people to engage in dialogue.
Yes, yes, but I agree with you. And the hardest dialogue is to have a dialogue with those, with people who
Yes,
have hard dispositions, the people who believe that they are absolutely right and
yes,
they're not wrong. Now, how do you engage with people that are absolutely, they're
I
absolute about their belief? And these
the-
people could,
e-
they're
even at
the most
personal level,
dangerous people.
if we try to decode all these things at personal or micro level, we
Mhm.
will understand its importance, and we will see that in our daily life also we are engaged in bad dialogues. Not
Mm.
they are not a proper dialogue. Same is happening at international level as well. We try to like dominate others with our opinion, and this is same happening at global level. US or developed nation are trying to dominate the underdeveloped or developing nations. We are not having a comprehensive dialogue between each other. We don't want to understand each other's opinion. We just get we just get what really aggravated, and anger
Mm.
infuses in our blood. So we have to control all these things, and we have to pursue the medium of peace. Otherwise, we cannot move to a better or sustainable world.
Well, you won't get any disagreement from me.
No, no, I'm not at all disagreeing from you, sir.
We
I'm
love,
totally supporting your views.
yeah. Um, the point I'm trying to make, of course, is that to have that dialogue, we need to create or have the right conditions and circumstances in which such a dialogue can be taken place. And these conditions demand that we respect each other. Respect is very important. And of course, respect comes in various forms. And respect, as far as I'm concerned, presumes a degree of humility from all of us. Something that, as individuals, we are capable of obtaining. It becomes much harder as a group, let alone as an institution, be it a nation, a country, a nation, an organization. Now, you might say to me, but institutions and groups are made out of people. Why can't we transfer that sense of humility, if you like, and respect throughout? And we can, or we should anyway. It's just that institutions and organizations have their own logic and their own culture, which it's questionable whether they're dialogical in nature. Now, what time are we? We've lost our compere, facilitator, Albert.
Dr. Michael,
Yes.
I believe we
voice.
have our time has finished
Oh, has
for
it?
this session. Professor Alberto has called us to inform that we can continue to the next presenters. However, I'm not sure if we should have a break now or.
Well, let me just thank you all, and I find myself making this presentation or having this conversation with people from a trade union. This is my new job now. I work for a trade union, and of course, it's a different circumstances. But even here within the trade union, industrial relations, there is there's a room for dialogue. So thank you all. I wish you all well. And I hope that we get to meet each other in person in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michael. And Professor Alberto texted me to say his thank you to you. And we really appreciate your time. I think it's already night there.
Oh, it's it's nearly 4 o'clock.
Oh, gotcha.
Well,
then, enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and I hope to see you again next time.
Thank you very much. Bless
Have
you
a
all.
wonderful one. Thank you.
Bye.
For the rest of the participants, I will confirm whether we will have another the next presenters, and after this I'll be back. We should go for a 2-3 minutes break until we have a decision, and I'll be back by then.
Okay, can we resume? Mas Ari?
Yes, Prof.
All right. Now, participants, I'm terribly sorry that we are way off the schedule, and I take responsibility for this because I think Jennifer Murphy and I, we took far too long to cover this area at the start, and that took us way behind the schedule. So my sincere apologies. Now, this would mean that we have to cut back on the lunch break. So would that be a problem? The issue is that because we have the other presenters will be coming from 2 o'clock onwards, and then we have several presenters one after the other, and we have to try to finish before 5:30 today, 5 o'clock or 5:30. Okay, so what we'll try to do is we will try to schedule a few breaks in between so that you can get sufficient as much time to take a rest. Okay. So once again, my sincere apologies, and we should have managed our time a bit better than the way we have done. Now, the next person who's going to present is Dr. Priti Sharma, who very kindly has offered, or rather has kindly agreed to replace Dr. Vedabas, who was supposed to speak, and unfortunately Dr. Vedabas is unable to make it, but fortunately we have Dr. Priti Sharma, who will focus on non-violent communication. So Priti, you have the share screen. You can start now. And please introduce yourself. So I didn't do a good job of introducing you either. Sorry.
No issues, sir. Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all of you. It's good morning over here. I think it's good afternoon. So a very good morning and greetings from my side. So I'm Dr. Priti Sharma, and I'm assistant professor from India. I basically teach political science, but yes, out of my curiosity and interest in the topic, and that is non-violent communication, I did few research works, and whatever I could learn from it, I just tried to share it with you all. And Dr. Vedabhyas sir is kind enough to share the knowledge with me. So I'll try to do justice with the topic. So I'll be sharing the screen, and as I heard that we have less time, so I'll just try to conclude in the provided time only. In between, if there is any question or query, so the participants, you can just write it in the chat box, and I'll just try to revert back to the questions. Okay, so I'll be just sharing the screen. I hope it's visible, sir. Is it visible? Okay. So the topic on which I'm going to speak, that is using strategies of non-violent communication for conflict de-escalation. Now, there are a few important concepts or notes in the topic itself. One is non-violent communication. That is in itself a very, I'll say, interesting, curious, and innovative term in itself, with lots and lots of essence inside it. the other thing that is conflict, and of course with it two terms are attached. One is escalation and the second is de-escalation, just the opposite of that. So what I'm trying to do, and I'll try to do, is I'll just try to relate the two terms, the three terms, and then I'll just try to explain the all together. So using strategies of non-violent communication for conflict de-escalation. So how I'm going to proceed is not asking you to ask any question from me, but before that, there are a few questions from my side. So what you have to do is you just have to raise your hand if you agree with the question. Okay. So the first question from my end. So how many of you have had a fight with your spouse, mom, dad, brother, sister, or friend? If yes, you have to raise your hand. If no, you can just keep it down. Okay. So few hands are raising. So I think it's a very general question. Yes, many hands now. So that means we all have this evidence that we have a fight with our friends, family members, right? Okay, now my second question. How many of you had a rough conversation with your teacher or felt angry because of their behavior? Maybe your school teacher, your college teacher at the university level, or tuition teacher, art teacher, drawing teacher, anybody. So anytime you felt angry. Yes? Okay, now my third question. So how many of you had an argument at your workplace? Or maybe if you are doing some research, so there with your colleagues, with your boss, something like this that is depicted in the pictures. So I think we do agree with all the questions and most, yes. Yeah, and I think most of us answer yes, right? Now here is the essence to our topic, right? Now, is there any way out? Like, so how many of you feel that that particular situation could have been avoided? Right? So if you had any fight earlier, so that particular situation could have been avoided. And this is the point exactly where comes the topic, and that is conflict de-escalation. And how? The important question is how. So that is through some tools that is there described in the concept of non-violent communication. So this is how I'm going to link the entire thing, right? So how we are going to start is we'll try to understand first what is conflict, and then of course what is conflict de-escalation. I'll be just showing few videos to let you understand that what is conflict de-escalation, or how some kind of a conflict can be avoided if we behave in a better way, if we have a different perception. So that is how we can avoid it. And our important tool that is there, the savior from conflict or a situation of conflict, that is non-violent communication. And important thing is, what are the tools that is there that we can use to de-escalate the conflict. So this is how we are going to proceed ahead. All right. Now, before that, now what is non-violent communication? First and foremost, now I'm giving you a situation. Now, suppose you are playing with your friends and you're very late for home. Your mom asked you to reach back home at maybe in the evening by 5, and you reached home at 6. Now it's time for you to sit and do your homework or something like that. Now, when you are there at home, before entering the gate, something is there in your mind. You're very tense that now when you reach home, you're going to be scolded. You're very tense. You don't know what to do. You're thinking of some excuses, maybe some lies that you're going to tell to your mother that why you are late, right? But as soon as you entered the home, your mom was there, some questions on her face, but then she replies, yes, what happened? Why are you so late? And you are like, I'm late, I'm sorry. And she is like, it's okay, but please don't repeat it again. Now, what is your reaction inside? Ah, what a relief. Thank God I'm not being scolded, right? Now, this is of the very simplest example of non-violent communication. Now, there are many things in this simple example. First, you already perceived that when you will reach home, you will be scolded. This was your perception, right? So don't perceive anything until and unless you are actually witnessing what is happening. All right. Second thing, when you reach home, before that, you try to find out a solution of something that is not going to happen. So, right? So that was a hypothetical situation. You imagine that when you will reach home, you will be scolded, but there was nothing like that. So what is it? So again, don't do that. Just understand the situation and then you have to react. Now, this is again part of non-violent communication, right? So not speaking lie is a very important component of non-violent communication, right? So these are some of the essence that is there in non-violent communication, and you can understand that in the previous questions that I have asked you all. So if we place this thing here, then maybe the situation could have been handled in a better way. For example, if you have a fight with your friend, now suppose I asked my friend, let's go for a movie. Now the reply was, no, let's go for lunch. Now, I don't want to go for the lunch. The other person don't want to go for a movie. Now, what is the solution? Now, what we can do is sit together, have a conversation, plan out something. We can have both. Let's go for a movie and then we'll have a lunch and we'll come back home together. Now, this is called non-violent communication. So what you did, you communicated, right, in a very harmonious way, and you solved a very simple issue. The same thing is implicable in situations not only at home but outside your home. In case of disputes, not only at home but friend, family, at your workplace, country level, international level, any groups or something like that. So that is how non-violent communication is used to de-escalate some kind of conflict that is there. So we can use the same thing in case, when, as I cited the example of a teacher-student relation. So the same thing can be done. So it's not just scolding or talking roughly to the student. Rather, what can be done, we need to first understand what is the problem with the situation with the student, and then we can handle it in a better way. So this is also an essence, some kind of a tool that can be used in this case also, taking help of non-violent communication. In the same way, at your workplace, now what are the reasons of conflict at workplace? Maybe we have some kind of a competition, right? Or maybe we have some kind of an ego. So, and of course, lack of communication is also there that may create some kind of a conflict. So if I feel that my colleague is thinking or talking something bad about me, that is my thought process, that is not actually happening, right? So what needs to be done? Maybe I can just go and talk to him or her, and then clear it out. And then I'll find that there was nothing like that. So it's all clear. So this is again non-violent communication, right? So this is how we need to move ahead. Now, as I said, we'll just try to understand the topics one by one. So the first concept, that is conflict. Now, how we define conflict? What is a conflict? What are the reasons that results in any kind of a conflict? So conflict is defined as a clash between individuals arising out of a difference in thought process, attitudes, understanding, interests, requirements, and even sometimes perceptions. Now, this I already said. Now, suppose you perceive that the other person is thinking like that. Now, that is your perception. That is not the reality. So we should never react according to our perception until and unless it is proved in some way or the other. The other thing is, as I said, attitudes, right? So positive attitude is always fine. It should always be welcomed, but negative attitude, it should not be there in your behavior, right? It is something very bad, not only for you, but for the other person, of course, right? Understanding. Now, in case of understanding, what is meant in terms of conflict is you need to understand what the other person is trying to make you understand. So it's kind of a cooperation that needs to be there while communicating. The one who is speaking something and the other one who is listening something. So both plays a very important role in communication. And if there is a good communication, it will result in better understanding of any concept or notion. Interests. Now why is there a conflict? Now, maybe I'll cite you one example that when we study international relation, right? So there is one concept, power. Okay. Now we say national interest, right? Interest. So what is it? Each and every country will act for its own national interest. So the time till this interest is there, the country will not think above its boundaries or beyond its boundaries, right? So in order to work beyond the boundary for peace, for stability, for growth, development, humanity, and everything, what needs to be done is to keep this self-interest apart. And then only we can work for the welfare of the entire country and beyond its boundaries, that is for the world as a whole, right? In the same way, if I talk about any individual, so what we generally do, we work for our self-interest, for our own happiness. So each and every work that we do, why we do it? So that we are satisfied, right? For ourselves only. So in case not to have any kind of a conflict or to de-escalate conflict, what needs to be done? We should think about others' interests as well, right? In that case, what will happen? The other person will also think about our interests. So it will be some kind of a harmonious relation again. Requirements. So it is something related with interest that the requirement of everyone should be taken care of. And then obviously the chances of conflict will be less, right? So these are some of the, I'll say, reasons that led to a kind of a conflict. So if we work on these reasons, right? So there is a chance that we can de-escalate conflict, because one thing is very clear and it should be, kept in your mind very clearly. You should note it down that you can't run away from conflict. It is something that will be there, right? Now, what we can do is we can, at the max, de-escalate it or we can avoid it, right? But it is something inevitable. So there is a chance that there will be a conflict. But what we need to do is we need to handle it with care so that it don't turn itself to the extreme of some kind of a war, some kind of a fight, and that will lead to, it will be very difficult for anyone to handle, right? So conflict is inevitable. That is some kind of a universal truth that needs to be understood. A conflict not only can arise between individuals, as I already said, that it is not something that is there in case of individuals only, but it can be among countries, political parties, states, or, it can be anywhere. So a small conflict not controlled at the correct time, it may lead to a large war. And this we have seen in the history also, in the world history also, that conflict, if not controlled or if not handled with proper care, attention, and with proper attitude, then it may lead to severe consequences, and that we have already witnessed, right? And rifts among countries leading to major unrest or disharmony. So all these things are very clearly in front of our eyes, right? So we have seen instances where there have been conflict at national, international levels, and what we thought or what we were discussing was the aftermath of the conflict. Rather, what should have been done, something we could have thought something before that. before that is the stage of de-escalating the conflict. And there, what tools needs to be used? So that is the tools of non-violent communication, right? The conflict can be between individuals. So this is a summary of what is a conflict. So it can be something between individual, group of people, friend, family, country, or group of countries. So what needs to be done is, as I said, always remember it is inevitable. But what we can do at our end is we can handle it with care so that it don't converts itself into a very dangerous form. Right? And how we can do that? So we can do that by using the tools of non-violent communication. Plus, of course, there are other means as well. Like if you talk about international level, so there are tools of negotiation, diplomacy that can be used to handle conflict or any kind of dispute in between countries, right? But in case of individual level groups, and yes, at the level of countries as well, the tools of non-violent communication can be used. Now, next is in relation to conflict, we need to understand what is conflict de-escalation. So it's like a ladder, right? So when I say de-escalation, it is related with escalation. So first, if there is some kind of a dispute, if there is the seed of this not feeling good, or there is some kind of a dissatisfaction, it will lead to conflict. If it is at that point of time not handled with care, it will raise its intensity. So that is the level of escalation. And then what needs to be done is we need to handle it with care, as I said. So we need to, break the level or the intensity by implying certain tools of non-violent communication so that it de-escalates. Its intensity reduces. All right. So de-escalation refers to the process of diffusing conflicts as they begin to prevent them from getting worse or potentially violent, right? Now, in regards to classroom management, there are strategies you can use to de-escalate conflict at the earliest stage and stop small behavioral issues before they get out of hand. So this is very important, as I said just now, that when there is some scope, whenever you feel that there is something like that is not harmonious, it may lead to some kind of a big unrest. So instantly at that time only it needs to be attended. So then only this small problem will not convert itself into a big conflict and then to its aggravated form. So it needs to be taken care of at that point only. And how to be handled? To be handled with so much of care and attention, being attentive to what is the issue, understanding, and then implying the correct tool so that it can be handled and it don't takes that aggravated form. So this is conflict de-escalation. So we need to reduce the speed of the conflict so that it is not in a very harmful form, right? Now, few strategies of conflict de-escalation, and that is the most important point to be understood. Now, this is something of practical importance, I'll say, because we need to use or we need to bring this into practice. And one thing I like to say that whatever tools or whatever strategies we are going to discuss, you just think it patiently and try to visualize a situation where you are able to, use these strategies. Now, for example, the first strategy, the method that you can use when you find that there is some kind of a conflict. So what you can do is low and slow, right? And it's given by Teresa Bolek. Now, what is this low and slow? Now, again, giving you a situation. Now, suppose there is a situation where, there's a boy, a small boy who is not behaving properly. Okay, you're very angry. Now, when we are angry, what we do? We generally raise our voice and our body language becomes very stiff. So we are like, what are you doing? It's not good, right? Instead, what is the method? What actually I'm doing when I'm very loud and my body language becomes very harsh? what I'm doing, I'm actually making the already small boy who is already in a different state of mind, I'm aggravating the conflict that is inside that boy. So what I need to do, I need to turn my position, I need to behave in a different way. How? Low and slow. Now, how will be my reaction? It will be like, what happened? Why are you so, confused? Or why are you so angry? Calm down. Please behave properly. Let me understand what is your problem, right? So the time I'll explain or I'll talk to the little boy in this way, what will happen? Of course, there won't be a sudden change, but yes, it will take few minutes, but then hopefully the situation will be under control. So this is a method or a technique or a strategy that is low and slow. The second one is called name it to tame it. Now, what is it? Now, what you need to do is you actually need to point out that yes, the other person is not in a normal mode of phase of mind or mood. Now, what needs to be done? Now, you must have also witnessed it sometimes that when we are angry, right, we don't want to listen to anything at that particular point of time. Maybe after some minutes, we calm down, we are then normal. So then what happens, right? So there is a situation when somebody is very angry and you are continuously asking few questions. What happened? Why are you so angry? Why are you behaving like this? So what happens? It aggravates the conflict. It aggravates the situation. Rather, what should be done? It should be like you need to name that, yes, okay, so you are not in a good mood right now. All right, we'll have a conversation later on, right? So what I actually did, I appreciated and I noticed that, yes, I accept that you are angry. It's okay. It's a normal behavior. So we'll have the conversation later on. So of course, I think you also must be feeling that this kind of a behavior or strategy will have a different thing. So what do you think? It will de-escalate or escalate the conflict? Yes. If yes, you can raise your hand. If no, it's totally fine. Maybe I'll try out some other strategy, right? Okay. In the same way, what is the next? That is regulate over educate, right? Now, what does this mean? Now, it's a very, it's something scientific that has been proved that if you are angry, right? So or if you are very anxious, so what happens? Our body hormones, it is in a very reactive form, and the body takes about 20 to 30 minutes to be normal, right? So what needs to be done? Think about what could have been done better, right? And this is not the right time to educate that, okay, you did this, so that is why you are in this mood. All right, you should have done this. Now, in this situation, what happens? This is, I'm educating the other person, but is the time correct? No. Then what should be done? I should regulate the entire situation and I'll wait for the proper time, maybe after 20-30 minutes, and then I'll again talk to the person and say that you were angry because of this, but you should not have behaved like this, right? So by the time what happens, the body hormones are now again normalized. So the acceptance level of fault will be more. So this is an idea of conflict de-escalation. In the same way, final notes. So let us empathy. So here comes the role of empathy. Now this empathy is a very magical term, right? So what it says, if I say, okay, I feel, I understand that you are struggling. I can also feel that you're very sad, right? Now, what happens? I'm sharing the problem of the other person. So then in that situation, what will happen? The other person will feel a little bit. So the percentage or the ratio of the conflict that is inside the person will also reduce a little bit. So this is another strategy that can be used to de-escalate conflict, right? Now moving ahead, as I said, few examples that will make all these points clear. right? That how we can handle this situation in a different way. Okay. So I'm just playing the video and just let me know if the audio is clear.
We cannot listen to it.
I think it's unmuted the video. We can hear the video. There is no voice.
Excuse me, Dr. Pretty. I don't think we can hear the sound from the video.
The sound is not there?
It is not.
Okay. It's audible actually at my end. No issues. I'll just check the audio once.
Pritiji, reshare it and share it with audio.
Is it audible now?
Not yet.
Dr. Priti, I think you need to share, stop sharing and then reshare all with the audio.
Okay, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Is it audible now?
No, let's see what I can do. Would you mind stopping the share screen for a moment?
Sure, sure.
Okay, cool. Okay, so before what you'll need to do after this, before you click the share button, so you'll need to click the green share button, share screen button, and then on the left side of the box you'll have to select share sound. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, and share sound on the left side. Does it work?
I don't think so. Just a minute, I'll just try again.
When you click the share screen, green share screen button, there will be a box, right? That popped up. And in that box on the left side, there is a very little box that you can click. You select share sound.
I've shared it.
Yes, you did. Can we try playing the video? Let's see if the. We still hear no sound.
They obviously didn't understand the material. She said there were things on this test.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm Terry's
there it is.
mom. I need to talk.
Now I think it's audible.
Yes, yes, yes. Great.
Okay.
Davies,
Yeah.
I'm Terry's mom. I need to talk to you about this last test grade. This is totally unacceptable.
Yeah, I'd say so. Didn't feel bad. Not that many students did well on it.
Well, what does that tell you? They obviously didn't understand the material. She said there were things on this test that were never even covered.
Listen, I told the kids that anything in Chapter 3 was fair game. It's done. The grades are recorded. There's nothing I can do about it now.
Oh, yes, there is. How about all the kids take a new test after they've learned something? Maybe we expect more from our teachers at this school than wherever the hell it is you taught last year.
Listen, I am an excellent teacher. I have 2 degrees. I've been teaching for 5 years now. If you have a problem with me, go see the principal. She'll tell you.
Fine, I will.
That didn't go so well. I can't believe that I let her get to me. Okay, I'm going to try this again, but this time I won't take her comments personally, and I'm going to stay focused on the issue at hand.
Mr. Davies,
Yeah,
I'm Terry's mom. I'd like to talk to you about this last test grade. This is totally unacceptable.
yes, a lot of students had trouble with this information.
But what does that tell you? They obviously didn't understand the material. She said there were things on this test that were never even covered.
Listen, I told the kids that anything in Chapter 3 was fair game. I understand that you're upset about Terry's grade, but I did talk to her about it.
Oh. Well, she didn't tell me that.
Well, I told her there was a study group that meets for this class every Tuesday and Thursday after school, and she should consider joining.
Yeah. Mr. Davies?
Okay. So I think all of you understood why I shared this video. So the example was first how the teacher reacted, right? Because it was a complaint from the parents' side that there was a sudden test and it was out of syllabus, something like that. The content was not taught in the class. So the parent was very dissatisfied. But the teacher took it in a very negative way, became egoistic, and took it at such a level that he became very angry with all these things, right? But yes, you find that the teacher introspected what and how he reacted, and then he again behaved in a better way. He understood that what the situation was and how he needs to react in that way, because the reaction of the parent, that was very obvious. So at this point of time, how the teacher should react, that was very important, because the parent was obviously very concerned. Now, one thing is very common, that both the teacher and the parent, their interest is common, and that is to make the child educate with whatever topics was being taught, right? So the interest was common, but the way how both were taking it, it was different. So the level of understanding about which we talked just now, that understanding, perception, ego, interest, so all these things matter. So whenever we react to any such kind of a situation, because it's something very common, we do find ourselves into these kinds of situations, right? So this is a situation where it can lead to conflict, right? So just now we witnessed, it's a matter of conflict. Now, what happened with little self-evaluation, with a little, communication of the teacher in a better way, the situation was handled very well. And at last, the parent was satisfied that his child was with a good teacher who is there to take care of the student, right? Now, in the same way, I'd just like to share one more example, something having the same thing, but yes, in a different way. So here it is.
This is just the worst thing that could have happened. I can't believe it. What did I do to deserve this? I'm such an idiot.
I can hardly keep up with what you're saying, Chloe. Something must really be bothering you. Want to talk about it?
Stella always helps me. She's one of the few staff here who understands my issues. Some of the other staff just don't listen. All they want to do is boss me around. I know, they're in charge. I wish they had more Stellas here.
Hey, Anthony, want to give me a hand here? I could use the help. Come on. Sometimes I can distract Anthony. When I take the time to really get to know the client, then I can figure out what's really bothering them. Anthony's not a bad guy. He's just had some tough breaks.
I'm sorry we're taking so long today. We had an emergency earlier. It shouldn't be much longer.
I guess I can wait a little longer. We usually have to wait in this place. I'll give them another 10 minutes. If I'm not called in by then, they're really gonna get a piece of my mind.
Oh my God! What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
I know it's been a rough day, Chloe. I'm here to help in any way I can. I know I can't do that with all clients, but Chloe usually responds well when I give her a supportive touch on.
Okay. So this was another example where you find that there were certain situations, right? And what you felt that if I talk about the last one, where Chloe was already very disturbed, what I'm going to do, what is it? Now the other person who is there could have reacted in the same way, in the same flow. Yes, what has happened? What is the matter? So then what? The situation could have been very different and very difficult. But yes, the other person, handled the situation with proper care, and everything was under control. So the conflict, it was de-escalated. So the entire thing is that how we react to any situation, that matters a lot in case of conflict. So whenever you find that there is some situation of conflict, we should not just lose our temperament, our mood and everything. Rather, we should be more controlled, self-controlled, and then we should think, we should decide, and then we should react, because then it is going to de-escalate whatever problem is there, right? Now, taking forward the second notion that I was talking about. So up till now, I think we have cleared certain things. That is what is conflict, what is conflict escalation and a de-escalation, few strategies in general that can be used to de-escalate conflict. And now comes the understanding of the important matter, that is, what is the role of non-violent communication, what is non-violent communication, and what are the tools that is there in non-violent communication that can be used to de-escalate some kind of a conflict. So what is non-violent communication, right? So non-violent communication, we learn to hear our deeper needs and those of others. Now, through its emphasis on deep listening to ourselves as well as others. Now, this is one very, very essential component of non-violent communication. That is, you should to listen to others as. There's a very important quote that is just coming into my mind, that when we speak something, what we actually are just saying are what knowledge we already have. But when we listen to somebody other, what we are doing, we are enhancing our knowledge, right? So just before this session, there was another session going on and I was there in it. So when I was listening to it, I got to know some new things. So I enhanced my knowledge. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm just speaking what I already know. So listening is very fruitful for yourself, right? So in non-violent communication, communication means both the things. You need to speak, you need to communicate, and you need to listen to others as well, right? So it helps us discover the depth of our compassion, right? So the language reveals the awareness that all human beings are only trying to honor universal values and needs every minute, every day. Okay. Now, taking the information of non-violent communication further, what I want to say is that there is one very important aspect of non-violent communication, that you should start practicing non-violent communication first from yourself, right? So you start practicing it yourself. What you try to understand what is inside you, right? It is called introspecting yourself. And then you proceed ahead with the communicating part with others. So this is very important aspect of non-violent communication. So this is just the general understanding of what is it. Now comes the important part, that is types of non-violent communication and how it is used in conflict de-escalation. Now, basically, we have two types of communication. One is verbal and the other one is non-verbal, right? Now, when I say verbal, what I actually am doing right now, it is verbal communication. I'm speaking out something, right? With the use of words, I'm trying to communicate what I'm feeling, what is my understanding to you, okay? Now, verbal communication, it can be something oral or written. So both the types of verbal communication I'm using just now. So it is what I'm speaking, what is there in the written format in front of you when I'm sharing my screen, okay? The other one, that is non-verbal communication. Here we have two components. One is called body language. The other one is called expressive behavior, right? So body languages, of course, are postures. So you must have seen that when diplomats or people from different countries, the leaders, the ministers, the presidents, when they meet, they do shake hands, right? And what we do, we try to understand the meaning of that handshake, that it was a warm welcome, it was a formal handshake or something like this. So what is this? An example of body language, something that is there in non-verbal communication. So without using words, without writing something, the things that is inside me is communicated, right? In the same way, expressive behavior. Now, when I say expressive behavior, here we make use of our facial expressions, right? Some kind of actions that we do. So you can understand, like I'm right now feeling excited, I'm happy, and I think it must be evident from my face that yes, I'm happy, I'm enjoying what I'm speaking, I'm interacting. So this is what expressive behavior. Okay, now some of you must be tired after such a long session. So that is expressive on your face with your body language. So this is what non-verbal communication, right? Now I hope the two components are clear. Now what we have to do is incorporate these two things in non-violent communication in the conflict process, right? Now suppose a kind of situation is there where I am not feeling good about my colleague. Okay, I'm not feeling good. I'm very jealous. I think the other person is doing some kind of backbitching with my boss. So this is my perception. Have I heard something? No. Have I seen something in written form? No. What is this? Just my perception. Now, it is a situation of conflict. It is, although it is not evident, but it is. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to use a tool of non-violent communication. Now, let me opt for it, whether I should go for verbal or I should go for non-verbal communication. Now, I opted for verbal communication, that also the oral communication of non-violent communication. And I decided I'll go and I'll have a talk with my colleague. Okay. So I just take out 5 minutes, asked for my colleagues 5 minutes. We just sat, had a discussion. How is everything going? And I come to know that the person is not doing anything wrong. In fact, is appraising my work, whatever I am doing to my boss. So what I actually did, I used a tool of nonviolent communication and tried to de-escalate the conflict. So this is using the tool of nonviolent communication to de-escalate conflict. I hope it is clear. Now, in the same way, there are certain tools that can be used to de-escalate conflict that is there in nonviolent communication. Now, the first one may seem a bit different to you. That is grow by embracing conflict. Now, what is this? We are talking about de-escalating conflict, and I am saying that we should embrace conflict. Totally contradictory, now, right? But no, it's not. Why? Now you see, many times, as I said, we do have some kind of perceptions inside our mind. So that is what I'm doing. I am actually taking care of a seed of conflict inside me, right? I am just watering it so that it becomes big. This is what embracing conflict. I'm doing what? I'm not doing anything. I'm not taking it out. I'm not doing any kind of clarification. So therefore, what is required? If there is any conflict, it should be taken care of. If there is something going inside my mind, as I said, the previous example, there was something in my mind that my colleague is doing something wrong. So what I did, I embraced, I acknowledged that this is a matter of conflict and I need to do something about it. So I went to my friend, I went to my colleague, the second strategy that can be used is compassionate communication skills for resolving conflict. Okay, here comes the skill of compassionate, collaborative, respectful, conscious communication so that we can be a powerful contributor in helping to resolve the
Apologies, Dr.
in
Piri.
non-violent communication. Yes, yes.
I'm afraid the time is up. And would you mind wrapping up the presentation? Apologies for the interruption.
Okay, sure. I'll just try to wrap it up. Wrap it up as fast as possible. Okay, so the compassionate communications mediator. So this means you are acting as a mediator when other will have some kind of conflict. So this is also something important that can de-escalate any kind of a conflict.
Hello, is Dr.
So another
Sharma
point
is
is
we have lost your voice, so we're not. Yeah, are you still there?
yes, how is it? Am I audible?
Yeah, because your
Am I audible now?
yeah, it was breaking up, and unfortunately, we have run out of time. So I'm just wondering whether it'd be possible for you to share your PowerPoint slides and oh, okay. Are you still there? Okay, I think looks like we have lost Dr. Sharma. What I suggest is that we take a break now, and we'll resume at 2. What time is it now, Yasmin?
It's 1:53.
So we resume at
to
Can we resume at 2:10?
Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds about right.
And Dr. Drum is already here, so yeah.
All right. So folks, will be back with the presentation in about 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Before I introduce the next presenter, I just want to say thank you so much, Dr. Preeti Sharma. And I didn't say thank you properly and publicly for your contribution today. It was absolutely superb. And Dr. Sharma has very kindly agreed to allow us to share PowerPoint slides to all the participants. So thank you again, once again. Now,
Thank you so much.
yeah. Okay, now we are not too bad. We're just about 15 minutes behind time. And I wish to thank all the participants and the other presenters for their patience and for their understanding in terms of allowing us to go beyond the time and to not follow the schedule. And as I have said to everyone, this is my fault because I was not a very good timekeeper and I messed up in the first session. And so here we are. And the next presenter is a dear amigo of mine, if I can use the Spanish word. João Evans Pim is someone who I had the pleasure of meeting several times at several meetings in different parts of the world. And João has very kindly, even though he's really very busy in his life, very kindly agreed to speak to us about this very interesting concept of non-killing. And also the fact that João is a member of the DEEP network who works on various sorts of very interesting projects in his home place in Galicia, in Spain. And João is also the executive director of the Center for Non-Killing. And as I mentioned in my class, there are a lot of they are fantastic publications, many of them, in fact, edited by João. And so I know I've mispronounced his name. And so please do visit the center website and have a look at the fabulous work that they are involved in. So it's all yours, my dear amigo.
Thank you so much, Alberto. It's really a pleasure to be here. So thank you so much to all the organizers for the invitation, and of course all the students that have the patience to endure so many great lectures, but I guess also very tiring. Looking at the program, I would actually hope I would also be a student maybe next year, but there's really a wealth of different perspectives. I see good colleagues also in the room. And so this is not too overwhelming. I was hoping not to do so much of a theoretical presentation, but more of a theoretical provocation and maybe a bit of a quiz. So hopefully feel free to become engaged as I try to share the screen. I think I need permission for that. So could I get permission to share screen?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay, okay, no worries.
Yafi, co-host. Can you?
Okay, now it's working.
Okay.
So can you see the screen there? Everyone?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, so the title I put on this presentation today is Crossing the Threshold of Possibility. And I think this is a good way to start talking about non-killing, but also peace and non-violence, peace building. This is an interesting issue because many times it happens that activists, academics policymakers, practitioners that are concerned about peace building, non-violence, often have issues in going beyond what our cultural norms determine or establish, or our worldview determine of what's possible and what's impossible. So to start this little journey towards non-killing, I have a few questions for you. And I know this would be much better if we were all in the same room, but I would ask you to reflect about the questions I'll start with and try to guess. We can also use the chat in case you want to give some tentative answers, and we can then maybe think about what these questions involve and what our way of solving these questions says about what we think is possible and impossible. Now, our assumptions as a world community, but also in terms of our own worldviews, individually, culturally, in each cultural context, are very important because they really they're behind what kind of questions we dare to ask, even in research. What's important, what's not important, what are legitimate subjects of academic research. And of course, I guess in this program you heard a lot about issues that had not been researched before, and the question is why. It determines, the assumptions determine what kind of facts do we seek to respond to those questions. And very often facts are overlooked, important facts are overlooked because of our assumptions. These assumptions also condition what explanatory and predictive theories we explore as viable, as hypothetical in our research, and what uses and applications of knowledge do we facilitate. So what we discover, does it have practical uses in the real world, and are we gearing our research for that kind of applications? And finally, of course, and this course is a good example, how do we educate and how do we train others in a meaningful way? And these assumptions have a lot to do with things that have already been discussed by other lecturers, like the issue of human nature. It's a very old philosophical debate, if you would like, but it's also a debate that is very much rooted in our worldviews and our assumptions of what's possible and what's not possible. So I won't go much further in this debate because I know others will have explored it or will be exploring it in greater detail, but it's really important. The way we think and feel and imagine what our human nature is conditions what we think is possible or impossible. Now, to challenge some of our assumptions, I have a few quiz questions for us to think about. Now, the first one would be, which countries have the world's highest homicide rates? And I have the chat on here, so if any of you would like to dare to say which ones you think would be, I'll just wait for a couple of seconds. And while you're guessing, I'll just mention a great resource for you to discover, which is the Homicide Monitor. It's one of many databases that presents homicides by countries and by subnational levels, and with many other interesting statistics. And the reason I'm addressing homicides is because it might be that many of you are not aware of how many people are killed in your country, in your region, in your municipality. And this is why sometimes our assumptions also determine what facts are we looking at. And you're more likely to be aware of the GDP or the growth or other economic indexes to, for example, about what's the situation with such an issue as people being killed in the country. So I see Joyce has said Venezuela. That's not bad at all. And in fact, this is again the Homicide Monitor, which you can check, and it's really an interesting tool, full of surprises also. But that's correct. So Joyce really spot on there. Venezuela with 50 per 100,000, and actually El Salvador is not very far beyond from that if you look at the list. Now, You're all familiar after COVID about these ways the statistics are provided in public health. So 50 per 100,000. You can see Honduras comes next, then Jamaica, then Lesotho. And in fact, El Salvador is not far beyond, and Latin America actually has about 33% of homicides, of all homicides take place in that region, even if it only has about 8% of the population. Now, to make the quiz a bit more interesting, I would ask you, which of these countries has the highest homicide rate? So you have Finland, Cameroon, Sweden, Guinea-Bissau, Benin, and Indonesia. And you can see I usually ask this question to my Finnish students, but what would you say? Anybody want to have a go? Well, I assume if you're all there, you're maybe asking that question. I'll let you a few seconds to make up your mind. No? Cameroon? Okay. So it's actually Finland. It's actually Finland. And you see Indonesia far down there. Also, the interesting thing of this is you see the huge differences. We were talking Venezuela had around 50 homicides per 100,000. And then you see a lot of countries like these in 1 per 100,000, or Indonesia in 0.4 per 100,000. Now, this says a lot about human variability. And again, when we're thinking of these assumptions about human nature, they don't usually match well the data, because the data shows how what some say, this innate depravity of inclinations of humans to be natural-born killers does not go well with the facts. And we see massive variability across countries and even across regions within the same country. And this variability needs to be explained. Of course, criminology has a long track record of working on this, but it's time for other disciplines, including peace studies, to weigh in, because the explanations can be very interesting, not only because of the models they can generate, but also what we can learn about how violence can actually be prevented. And prevented and prevention are the key words here. So let's carry on with the quiz. How many countries have a rate of absolute zero? So are there any non-killing countries in the world, countries where there's no single homicide in a given year? Do you think any countries exist that would meet this criteria? Maybe
Costa Rica.
No, unfortunately not.
No.
These are all small countries: Andorra, San Marino, Monaco, Holy See. 4 countries in the world have 0 killings, and of course you might not be that surprised about it, given that they're all tiny countries. But then you see there's actually quite a lot of countries that, while not having an absolute zero, have very, very low homicide rates compared to the ones we've seen at the beginning. And this goes from Singapore, that has an interesting story, going from very high homicide rates in the 1950s to actually having one of the smallest homicide rates in the world. And then the interesting thing of making this kind of questions is not only the questions themselves, the facts and the models and answers we provide to these questions, but actually also looking at this in terms of transformation, of what Glenn Page would call non-killing transformation. How do we go from societies where killing was prevalent, was the norm, where it was happening, not the norm, but when it was happening with very significant intensity, to situations where this does not happen, and what changes had to take place, maybe over time, maybe over decades, like the case in Singapore. I don't know the case in Indonesia, but it's also worth exploring. So maybe you have a subject there for your research. And I'm mentioning Indonesia because of the university, but maybe the student audience is much broader, and I shouldn't be focusing on that country. But I do invite you to go to the Homicide Monitor, look at the data for your country or your region, and try to make some of these questions an explanation of why this variability exists. Now, the next question would be, the next quiz question is non-militarization. So how many countries don't have an army? Of course, this question has a bit of a tricky answer to it, because it depends on how you define an army. and then I'll go into that when I give you the response. But what do you think? No countries, one country, how many? This is supposed to be an interactive course presentation. But anyway, I let you think about it. No country. I'm sure you all have an answer in your head. So there's roughly 100 and nearly 190, depends how you count them, countries in the world. How many don't have an army? Remember, the army is one of the characteristics, that monopoly on the use of lethal violence is one of the characteristics of the state. So none or one. There's actually 21 countries that don't have an army. If depending how you count them, they could go up to 25. Andorra is one, Costa Rica is one, Japan has an army. It does have Article 9 in its constitution. And there would be another very interesting question, which is peace constitutions, but we won't have time to go into that today. But each of these countries is a very interesting case for study and research on what happened. Why were armies abolished in each of these countries? What happened? And how did these countries fare better or worse in terms of threats of invasion or other situations? How has their well-being of their society changed? And if you think of Costa Rica, I'm afraid Switzerland is not in the list. Costa Rica is one country that abolished its army in the late 1940s, after the army had been repeatedly a factor of instability in national politics, as it was the case in many other countries in Latin America and elsewhere in the world, as you well know. And after it abolished its army, it was invaded. It had two attempts of invasion by a neighbor, and those two attempts were solved by diplomatic means, through international arbitration channels. And then if you look at Costa Rica since the 1940s to present, peace has become an integral part of Costa Rican identity. And you might have heard about the UN Peace University, which is in Costa Rica, but also a lot of the efforts that Costa Rica has made to achieve regional peace and other efforts. So think about each of these cases also in terms of transformation. There's a very interesting book published by, more of a pamphlet, it's quite short, by Christophe Barbet, which is actually our UN representative in Geneva of the Center for Global Non-Killing, very active this week in the Human Rights Council, which is happening. And it's called Non-Militarization Countries Without Armies. It gives you a bit of the story of each of these countries, some of the commonalities. And again, each of these in itself is a very interesting question for research and for building our understanding. Now, how many countries, this is another question, have ministries for peace? I wouldn't ask how many countries have ministries for war or defense ministries, because it's almost all, but how many actually have ministries for peace? Is peace important enough to have a ministry level infrastructure to take care of it, to promote it, to prevent war, to prevent internal violence from taking place? You think there's any countries in the world that have a ministry for peace? Could it be? No? I'll give you the answer. It's actually, I didn't give you the answer. I forgot to put the number, but it's 4. At the moment, there's 4 countries in the world that have a ministry of peace. One is Costa Rica, which I mentioned, and how this issue of peace identity, which Douglas Fry has or will talk about, is also very important. And there's also some countries that have it until recently. So this is also a very interesting issue. There's a global alliance for ministries and infrastructures for peace that involves the different movements and countries that are struggling to push for the creation of this kind of infrastructures for peace in their countries. There's some very long-lasting campaigns in the US and Canada to create federal departments of peace in those countries, and it's something you should look at. And of course, then there's across many other countries, and I didn't include this here, there's sub-ministry level infrastructure for peace, even at the regional level. And there's a lot of interesting experiences of public agencies for peace that have actually very interesting work, which is not usually well known. And in fact, there wasn't a list of countries that had ministries for peace. I had to compile it for this presentation today. So it says a lot about the lack of attention on this topic. Now, moving away from that, now let's go to the death penalty. And here I would like to show you a trend which shows this transformative nature of non-killing and politics. In 1975, there were just 15 countries in the world, that have abolished the death penalty. And at the moment, it's over 100. So today, most countries in the world have abolished the death penalty. And I'm just checking your comments. And this has changed over time for a number of reasons. For example, when Glenn Page, the founder of Global Non-Killing, published his book, Non-Killing Global Political Science in 2002, they had a section on the death penalty and on the transitions from states from having the death penalty to abolishing it and how this transformation took place. And at the time, there was a list of countries without death penalty, and the list stood at 73. Now that has changed significantly. And the interesting thing is that each of these 108 cases of countries that have abolished the death penalty, or less than 100 if we take into consideration that some had already abolished the death penalty in the late 19th century. Costa Rica was one of them. Each of these cases is very, very important to understand because it gives, it shares a story of non-killing transformation. And again, this is a subject that hasn't been almost researched. I was looking for some research, for example, on the connection between the death penalty and homicide rates. One of our assumptions, or the assumption that keeps the death penalty within the legal system of many countries, is that if you get rid of the death penalty, homicide and crime will go up. And in the US, for example, this is a common belief within certain sectors of people who defend the death penalty. And this was a relatively recent study that shows the evolution of homicide rates in a number of countries that had abolished the death penalty. So here you see how that assumption didn't stand the test. So it's so important to ask this kind of questions. And some, they're not even difficult it's not even difficult to conduct make this kind of test, put these assumptions to the test. So I invite you to make these daring questions. And I know I have to take care of the time. Just let me know if I'm going over the top. And
sorry, can I get a question about the change of mother race? You say if I understand, there is in case of murder race, the country have abolished the death penalty abolition, right?
No, it's actually the opposite. The assumption is that abolishing the death penalty, homicide rates will go up. This very simple, that's the assumption. When you put that assumption to the test across a number of countries that abolished their death penalty in the last decade and a half, perhaps, I don't remember the exact details of the research. You can check it here. You see, this doesn't stand the test, and in fact, many of these countries, homicides went down immediately after the death penalty was abolished. Of course, this doesn't mean homicide rates were going down because the death penalty was abolished. And it would likely have to do with other socioeconomic factors happening at the same time. But it does show that the assumption was not true. The assumption that homicides would go up didn't match the reality, the test. It would be the same for the countries abolishing the army. The assumption would be, well, if you abolish your army, you will be invaded. And the fact that many of these countries have been without an army for many decades now and have successfully managed to overcome invasion attempts, preserving their territorial integrity, should at least make us challenge this assumption. Okay. So the other assumption, and this goes now to non-violence, is that violence is always more effective than non-violence. That really difficult political, social issues, they can either be addressed through violence or they won't be addressed. This is a belief that is deeply rooted in many of our assumptions. And this is true for revolutionary violence, that believe that situations of oppression can only be overcome through revolutionary violence, but it can also be on the other side, that the status quo can only be preserved, or attempts of forcible seizure of power can only be addressed through even greater violence. So this was something that was widely believed until not that long ago. Two scholars, Erika Chenoweth and Maria Stepan from the US, decided to put this question to the test. Was really violence more effective than non-violence? And you might have heard of her book. Otherwise, I invite you to Google Erika Chenoweth. She has very appealing YouTube lectures and many articles that show how it's quite the opposite. That over the years, non-violent campaigns, mass campaigns involving hundreds or thousands of participants have become, on the one side, have become more numerous. So violent campaigns have decreased in time, but also, and this is the really interesting thing, how violent campaigns have been less effective in achieving their goals than non-violent campaigns. Now, Erika Chenoweth and Maria Stepan published their book around this point in the late 2000, so 2008, I think the book was published. And at this point, it really looked very promising, because you could see how non-violent campaigns were becoming increasingly successful, while non-violent ones were, so the other way around, and violent ones were becoming rarer and less successful. But after this point, when last year she published this article, you actually saw there was also some shift there. But still, the idea that nonviolence can be effective and a powerful tool to address complex, hard situations of oppression, national liberation, is something which is still very problematic. And just a few months ago, I was in Finland in March, with the situation going on in Ukraine, and students were asking how could this be solved by other means? And I'll let you think about it. I'm being invited to another room. Do I have to do anything, or are we okay? I guess we're okay.
Sorry, there was a technical error on my end.
Okay. Let me know if I need to do anything. So let's carry on. The other another series of evidence that challenges many of our assumptions is the fact that there's a lot of peaceful societies out there. I won't talk about this because I know Alberto is an expert. You have Douglas Fry also coming in, or has come in, to talk about some of these societies. But the fact that there are societies where there is no war, where violence is extremely rare, even rarer than many of these societies we've dealt with. And I'm not even talking homicides, which are actually non-existent or unconceivable in some cultures. But this also says a lot about our assumptions on human nature. And if you consider how many of these societies, which are simple hunter-gatherers, actually represent what would be closer to ancestral humans within their hominization, within their evolution, it says how really, if we look at our history as a species, we have more to do with this kind of societies, to this violent picture of what humans are supposed to be like, that is pervasive in the media and in the depictions that we see today in our global culture, if you want to call it that way. So, having seen these questions, these provocations, I would like to address the issue of the assumption drag. So the assumption drag is the persistence of erroneous assumptions after their validity has been contradicted by the data. Now, this issue has a number of turns or twisters to it. One is that sometimes science or mainstream science tends to keep away from questions that may contradict generally held assumptions. And that's one of the reasons, for example, why there has been so little research on peaceful societies compared to all the overwhelming attention that war has received in the anthropological literature. Why is this so? Maybe I let Alberto and Douglas Fry answer that question, and I'll let you to think about it. Why is it we're so focused on violence, on war, and we pay so little attention on peace in its multiple and multidimensional representations? I would now like to jump to Thomas Kuhn and the structure of scientific revolutions to explain this. And Kuhn talked about how changes in science and in our scientific paradigms were not just an accumulation, were not just a consequence of an accumulation of anomalies that contradicted the previous theories, but really had to do more with deep changes in cultural and social terms of the conditions and possibilities. So what was going on in terms of worldviews at a certain time really conditioned the kind of questions scientists or humanists a few centuries back were asking. And some examples of this are the Copernican revolution. And the Copernican revolution had not only to do with an issue of observation and how the observed reality did not match the explanations, but had a lot to do with a given time in a certain part of the world and the cultural changes that were happening. It's the same with medical theories, up to the not so long ago, to the mid-19th century. Medical theories, at least in the Western world, had to do with these miasma and humoral theories of bad air and bad humors, and maybe more related with this kind of beliefs than to facts that we were considering. There was no knowledge about microbial life, microbes, viruses. This was completely unknown. And of course, it was through technological, but also ingenuity about looking at things in different ways, asking questions that had not been asked before, is how we came to shift this understanding of the reasons behind diseases, of many diseases. And this again in the 19th century was not just a consequence of spontaneous consequence of technological advance, but the fact that people were asking different questions had to do with also this cultural and ideological, if you want, context of shifting of worldviews that completely that allowed to challenge the previously prevailing theories. And of course, there's a lot of resistance when we're trying to challenge what's already established, especially in the academia, as many of you will likely acknowledge. Now, and now actually, if you think about this, since around 2002, violence prevention has really come out from public health as a very strong approach to addressing violence. So this is still something where there's a lack of connection between peace and conflict research and public health, but it's really important to make this connection with this emerging field of violence prevention. It's evidence-based approach, and public health brings a very interesting approach to addressing some of these issues. So I do encourage you to explore this violence prevention approach and to see how peace and conflict research can also contribute to it. I also wanted to mention, because you will all be familiar with it, the Sustainable Development Goals. And it was really impressive that back in 2015, this target 16.1, to significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere, was actually introduced as one of the targets in the SDGs. And this target invites us, or demands from us rather, that we review our assumptions and think about how we can meet it, how we can address policies, how we can address research questions, how we can address practice and activism to really move beyond this drag, this assumption drag that we cannot help, we cannot address violence because there's some way a protracted issue component of human nature. And the question is then, based on these questions or these absence of these questions being made in academia, do we actually know enough? So are we in the point in terms of science to really address this issue? And my mentor, Glenn Page, when we were discussing the issue of are non-killing societies possible, he would bring about that this is really has to do more not with the lack of knowledge but with the need of a cultural shift. And he would put the examples of massive undertakings that were initiated by humanity. He would mention the Portuguese journeys of discovery around the world, which we can now review from a post-colonial point of perspective. He would talk about the Manhattan Project to develop a weapon of unseen destructive capability, or he would mention the mission to take humans to the moon. And all of these projects involved massive dedication of resources, human resources, economic resources, creativity, skills, to pursue something that was previously considered impossible. And we need this kind of approach to addressing violence in our current world. So this is the kind of project that needs to happen to take us towards this target 16.1. And a few years ago, there was a conference that was put together by the University of Cambridge and the World Health Organization that was titled Global Strategies to Reduce Violence by 50% in 30 years. And the PDF with the findings of that conference is out there. You can find it. And basically, the conference, all the scholars in the fields of violence prevention that converged there, they basically said that the science was there, that we already had enough knowledge, that we had tested enough methods and strategies and programs and interventions to address violence, and we knew enough about them to really scale them up and address violence and particularly killings where they were happening. And the barrier for that to happen was more cultural and had more to do with our assumptions than with the actual lack of knowledge. And to finish, I'm not sure how I'm doing with time, but I hope I can leave some time for discussion. I would like to talk about the future. And the future is important. And someone who would really emphasize this again and again is Ellis Boulding, sociologist and peace activist and activist of many kinds, that would say, how can we work to bring about something we cannot even see in our imagination? And it usually happens with activists of all sorts and kinds, including peace activists, that they're very often stuck with the images of the future that are part of this worldview, which is conditioned with all these assumptions about violence and human nature. And it's very difficult to work towards change of any type, particularly social change, if you cannot imagine what that change looks like in the future. And Ellis Boulding came up with an idea to address this problem, which was some kind of a workshop where she would invite activists to walk to that future and be able to imagine those futures, because and this is something future studies, which is a very interesting field that again needs to have more overlap with peace and conflict research. Powerful images of preferred, desirable, positive futures are what empower action in the present, and I would add also research. If you take a moment to think about the images of the future, which are prevalent in media, in film, in the TV series, in fiction of all sorts, and you think about what those representations of the future look like, they're all dystopian. They're all negative. It's all zombie apocalypse, diseases, robots taking over, or alien civilizations destroying, war. This is what usually future looks like in fiction, and this is the kind of visions of the future we're exposed to. And maybe it's intentional. Maybe it's intentional. And it's futurists usually argue that the images of the future that a given society, culture has at a given moment are different. They change, and they have to do a lot with the momentum of that society. And if you analyze the images of the future, global society has, through this usually American fictional productions, it's a very negative perspective, and that needs to change. And Ellis Boulding would argue we need to generate these positive images of peaceful futures, of preferred peaceful futures, because they are the ones that can help us, that can guide us, that can serve as a compass for us to make the changes that need to happen in the present, and also based on our understanding of the past. Just to conclude and finalize, I would say that we tend to project violence into the future. We also tend to project it into the past. And the way in which, for example, we disregard the anthropological study of peaceful societies, the way we disregard or overemphasize war in the history of our countries, of the world history, and the way we underestimate the importance of peace building and positive interactions of empathy in human experience is also it's also causing this assumption drag, and it's also preventing us from imagining and acting towards these preferred futures. So that's what I wanted to provoke today. I also wanted, before I finish, to again guide you to our website, the website of the Center for Global Non-Killing at nonkilling.org. There's over a dozen academic publications from different disciplines: non-killing history, non-killing anthropology, non-killing psychology, that bring together experts from different fields, including some of the ones that have been or will be talking to you in this course, to really reflect about the possibilities of non-killing science, of science that can be positive and instrumental towards the kind of transformation we're talking about. So all these books can be downloaded for free. Also, Glenn's book, which is really a must-read, Non-Killing Global Political Science, is available in now 30 languages, including Bahasa. So I welcome you to also discover those resources and maybe go beyond the provocations we had today. So hopefully these were useful, and they can maybe also open up a bit of a discussion among us. So thank you once again, and I'm open to questions and discussions, criticism of any kind. Or if we're very late, I know we are late, and Alberto just wants to send me back to my course.
No, not at all. I just wanted to show the participants one of the books which features contributions from Doug Fry and myself. Can you see it? Non-Killing Societies.
Yes, we can see it, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, I see there's actually quite a few questions. I'm sorry, I completely missed those.
That's okay.
Okay, where can I go? What would you say would be the main conditions present in the peaceful societies mentioned? Okay, Alberto, please. Has Douglas Fry spoke yet in the course?
He's coming.
Okay, so I won't answer
about
that
an
question
hour's time. So
because with Alberto, I think Doug is really an expert on that, and I think it's really he's the person to answer that. But I do encourage you to explore, the book that Alberto has just come up with, Non-Killing Societies. and I'll let Doug talk about not only non-killing societies, but how non-killing societies can cluster, and the concept of peace systems is really interesting. Okay, so and yeah, any other questions or issues I can address while I'm here? I also left my email, so if after this there's issues that pop up, just feel free to drop me an email, a message, and I'll be happy to respond. Or if you're interested on any of these things I touched and would like to know more, or I can share literature. I also posted the presentation last night on the Moodle, so it's there. I didn't want to let you know because then you would cheat on me and you would look up the answers before I made the questions. But you can find it there. Crossing the Threshold. It's on the Moodle, my class.
Okay, I think we can end there. Muchas gracias, my amigo. And sorry, there was a hand up. Anelo, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to ask some opinion about, we have talked about non-killing, but I want more explanation about death penalty. It's also an act of killing, right? Death penalty, I mean, it's also an act of killing. In any country, in many countries of Southeast Asia, there is a really high level of death penalty. As an activist, how do you approach on this? I mean, what is what is an solution for increase the level of death penalty in the country that adopt penalty that?
So you mean what's the approach as an activist to the death penalty or to abolishing the death penalty? Okay, so the first thing is really to understand the arguments that are being used in different countries to keep the death penalty. And I think, you know, if you look at the history of peace studies and you see how it emerged during mostly at the moment of the First World War, it had to do a lot about finding the empirical, the research, the data to provide information, meaningful data for activists that were promoting certain agendas. And I think this needs to happen with the death penalty, because many of the reasons why countries or why those defending the death penalty are sustaining the need for it is false. It's false assumptions. And in fact, for example, there was one assumption in the US around the death penalty is that it's cheaper to execute people than to keep them in jail for, life sentence. This is untrue. And this is something you can demonstrate how it's untrue. The question about each of these cases, and there's now many cases, it deserves at least several PhD theses. The number of cases of countries that have abolished the death penalty, you can go to each of them with very different cultural, political, socioeconomic contexts, and they show the story that this does not happen. This idea that homicides and reckless behavior will emerge spontaneously if the death penalty is abolished, this does not stand true in any of the cases where this has happened. And I think it's very important for researchers, activists, to bring this data forward, to generate this data to inform political debate and to help activists. And in the global level, Amnesty International does a very important work with this, but also in different countries, there's different organizations working towards this. And I think this kind of arguments that we need to bring forward, and the peace and conflict research has the responsibility to bring these kinds of arguments forward.
Thank you,
Mark Jasmine?
Yeah, should we continue to the next?
We are taking a break now for 10 minutes.
Okay, well, anyway, I'll leave you to your break. Thank you so much for your attention. I know it's a hard, long day. Again, feel free to come back to me if
Yeah,
any
and
questions.
once again, I was going to say thank you so much for your presentation, and it was absolutely fantastic as always, coming from you. And as they say, we are in touch. So take care, and the participants, I'm sure, will all join me to applaud your presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Should we have a 10-minute breaks, Dr.
Yeah,
Alberto?
yeah.
Sorry, Professor.
So we are resuming at 6:10. Sorry, I've got my
4. 4.
10:03, isn't it?
Sorry, 3. 3, which is in
Okay,
7
sure.
minutes from now.
Okay, good. See you then. Bye.
Alrighty.
Unmute, I see.
All right, I hope everyone is freshen up. All right.
Okay, we can resume.
I can't see. It is there.
Okay, we can see that now, Paul.
Good.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, good. So it gives me great pleasure to invite a good friend of mine. They're all friends, as you would have noticed. Professor Paul Komisarov, who is a professor of medicine. You can read his bio from the web page. But Paul is also, sorry, I'm losing my voice, Paul, because I'm down with the flu. And Paul is also the executive director of Global Reconciliation, and it does a lot of fantastic work. And he will speak briefly if he has the opportunity about the center. So I won't take any more time. It's all yours, Paul.
Thank you so much, Alberto, and hello everybody. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. These are my disclosures, a little bit about who I am. And at the bottom here, I've mentioned my novel, which in some ways addresses in a fictional context some of the issues I'm going to be talking to you about today. This is one of the pictures by a talented graphic novelist, graphic artist, Miranda Burton, in that book. As Alberto said, I'm the executive director of an NGO called Global Reconciliation, which is an Australian-based network of people that seek to bring people together across the boundaries of national, cultural, religious, gender, racial, and other differences. And I'll explain a little bit what I mean by this. We've been involved in a large number of projects. I'm not going to go through these, of course, but they are in different places, in the Middle East, in Myanmar, in Southern Asia, in Africa, and so on. But they also deal with a range of issues within geographical areas, such as problems about food or climate change and so on. And I'll talk a little bit about this vast expanse of the idea of reconciliation. So what is reconciliation? Reconciliation in my usage, or in our usage, refers to communication and dialogue across difference. When we talk about differences here, we're talking about differences across national, cultural, religious, racial, philosophical, gender-based, and other kinds of ways of engaging with or understanding the world. And the problem of reconciliation is to establish a dialogue in order to establish mutual understanding in these different kinds of settings. So there are criteria of success, but there's no particular end point. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Now, I'm going to give a few theoretical slides, and then I'm going to talk about some practical contexts within which the question of reconciliation arises. And then I'm going to tell you a couple of stories in pictures. Reconciliation assumes the, sorry, I'm just getting a little bit of feedback, and I might just try and turn off a speaker at the moment. So reconciliation starts with several theoretical assumptions. I've mentioned ethics as first philosophy. The idea here is that ethics is at the root of everything. The point from which we start is our sense of mutual responsibility to each other. Theoretical ideas are a product of culture.
Joam spoke. Oh, sorry, the thing. It's very annoying. Joam spoke about the Thomas Kuhn's book called the Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Sorry, maybe just take this one out for the moment, and then we'll bring it back. Sorry, I'm getting an echo. Joam spoke about the Thomas Kuhn's book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, which raised, which addressed the question of what he referred to as a paradigm shift, of a transformation in the idea of truth or knowledge. And actually, that's the way the problem of reconciliation first appeared to me as a scientist who worked in different paradigms of thought. I was intrigued by the idea of how, as a Galilean or an Einsteinian or someone working in the field of quantum mechanics could make sense of another theory that actually constructed the world differently. So the idea of truth being a construct of theory that's then embedded in a framework of thought and action is really one of the starting points. I mentioned the idea of difference. The differences that we're talking about are not problems, but rather they're sources of possibility, sources of creative understanding, sources of novelty. And what drives us forward is dialogue, coming into contact with each other in the process of communication, of talking with each other, and establishing those processes of mutual understanding. The ultimate aim of any theory and practice of reconciliation is to enable a framework in which discrepant and ambiguous ethical and epistemological perspectives can enter into a productive and mutually respectful dialogue. So this is a theoretical statement, it's a bit abstract, but I think the idea is clear. The objective is somehow to establish a common framework of meaning in which people can engage in fruitful and creative conversations. So this is what reconciliation is. What is it not? Well, it's not conflict resolution. In conflict resolution, we identify the things that the ways in which people differ or come into conflict, and we try to overcome or extinguish those differences. In reconciliation, we treasure the differences and seek to preserve them. It's not about enforcing a particular idea of human rights or a particular set of fixed ethical principles, because these can differ according to perspective. Rather, we retain an open mind, and in order to be able to respect the different perspectives from which people come. And nor is it a practice of empathy. In empathy, we try to enter the world of another person. In reconciliation, we keep our distance. We maintain our difference in order to draw on that difference as a source of novel and creative possibility, as I've been saying. Reconciliation processes are rooted in daily practices. So it's not just a philosophical exercise here, but rather we engage in areas in which we have shared goals and shared practices. And I've mentioned here a few, but the one that concerns me personally in practice most of all is healthcare. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And this is one last theoretical slide. The process of reconciliation is not just one that happens in an informal way, but rather there are developed methods and techniques that one can apply. And I've listed here a sequence of events that we might go through, where we seek to identify the things that bind us together through that a shared practice, a practice in healthcare or in the arts or something of that sort. We identify the differences in the way that I've already described, and then we engage in a process, a rigorous and formal process of trying to reach across those boundaries in the way that Thomas Kuhn described, to try to draw out new meanings, to try and understand how the world is created from a divergent perspective to our own. We use language to circumvent fixed structures of thought, and then we engage in those reflective biological processes that I've been talking about. I'm now going to talk very, very briefly about a few examples of reconciliation in action, and I've just got one slide each for the first few of these, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about the idea of global health, and I'm going to show you a little bit of a picture story about Israel and Palestine. I'm not going to talk at all about Ukraine. I'm putting this here as a provocation in order to pose the question of what reconciliation in Ukraine today would look like and what we would have to do to start to achieve that. I'm starting with the clinic because that's where I start from personally. I'm a physician, and I think I've learned the little that I know about the craft of reconciliation from my personal practice within the clinic. The role of the doctor is not to be a technician or a moral policeman in order to enforce a particular way of looking at the world or a particular solution to a technical problem, but rather to facilitate a particular kind of conversation, to try to evoke new understandings of the meaning of illness, and to foster an ethical reflection about fundamental values about life and death, about pain and suffering, about grieving, about the kind of fundamental goals or objectives that we set ourselves in our lives. The experience of illness can raise all of these questions, and it's our job, or I see it as my job as a health professional, in order to foster that kind of reflection through the kind of reconciliation dialogue that I'm talking about. So the doctor here is an active participant in this dialogue, which is the search for meaning, truth, and values. One of the issues that comes up quite often in Australian society, and of course in many others, is that the tradition of medicine is not a single homogeneous one. From a Western point of view, Western practitioners see Western medicine as representing an objective truth. And if you read Kuhn's book, you'll recognise that everyone from any scientific perspective always thinks they're right. They think that their view is the one that provides the direct access to truth. Of course, we know that that's not true, and nor is it true in Western medicine either. There are many alternative medical traditions or healthcare traditions. And they include traditions that have access to wisdom or knowledge about herbal treatments or other bodily and spiritual practices. Within a Western-based system, there's often a lot of hostility and antagonism to contending approaches to medical treatment. But I think most of the people here listening will agree that that's a very, very narrow and not necessarily a very productive approach, because different approaches, different perspectives on health care may offer very different kinds of insights and also alternative treatments and alternative ways of understanding the kinds of problems that healthcare or illness throw up. And of course, everyone knows that Western medicine is actually very limited in what it can achieve. It can treat certain diseases, but there's a lot it can't do. So the reconciliation problem here is try to understand how the different approaches to healthcare and the body can fit together, and how we can actually draw from each of them the particular insights that they have access to in order to establish a more effective and more comprehensive framework. I'll mention very briefly the idea of voluntary assisted dying, partly because I'm involved in quite a large research project into this problem. And I think it's quite a good example of a reconciliation problem. Voluntary assisted dying is sometimes referred to as euthanasia. It's the problem of whether or not, in the setting of someone who's suffering intolerable pain as a result of an illness, possibly a terminal illness, should be given the opportunity to hasten their death. This has been an incredibly controversial question in many societies around the world, and in a number of societies, particularly in Europe, North America, and now Australia, legal frameworks have been established in order to make it legally possible to hasten someone's death in such circumstances. But there's the arguments on both sides have become extremely polarized. On the one hand, there are people who say, look, it's simply a matter of personal freedom. It's my choice whether I live or die, and I'm the one and the only one who can make that decision. On the other side, at the other extreme, are those who say life is absolutely sacred and no one can make the decision to end life. And these positions are really completely incompatible, and in many cases have led to very bitter divisions. So the reconciliation problem here is to try and understand how people taking such opposite points of view in good faith could somehow be brought together in a productive dialogue. How can we actually establish a framework of conversation in which the people in looking at the world in such different ways can actually respect each other and somehow learn from each other in such a way that they can share each other's meaning? So this is the reconciliation problem, not just in relation to euthanasia, I've chosen that as an example, but in other areas of life in which people take very different, sometimes directly contrary ethical points of view. I'm going to shift now to the question of global health, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the kind of reconciliation problems that arise in this area. The basic issues or problems that global health practices seek to address is really the depth of ill health around the world, but also the inequalities or inequities that are associated with health care in different countries in the world. 87% of the huge amount that's spent on healthcare globally goes to a very small proportion of the world's population. 10% of the global burden of disease attracts 90% of global expenditure in health research. And these are, of course, the illnesses that predominate in wealthy societies: high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart disease, and so on, as opposed to the diseases, often communicable or infectious diseases, that afflict people in poorer or developing countries. In addition, global expenditure on weapons dwarfs the amount that's spent on healthcare. In the United States, for example, nearly 30% of GDP, directly or indirectly, is spent on weapons or defence, whereas about 12% is spent on healthcare. Wars and internal conflicts have created more than 40 million refugees and 50 million internally displaced people in the world, and new infectious diseases, including COVID-19, are emerging as a result of environmental degradation, which is largely generated by the large Western developed capitalist economies. So this is really the context within which we enter the global health field. Now, the problem is that global that attempts to address global health through foreign aid and what's sometimes called humanitarian aid, often actually doesn't do what it claims to do. Foreign aid is usually neither foreign nor aid. It's usually a branch of the foreign policy of the particular country that's giving the aid, which is seeking to serve its own interests and often to support its own nationals and its own national interests. It's often a colonizing device that's presented under the guise of humanitarian support. Even well-meaning health aid programs often produce the opposite of what they seek to achieve. So our question here, and this is the reconciliation question, how do we as people who are genuinely well-meaning within a developed country like Australia or within the United States, within European countries, who wish to engage with people who are in need of healthcare, how can we do it in such a way that we can actually share our experiences and produce benefits that don't merely perpetuate the narrow and sectional interests of the countries and economies and cultures from which we come? So the answer here is that we have to enter into a different kind of dialogue, and we've got to open ourselves to the different ways in which people experience healthcare issues and also the kinds of problems that they're seeking to address. So if we simply look at healthcare as a purely technological problem that requires the application of Western medicines or Western technologies, then we are unable to engage at that deeper level of understanding of the things that generate ill health in those countries, but also the ways in which we can overcome those problems. So I'm going to give here the particular example that I've been involved in over many years, and that's the response to HIV. One can look at HIV, and in particular, the different ways in which the problem of HIV has manifested itself in different parts of the world as a purely technical problem, as one where it's simply a matter of there being an infective agent, a virus, that requires a technical response in the nature of expensive antiviral drugs. But actually, as you come to understand the way in which illness manifests itself in different countries, one can see that HIV is not just a purely, it's not just a matter of the infestation of particular bodies with a virus, but rather the much broader effect on a culture and on the way in which people understand and experience the world, and indeed even in the way in which the ethical constructs that they apply. So HIV and the response to HIV depends upon the delicate networks of care that are often fractured when HIV enters a community, the loss of hope that's associated with that, the damage to community infrastructure and so on. In order to rebuild these fractured community structures, we have to engage in a process of reconciliation. Reconciliation is about putting back together those fractured elements of a society, which are induced as a result of the impact of a process such as HIV, and of course other infective processes, other pandemics, Ebola and COVID-19 have done the same thing. So how do we do that? Well, we have to engage in the reconciliation dialogue. We've got to engage with the people who are who are suffering from the effects of these conditions. Here are a few pictures from Zambia, from the Gwembe district in southern Zambia, and projects in which I've been involved have been in Africa and also in Swaziland, where a student of mine made 3 Bunutalehi has been active in a long over a long period of time. This person here is Ian Campbell, who has been involved in reconciliation type activities in many countries of the world over a long period of time. And the process here is really to bring the communities together in a reconciliation dialogue to raise questions and to talk to them about about the problems that they're facing, about the threats of HIV, but also about very delicate and difficult questions about sexual practices, about the use of condoms, about questions of consent and so on, which may not come naturally or easily in these communities. So we've engaged in community conversation, often very vigorous ones, as you can see here, raise these difficult questions, sometimes in a way where people feel very comfortable, so they have to include music and dancing and so on, so that people can start to address questions that have often been very painful or difficult for them. And sometimes it means going out to the villages and talking with people about the issues that they face, about the use of condoms and so on, which for many people was difficult or embarrassing in the first prior to this process. I'm now in the last part of this talk going to switch to a little bit of a discussion about Israel and Palestine. And I'm going to talk especially about Gaza, and I'm going to show you a little bit of a picture story about my visits to Gaza over the years. I think I probably don't have to say a lot to convince you that there's an emergency regarding child health in Israel and Palestine. One only needs the most superficial knowledge of the problems in the region to be able to estimate what the impact on young people is. If you have been a child in Gaza and you're 12 years old today, you will have lived through 6 wars. Every family will have had direct contact with violence in one way or another, either through the process of war. You'll have seen someone being killed. You'll have seen bombs having been dropped out of the sky. If you're a child in Israel, then you're almost equally aware of the imminence of violence and war, and you've grown up with it and you live with it almost every day. So we established a process, a project which we referred to as Caring for the Children of Israel and Palestine, the idea of which was to establish a cooperative framework between Israeli and Palestinian people to support community organisations working for child well-being. And this included discussions with a whole range of international civil society partnerships, including the United Nations, with the idea of building trust and confidence in the hope that this would be one of the rudimentary steps that would potentially lead to at least build the basis on which an infrastructure for peace could be constructed in Israel and Palestine. Still a long way off, we've got a long way to go, but we feel that this is something that is essential if any of the high-level diplomatic approaches to the problem of conflict in the area is ever going to be effective. So there needs to be a shift from political, policy-based peacemaking strategies to achievable civil society initiatives. We've got to be able to bring together people on the ground before the possibility of a blueprint or a roadmap for peace can ever be affected. We've got to deliver actual health services to children in the region who most need them in a sustainable and ongoing manner, and provide a generalisable and replicable model for responding to these conflicts, which appear to all of us to be so difficult. And before going on to the photographs, I'll say Israel and Palestine are probably the most divided societies in the world, which is a terrible shame and disaster, because up until the early 2000s, they were really very close. And these are societies and communities that have lived together literally for millennia. And yet, because of the bitterness and because, at least to some extent, of deliberate attempts by the leadership on all sides, the communities have become divided. So the challenge here is to establish the reconciliation dialogues that can get people talking to each other and re-establishing that sense of a unified purpose. And if you talk to a person in the street in Tel Aviv, or you talk to a person in a refugee camp in Gaza City, they will say the same thing. They will say, we do not want war. What we really want is a safe and secure and happy future for our children. So there's a single common goal. So this is me entering Gaza. This is the areas crossing looked at from the Israeli side. When one enters Gaza, I don't know how many people in the audience have been to Gaza, but those who haven't might find this a little bit revealing. One goes through a tunnel. There's no man's land on both sides. One can look back towards Israel at the war. When one enters Gaza, Gaza is a beautiful city that has the praises of which have been sung for thousands of years, partly because of its great beauty. It also has been a fishing fleet over a long period of time. Of course, that's not how it looks. It looks today. These are 4 little children in Gaza City on the banks of the Mediterranean. Here's a Hamas car keeping an eye on me. The sign on this wall says "This Life," not correctly spelt, but it's a very sad commentary when you think of that. These are doctors who are out of work in Gaza because of the lack of funds and supplies. These are 6 young university students with extremely beautiful faces. This person here is doing engineering. She's a medical student. He's doing accounting. She's a journalist and her father runs a newspaper. And these 2 are studying the humanities. They're looking for the future for themselves, but none of them has ever been out of Gaza, which is an area 40 kilometres by 5 kilometres. And they said to me, what is our future? A bomb could come through the roof at any moment and kill us all. These are children going to school. This is a man standing in front of the ruins of his house. This is Yasser Abu Jaimi, a psychiatrist, Palestinian who grew up in Saudi Arabia, studied medicine in Lithuania, did his internship in Turkey so that he could return to Gaza to serve his people. And he's the director of the Gaza Community Health Foundation, which provides psychological support services, and they're training young women in psychological services, counselling, and so on. And this is one of the things that they do. These are young people who are asked to draw pictures of what it is that they dream about. This is what a child in Gaza sees when he or she closes his or her eyes at night. This is Jean Calder, an Australian woman in her late 80s who is a rehabilitation specialist who moved to Gaza about 40 years ago. She adopted this young woman, Dalal, who's blind, and together and this is Dr. Hatam, who works with them. And Jean travelled to Gaza, where she now lives, to work with the Palestinian Red Cross in order to support people in need and people who are suffering from the effects of the conflict, not just the wars themselves, but the psychological and physical consequences. This is the Youth Without Borders. The executive director is Ayman Al-Rohek, and this is a group of young people who are who have established an NGO to provide support for the vulnerable and needy in Gaza itself, especially elderly people. Gaza has had a collapse in governance. Hamas has not been particularly effective. So as a result of which there's been a flourishing of civil society organisations such as this to provide help and assistance to the people in need. This is Dahlia, a young woman who led her family to safety during one of the attacks on Khan Yunis, which is the city where she lives, and she works with a group of young people, this is Israel in the background, who come together on a daily basis in order to help the people most in need. So this is civil society in Gaza, which, as I say, is flourishing. This is Mariam Zarkush, and this is Saida. These are two of the founders of an organisation called the Culture and Free Thought Association, which is a voluntary organisation that's been established to provide support. Originally, it was to provide after-school care, but it then became a women's support organisation and now runs multiple clinics. It provides educational services to children. There are, of course, many orphans in Gaza. This is Najib. So it's a safe place for people to come together to provide support. They have this is a poster of a dramatic performance that they had, which was meant as an educational tool to try to address the problem of domestic violence. And this is a teacher who's conducting after-school classes, showing scientific experiments so that young children can learn science. So what are the why am I talking about Gaza and in the context of reconciliation? What are the reconciliation aspects of this story? Well, this is, I guess, the moral of what I've just been talking about. What we see here exemplified is the multiple dimensions of communication and dialogue. The process of creating and sustaining a community, overcoming conflicts and enmities, identifying shared values and goals, and demonstrating the vibrancy and resilience of the people in communities. This is all something that we can see so vividly displayed within an area subjected to such horrific violence and deep suffering as the Gaza Strip. It also shows, it also demonstrates this process of moral empowerment that we've seen in these pictures. There's this sense of people who are not cast down. They're not left without any possibility of hope or the possibility of change, but rather they have reclaimed their moral agency. This is the process of forgiveness, where someone can move out of the position of being a victim, where all one can do is blame the so-called perpetrators, the people who are inflicting the pain or the violence on one, and actually recreate a moral world within which they can flourish. That requires the construction of a space outside the binaries of hatred and blame, resentment and the desire for retribution, and the creation of the conditions and the infrastructure for peace. I'm going to end this talk with a picture of this young man, Mohsen. When this picture was taken 5 years ago, he was 16, and he's a very talented artist. I'm going to show you just 3 of his pictures to end this talk. So these are his pictures around the back here. So Mohsen, as I said, is 16. So let me just conclude quickly. I've talked about how the contemporary understanding of reconciliation seeks to reconstruct the possibility of continuing dialogues across the differences of culture, religion, politics, and so on. These dialogues can be difficult, they can be unpredictable, they can be ambiguous, and they can be fragile, but they are always possible. Whatever the differences, whether it's across scientific paradigms, across cultural or ethical perspectives, or across the boundaries of political or national structures, dialogue is always possible, however rudimentary and however tenuous that might be. Reconciliation is a process. It's not a state to be achieved. There's no end point where we've achieved perfect reconciliation. There's no general method of reconciliation. There's no formula or algorithm. Reconciliation entails dynamic and fluid negotiations, exchanges of information, learning and exploration of differences in the context, in a setting or in a framework, on the assumption of respect. And finally, the many pathways to reconciliation share a common theme, a commitment to a search for common meanings and a space outside the binaries of hatred, blame, and the desire for retribution. The practice of reconciliation uncovers unimaginable beauty and heroism and ethical commitment that can inspire hope in the darkest of times. Thank you very much for listening to me. I look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. Do you want to stop sharing screen? No? So once again, thank you so much. We have about 5 minutes for any questions or comments. And may I encourage those who have not had an opportunity to speak to do so. And if you, those of you who have been talking, if you don't mind sort of holding off your questions or your comments to tomorrow, because tomorrow we start the critical conversation bit, and so participants will be invited to participate in that. And I'm also pleased to say that Professor Komasarov will also be one of the presenters or one of the conversants in the critical conversation that is focused on the COVID pandemic and lessons that we can gain from how the pandemic was handled and the various measures that were implemented to address the problems. So do we have any comments or questions from anyone who has not as yet spoken? Anyone? Yes, Gail, please go ahead.
Yes, hi, I'm Gail. I'm from the Philippines. You mentioned something about creating moral agency. Does reconciliation or a call to unity mean letting go of blame, hatred, even if historical atrocities like human rights violations because of martial law or extrajudicial killings because of the drug war. If the victims are not given justice because people in power refuse to acknowledge them, how do we come to a point of reconciliation?
Okay, thank you. That's an extremely deep and important question. And what we're really talking about here is the idea of forgiveness, and the concept of forgiveness that I'm referring to here is one developed by Archbishop Desmond Tutu. To be able to move forward, to be able to forgive, is not to annul an injustice or to ignore or to forget it, but it's rather to be able to seize seize one's own possibility of escaping from the cycle of victimhood, as I said before. It's often assumed that the only way in which we can somehow resolve an injustice is to achieve revenge, or to be able to ensure that the perpetrator of that injustice has been subjected to punishment, whatever that punishment might be, imprisonment or some sort of counter-violence or something of that sort. The trouble with that is that all that really does is perpetuate the violence, but also not only the violence, but to perpetuate the enmity and the hatred and the conflict that gave rise to it in the beginning. In order to move on, as Desmond Tutu and the South African Truth and Reconciliation process demonstrated, what we need to do is actually be able to achieve another moral level, a level at which we can actually seize the ethical initiative, if you like, and take control of the ethical agenda. So that's really a quite different process from the question of the punishment of perpetrators. So I'm certainly not against formal judicial processes, and where significant criminal acts have occurred, it is important, not especially for the process of overcoming injustice, but more for the process of ensuring the rule of law, that those judicial processes are enacted and carried out. However, in order to be able to move forward as a society, to be able to establish relationships and structures that are not dependent on violence and conflict, we've got to be able to respond in a completely different sort of way. So this is an idea of forgiveness. This is not the Christian idea of forgiveness. This is an ethical notion where we reconstitute what I've called our ethical agency in order to be able to seize control of the ethical agenda so that we can move forward as personally, as a community, and as a society.
John, do you have a comment or question? Do you want to go ahead, John? John Sadu.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Yes, hello.
Please,
My
please
name
go
is
ahead.
John. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Yeah. A question I want to ask is that then while that seems possible theoretically in reconciling, but the main issue is that most people or organizations, despite the historical challenges on record, with historical challenges between them, feel in some cases those situations can't be possible to reconcile?
Look, no one said reconciliation is easy, but then resolving conflicts anywhere has never been a simple matter. There have been, I showed the example of Gaza, in part to create a sense of optimism that in a society that must be one of the most oppressed societies in the world today, and I described some of the adverse circumstances that people in Gaza experience, even as small children. Even in those circumstances, where if you're 12, you've seen 6 wars already. Even in those circumstances, people can still reconstruct the possibility of an ethical life, of being able to engage with each other with openness, with generosity, and with hope. We've seen multiple examples. There have been about 24 truth and reconciliation processes around the world, which in many cases have borne significant fruit. So I don't think that we need to be pessimistic here, even if we recognise that there are very big tasks ahead. So reconciliation is not easy. These are difficult conversations to have. Sometimes, particularly in the thick of war and conflict, to be able to set up the circumstances in which people can even start to talk to each other in the most rudimentary way is often almost impossibly difficult. We arranged some reconciliation meetings, including one large summit in Jordan, in which we sought to bring together people from Lebanon and from Israel. But these are countries at war, and it's actually a crime in Lebanon to speak to a Jewish Israeli person. So one can easily see how difficult and potentially dangerous it may be for people to try and cross the line to initiate that process of discussion or dialogue. But if we are to move forward, there's no alternative.
I'm really sorry we've run out of time. We've got 2 hands up. If you don't mind typing your question or your comments in the chat, we have to take a break now. And then we've got the next speaker who is already coming on, who's probably online. So once again, Paul, it's been wonderful it's been it's always wonderful hearing the things that you've got to say, and over the years of knowing you, we have had so many different kinds of exchanges in a truly dialogical way. And once again, you've shown, your not just your talent to bring people together, but your amazing skill in terms of reconciliation. So thank you so much, Paul. And say hi to Sally. I can see her in the background.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, join.
أشد على أيديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم وأهديكم ضياع عيني ودفء القلب أعطيكم وأهديكم ضياع عيني ودفء القلب أعطيكم فمأساتي التي أحيا نصيبي من مآسيكم وأهديكم ضياع عيني ودفء القلب أعطيكم فمأساتي التي أحيا نصيبي من مآسيكم أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم أناديكم أشد على أياديكم
Okay. Well, once again, I want to apologize to all the participants. This has been a very long day for you. It's been a long 2 days, I'm assuming. For all of you, you must be exhausted. But I'm sure the next presenter, this next speaker, who has very kindly agreed to my invitation to be one of the presenters in this course. I think you would have read his bio, and it's someone, you know, who I've known, I think probably about 10 years or so, I think. And we are one of the fellow rather small circle of anthropologists who refuse to allow those who, what we refer to as the bellicose, you know, anthropologists and social scientists that think that war is the innate, you know, humans are predisposed towards war and violence. And Professor Fry has been someone who has been very much in the forefront, I should say, in terms of challenging those kinds of terribly negative, you know, viewpoints about, you know, the human condition, and someone who has published quite extensively on various aspects to do with peace cultures. But today he's going to talk about something that he's relatively, he has been working on it relatively recently, I think maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, on the concept of peace systems. So it's all yours, Doug.
Oh, well, thank you so much for this nice introduction, Alberto. And also thank you so much for the invitation to take part in your course. It's an exciting course, clearly extremely international and very beneficial. So I'm just real happy to be here and be a small part of it. I mentioned beforehand, I'll just mention to the whole group that I'm on day 11 of having COVID. So I'm not quite my usual peppy self, but I'll do my best. I've got some excitement here revved up, some energy revved up to be with you folks. What I thought I would do first is show you a PowerPoint presentation that's not too lengthy to really introduce the idea of peace systems. And this will consist of some qualitative, anthropological, historical type of information. And then towards the end also, I'll share with you some data, which is actually from one of the readings that I was suggesting for you all. So I think it's good to have a quantitative take on peace systems as well. Next, we have a short film, which we might watch together, as sort of a discussion prompter. It's a film that my wife and I wrote the text for, the narration, and produced this spring. And the idea is to try to express this idea of peace systems, this concept, in a lively way that may grab people's interest and attention. So that's where I thought we'd go. And then, of course, there should be time for your questions, answers, comments, and so forth about peace systems and any other topics that come up. So am I prepared to share the screen here, Alberto? I think it's saying one person can share. Maybe, do you need to do anything, or am I set to go? That's, I guess, my question.
Jasmine, can you make Doug a co-host? Mas Ari? Let me see whether I can do it. Okay.
Let's see.
That's
now,
great. Okay.
I think I have it. If you're all seeing that, are you seeing it?
Yep. We can see it.
Fantastic.
Great.
Fantastic. I'll switch it over to slide mode here and slide some of your smiling faces to the side a little bit. Okay, so let's get going with the PowerPoint. And probably for continuity, if you have questions, something comes to mind, maybe just reserve them for afterwards. It might go a little better that way. What the whole idea is, how do we transition from war to peace? And specifically, let's look at some of the key attributes of peace systems. And by peace systems, what I really mean, it's a negative definition of peace at this point, but I hope we can expand it to a positive definition very soon. That is that it's clusters of neighboring societies that don't make war on each other. And sometimes these neighbors don't make war, period. Sometimes they do make war outside the system. So this is an important distinction to keep in mind. Peace systems are clusters of neighboring societies that don't make war with each other. And some of the key questions that we're grappling with and see a potential here for peace building is, can peace systems provide insights for peace building in other contexts? And here's the really big question: could humanity create a global peace system wherein war is no longer waged on the planet Earth? So you see, we like to raise the big questions. So let's keep these in mind as I tell you just a little bit more about the peace system concept and give some examples. So we started out by hypothesizing what are some of the elements that these existing peace systems have that may be absent elsewhere. Another way to put this is, what are some of the key features that are contributing to peace? And so here's a series of hypotheses. Overarching social identity would be an identity that catches members of all of the groups, overarching, not just individual unit identities, whether those units be nations or tribes or what have you. And number two, that there would be a lot of interconnections. The interconnections among the different members of a peace system could be in terms of marriages that are engaged in across group boundaries. There could also be economic connections of different type, linking of economic systems, or simply trade amongst the units and so forth. And then interdependence takes it to another level. And that's really where you could make an argument that these units in a peace system, these members of a peace system, are really interdependent on each other. And one of the main ways, there's several, but one of the main ways they could be interdependent is to protect themselves from external military threats. So enter the whole idea of peace systems being an alliance against hostile neighbors. Another way there can be interdependence, however, is an ecological interdependence. Can talk more about these things a little bit later. So non-warring norms and values, you can see the list here. Symbolism and ceremonies that reinforce peace, or another way to put this, they reinforce peaceful norms, nonviolent values, and so forth. Superordinate institutions, just like overarching identity goes across the groups, same thing for superordinate institutions. Are there social features, whether they're political, ceremonial, governmental, or what have you, that are above the level of the units and therefore special in this way? So these are the various features we'll be looking at as we go through the talk today. And there could be some other ones, certainly. This is a list of 8, which seemed most promising to us. Now, I suspect there are a lot of peace systems out there, but that nobody has really looked for them or conceptualized them as something worth looking for. And so as we looked as a research team across the ethnographic and historical literature, we came up with some examples. These are some of them, just to give you an idea as to the diversity in geography and also in types of social organization. So we have, for instance, the first one is from Malaysia, and Alberto, of course, has worked with Samai and other groups there as well, so he has firsthand knowledge of this central peninsular Malaysian Orang Asli peace system. Some other ethnographic examples: the Haudenosaunee, also known as the Iroquois, are a really wonderful example. We won't talk too much about them today, but you'll see them in the film as a case study. And here's another type of example, historical. So, for instance, the Swiss cantons, they had a history of warring with each other that went really a 1,000 years of on and off conflicts, sometimes leading to true wars, until they unified into what is known as the country of Switzerland. So there's a historical example of individual social units giving up war, giving up their differences, and actually coming together to form a larger union, a country of Switzerland. The 2 examples at the bottom we're going to go into in a little more detail. That's why I put them in a golden color here: Brazil's Upper Xingu River Basin tribes and the European Union. So let's look at those 2 cases in a little more detail to try to make this concept of peace systems more alive. The first point I can make about the Upper Xingu groups is that they're anthropologically very nicely studied and well documented. These are a number of different anthropologists over different decades who have studied the groups. There are 10 Xingu, Upper Xingu tribes. They're representing 4 different language groups, so they're not all very similar to each other in terms of all elements of culture, but they get along very peacefully with each other. And this history of peace goes back at the very least, since the 1880s, when we have the first evidence of European explorer, Carl von den Steinen, who passed through the region twice and recorded that these tribes were living peacefully with each other, not making war. And if you look at the map, this is the Xingu River running from south to north. So Upper Xingu is the upper regions of this river. That's where we're talking about. But in terms of peace, an anthropologist named Buell Quain did field work in the 1930s and documented the lack of war at that time among these groups. And then more recently still, Thomas Gregor became very interested in the peace system, and he called it a peace system of the Upper Xingu. What he writes is, during the 100 years over which we have records, there is no evidence of warfare among the Xingu groups. And that was back in 1990, so we can add 32 years of peacefulness among the Xingu people at the very minimum. So how do they keep the peace? Think of the hypotheses I just showed you. One is that they do have an interdependence in terms of their ceremonies and their cultural symbols that they employ. The ceremonies reinforce for the people involved, the different members of the tribe, that they belong to a larger, peaceful social system. And as one Jingwano put it, we don't make war. We have festivals for the chiefs, to which all the villages come. We sing, we dance, we trade, we wrestle. So the idea of engaging in war is just not within their worldview. It's not something that they would do. They see themselves as part of a larger social system. So in terms of identity, we could look at this of expanding the us to include the them. The Xingu tribes expand the us beyond the tribe. They belong not solely to their tribe, but also to a larger interdependent social system, which is linked by trade, intermarriage, and joint ceremonies. For instance, with the ceremonies, jointly, they mourn the passing of any chiefs of any of the tribes, and they jointly initiate new tribes as part of a ceremonial system which everybody participates in. Intermarriage, Gregor, for instance, has documented this for some of the groups, specifically down to the rates of intermarriage and so forth. And trade is an interesting element here as well. The different villages could all manufacture just about anything they needed. There are a few exceptions to this, but they purposely don't. So instead, one village might specialize in making bows and arrows using the hardwood of a particular tree that's in their area to trade with other members of the peace system that don't make bows and arrows. Another village specializes in gathering salt by using hyacinth plants to soak up the salty water in a particular location. So they trade. Trade is good. It's a wonderful quote about trade being a relationship. Basically, they hold and nurture anti-war values. Peace is considered moral, whereas war is immoral. And one quote that I like, violence is a pathetic mark of failed leadership. So these are the types of attitudes and norms that the Xingu folks have. We mentioned conflict resolution, or I should say it was on the list. I didn't explicitly mention it, but hopefully you noticed it, as one of the hypotheses that within a peace system, there's ways to deal with conflict that do not involve war. And for the Xingu, it's almost like they have their own Olympics, their own Olympic games, where they come together and they wrestle and they have a good time. And any rivalries are just expended through the wrestling outlet rather than leading to violence. And here's a quote that reflects this attitude. When our bellies are hot with anger, we wrestle and the anger is gone. So we're seeing really an anthropologically interesting blending of values, norms, beliefs, practices, how kids are socialized How do you deal with your anger? You wrestle, you don't kill somebody. So to sum this up, the Upper Xingu peace system is reinforced in an ongoing fashion through inter-village trade, intermarriage, and joint ceremonies. And these social institutions reflect interconnections and also promote interdependence among the tribal groups. The tribes expand the concept of social identity beyond just their local tribal identities to also include the whole peaceable social system. So another way of putting that is they expand the us to include the them. They create and maintain this overarching identity as well as individual tribal identities. And again, the ethnography is very nice in providing examples of this type of thing. It's a great example of a peace system. Anti-war and anti-violent norms and values play a role in keeping the peace. As I mentioned, war is considered to be immoral. It's an uncivilized practice, unfitting of peaceable Xinguanos. So there we have one example of a peace system. And the second case I'll share with you briefly is the European Union. And one neat thing about this, I like to give these two examples because sometimes people think, oh, well, what does it really matter about some group of tribes in Brazil? That's of no relevance to the world today in the larger political scheme of things, the global stage. And the European Union sort of pulls the rug out from that type of thinking because it shows the whole idea of a peace system generally can be applied at different social levels and in different contexts. So the idea of creating peace systems and figuring out what are the key elements, the key variables that help to maintain the peace have relevance beyond Brazil and tribal peoples and other ethnographic cases. The EU obviously has a clear written history that documents the goals and the processes that led to this multi-nation peace system as an ever closer union, in the words of the Treaty of Rome from 1957. And it also obviously illustrates that nations can be the units in a peace system, not just tribal peoples. The history is really clear that peace was a major goal for setting up the European Union, for European integration. Key in this idea was Jean Monnet. He never held a political office, but he was very well in touch with leaders in Europe. A very interesting individual. If you really want to read about a wonderful peacemaker, I heartily recommend the memoirs of Jean Monnet. Very fascinating individual. In any case, he worked with Robert Schuman and Konrad Adenauer and a whole variety of different individuals who had just gone through the horrors of World War II and seen just what devastation in the 20th century, right, last century, warfare could cause. And the key idea that Monet was proposing is, how can we eliminate all future wars on this continent? War is hell. We've just been through this. We can't do same old and have another war in another 20 or 30 years. We have to have something different. And this was an idea that resonated to Europeans at that time, having just gone through the horrors of World War II. Here's a quote. The mere 5 years after World War II had ended, Monet was proposing that former enemies join forces, that France and Germany place the whole of Franco-German coal and steel production under a common high authority open to the participation of other countries of Europe. A really unique idea, and an idea which fits into our classification of an overarching social institution. And in this case, it was an economic/political institution. It was the first step towards European integration. And it was a very significant step because notice the equality here. After World War I, the Allies, the winning nations, really punished Germany, and they ended up with World War II a few decades earlier. Monet was adamant that a new system, a new Europe, be based on equality. So that's an exciting idea. And in fact, we see this emphasis on equality among the participants, among the members of peace systems, coming up time and time again. So in any case, one of the lessons here is that what was to become the EU began with a series of important but baby steps. You don't create a European Union overnight, but you can take steps along the path to develop a peace system That's one of the key lessons that we derive from this. So moving in stages towards an overall goal of European integration. And another lesson is they focused on economic interdependence. There's that key word. And explicitly through policies and development of new institutions, augmented and developed this economic interdependence along with the superordinate institutions. So, you know, it's like a man with a plan, right? It's not random. Key leaders got involved and really had a goal of creating peace and figured out how to do so. So it's a remarkable example in world history of a whole region giving up war amongst themselves. The primary approach was to make Europe economically integrated and systematically make its member countries more and more economically interdependent. The original founders envisioned a spillover effect where economic interdependence would in turn lead to integration in other social realms. And indeed, this is what is happening and has been happening over the last half century. This process continues all the time. European integration, we talked a little bit about conflict resolution. I just want to point out that there's a Court of Justice of the European Communities. This is a new court, didn't exist before the Union. And it's been set up, again, with an idea towards balance and equality. It has 27 judges, which is the same number of member countries. They can serve renewable 6-year terms. This court is not merely an arbitration court or something that has no punch, has no enforcement power. There's a clever mechanism here where the court does not merely offer opinions, but it really does pass down judgments that national courts are bound by treaty to enforce. So it's proven to be a very effective court. And in fact, it's not hearing that many cases because people are getting used to the fact of simply cooperating and working together. But it stands as a mechanism, a new institution for conflict resolution, which is an alternative to war. In terms of identity, we're also seeing in European history a European identity emerging. And this has been ongoing and it continues to ongo. Some of the symbolic or ritual elements of this include creating the European Union flag, which, as I'm sure you may have noticed, it's a circle. And again, if you think symbolically, that's representing equality. There's no star that's on top. It could be any star on top. The stars aren't labeled. It's a perfect union of equal circles. So there's the symbols. A common currency, of course, the euro has come into effect in most of the EU countries, but not all of them at this point. Some of them have been reluctant about accepting the euro as currency. This may or may not continue to grow. One thing that I've noticed working and teaching in Europe is that younger Europeans especially are taking on this new identity of citizens of Europe. And I just find that intriguing. And I smile as I think about, you know, the Upper Jingo having their higher identity and members of other peace systems. We see it happening right before our eyes in Europe. And it's not just the young folks. I was talking to a Swedish woman in her 80s. She's now passed away, unfortunately, but she came to Sweden decades ago to live in France, and she married a Frenchman. And just in talking to her, I didn't ask, she said she's a European. And I thought that was neat. So I then asked her a little bit about it, and she says, well, I'm from Sweden, but I'm no longer Swedish. I've lived most of my life in France, so I feel French, but I'm not truly French. And in any case, look what's going on this continent today. We're all Europeans. So it's a new identity. And just about Brexit, I guess the only comment I'll make there is 2 steps forward and 1 step back. When you're dealing with social changes like trying to create a peace system, there's always going to be setbacks, as there have been historically in this. The latest news I gather is that Brexit is harming the economy of the UK. So let's see what might happen in the future. Here's a key concept as well. Change of attitudes, change of norms, change in values. Peace, therefore, peace is therefore the primary achievement of the process of European integration. And this is a quote from Wilhelm Bertens, who served as a European parliamentarian a while ago. He is very pro-Europe. But I thought it was a good quote to mention because it just reflects the thinking that has shifted so much. There's been this huge change in norms and values as the EU peace system has developed, and war is simply no longer considered an option within the EU system. This is a huge change in orientation from the times when World War II ravaged Europe, and in fact from centuries previously of war after war after war that Europe was subjected to. So just step back for a minute and think about the magnitude of this change, where there are new institutions, new identities, new norms, new values. War has become a thing of the past for the member states of the Union. And so sorry about that. So predominant values within the EU really do emphasize peace and human rights, freedom, equality. Some of these are right off of the European Union website and are part of the regular dialogue within Europe. So this is a huge change that has taken place relatively quickly. And if you're interested in a more peaceful world, I think you might join me in seeing this as very hopeful that there can be such huge changes in relatively short amounts of time. The trend in Europe is to play down national identities, but not to eliminate them. So there certainly can be national identities as one level and a more general European identity. It's an example of peace promotion by expanding the us to encompass a larger social identity, in other words. So let me just finish up the talk with some of the latest findings that our research group has come up with. So first, a reminder, when we're talking about peace systems, we're talking about clusters of neighboring societies that don't make war on each other, and possibly not at all. And then we turn the question as a research question: what are the elements of positive peace that might be operating in these peace systems? And here I would argue enter our hypotheses, because many of the things we're hypothesizing could be looked at as elements of a positive peace. So just in terms of how long should a peace system have been in operation, we're just saying arbitrarily, let's say 75 years at least. Some of them seem to have been in existence much longer than this. And for our research, we selected just about every known case we could come up with 16 ethnographic and historical political examples of peace systems. That is, clusters of neighboring societies that aren't making war with each other. And we contrasted them with a comparison sample, which we figured out a way to randomly select. And key in our thinking was, can we gain some understanding? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Can we gain some understanding about how to shift a system that's not a peace system, where war is still a possibility and war may even be actively participated in? Can we shift from a war system to a peace system? And if we use the 8 hypotheses as a set of guiding markers, if you look at the 12 o'clock position for a negative reciprocity, a war system, war values and norms is there at 12 o'clock. Contrasted with in a peace system, there's going to be peace values and norms. And if we look at the 3 o'clock position, for a non-peace system, even a warring system, you might have weak or absent ties amongst neighbors. But if you look at the 3 o'clock position for the peace system, you have the intergroup ties, the interconnections that I've been talking about. So you can pick any of these and see the contrasting elements. 7 o'clock position is war symbols and rituals for the war system or non-peace system. Whereas when you get a peace system, we're hypothesizing peace symbols and rituals, and in fact, often see that. So the key question, how do you make the shifts over? We're going to take a look at the film in just a minute. I'm also mentioning that we have an article which I believe I recommended for reading, which tells more about this. But in the article itself are some data. And let me just go over this briefly to illustrate, maybe catch your interest as to some of the other data tables and analyses in the article. We have here the peace systems, the 16 peace systems, and that's a comparison group of 30 other non-peace systems. Significance, the smaller the number, the more significant it is in terms of a statistical sense. And my screen is too touchy. So here are the original 8 features that we're talking about: overarching identity, interconnectedness, interdependence. These are probably looking familiar by now. Non-warring value and norms, non-warring myths, ritual symbols that would reinforce non-value, non-warring values and norms, superordinate institutions, conflict management. We had many different cases. We put them together for analysis here. And peace leadership is something that I've alluded to, but not directly talked about. And then additionally, we looked at some variables we thought related to war, sort of the contrast to peace, right? Warring values and norms, war myths, ritual symbols, war leadership, and here at the top, ethnocentrism. So what did we find out in short? First of all, let's look at the scale. This is rating cultures, rating peace systems. If the value is 1, it's none. 2 is weak, 3 is moderate, and 4 is strong. 4 is strong, right? Peace systems tend to be close to 3. You can see the numbers yourself. And look at this, non-warring values and norms. That's up to 3.67. Getting close to 4, getting close to strong. So peace systems tend to be, just to generalize, moderate, sometimes more than moderate for the hypothesized variables. But in contrast, or by contrast, these numbers are all smaller. So peace systems tend to have more overarching identity than, for instance, non-peace systems, and go on down the list. And statistically, this holds for 6 out of the 8. We did not find significant results for superordinate institutions nor for conflict management. And there may be reasons for that that are not necessarily that they don't exist, but I won't get off on a sidetrack there. Now, interestingly, the whole thing reverses when you get down to the war variables. We didn't get a significant result for ethnocentrism, so that's interesting. Just keep that in mind. But the other variables flip-flop. Now we got very low numbers here, 1.9, 2, and 2.6, say, compared to larger numbers here for the non-peace systems. So in other words, and here's the significance levels, in other words, the non-peace systems tend to engage in more war values, norms, war leadership, and so forth than the peace systems. So it's like, okay, well, what would you expect, right? We would expect that. In fact, this is shown here. So for at least 6 of the 8 variables that we're hypothesizing, we have some statistical results here that are really backing up the idea that peace systems are different than non-peace systems across a variety of these different features, which starts to give us some clues as to what are the features we might want to augment. Now, also in the article is a neat analysis that is showing up non-warring norms as being the single most important feature for peace. And that does roughly correspond with, notice this is the highest number as you look across these numbers here. So let's not dismiss the importance of non-warring norms and non-warring values for peace. I think that's a really cool and interesting and potentially very useful finding. So a few closing thoughts. There may actually be a relatively small number of variables that can be shifted to transform a war system into a peace system. We need to study this more, but that's exciting. It may not be really as difficult as some people presume. Global warming, climate change could be a tipping point variable. In other words, we could call this a perceived ecological interdependence for shifting to positive reciprocity and cooperation on a global scale. So this is not such a unique idea, but what's important, I think, is to realize that peace systems may be a way to facilitate, to augment the idea that, look, we're all in this together regarding global warming and climate change. We are all in deep doo-doo. And there is a way out of this, and that's to cooperate and work together. And part of this is to make a shift away from fighting and conflict amongst ourselves to a peace system on a global scale. all as reinforcing mutually important elements. Kenneth Moulding once quipped, anything that exists is possible. Peace systems exist, therefore they're possible. Just a good thing to keep in mind when you're talking to a true skeptic. The study of existing peace systems offers insights about peace-building strategies and practices that may have important applications for peace building in today's world. And I'll just end on that note. So let me ask here, we'll take a look at the movie shortly, but before we do so, should I ask and see if there's some questions or comments, and we'll have a little discussion before we go on to the film?
Yeah, please do. Are there any questions, comments? Yeah, I suppose no one has raised any questions. Yeah. So we can just go on
to stun y'all or something like that. And I know it's the end of a very long day for you folks, but as you may gather, I'm not too much of a tiger, so I shan't bite anybody if you do want to ask a question.
Yeah, just a minute. Mas Hanif, can you please speak up? Do you have a question?
Oh,
Hanif?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Pak Alberto and Prof. Douglas. Based on your presentation, I've seen that the peace system, it looks significant when we are talking in within one tribe or one region. For example, the examples that you've given, such as the Singu, which is only one particular tribe, and also the European Union, which is also within one region. But is it possible to create a peace system that for different tribes or countries from one region to countries at another regions?
I would certainly say yes to that. It's possible. One point about the Xingu system, they are neighbors, so there's some similarity of their cultures. For instance, they're what we anthropologists call chiefdoms in terms of a social organization, and rather weak, not strong chiefdoms for that matter. But on the other hand, as I mentioned, there's 4 different languages represented across this system. So they have to learn each other's languages if they're going to communicate, at least to some degree. So they're not a homogeneous type of cultural bloc. There are differences, and the fact that they've established peace, reflects this. Another case would be the similar one. We'll see it in the film. Is the Haudenosaunee, formerly called Iroquois, and that's a situation where there were 5 different cultures, 5 different tribal societies, who again came together. And there were some cultural similarities. They all engaged in some hunting and horticulture, planting mice or corn. But they also were at war with each other and very hostile. They engaged in cannibalism. War was hell, as the saying goes, because people were afraid to go out and gather mushrooms and look for berries or even go hunting, because they might be ambushed and killed or taken away as slaves and or eaten. So it was really a hostile, dangerous situation. And nonetheless, the groups managed to make peace with each other. And their peace lasted over 300 years. So, I mean, you mentioned European Union. Again, think about that just a little bit, because we're all now so accustomed to the fact that Europe is a European bloc. It's a region. They trade together. They speak in a unified voice on many major policy issues and so on and so forth. There's a sense of harmony. The idea of Germany and France going to war is really unthinkable or absurd at this point. But it's not been that long since France and Germany were horrible enemies, and so the history is gone. So again, it's a little bit, if you play up the differences, you play up the similarities with these peace systems. But humans, I think, in the more general answer to your question, when we understand that there's benefits to living together without war, we're certainly able to implement that and do that. And that's what the peace systems are showing. I see a hand up, also a virtual hand up from Mohammed. You see that, Alberto?
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Yes. I'm really appreciated about the lecture and the knowledge you are providing us. First, I'm asking about the peace system of European Union. Concerning the peace system, how could European Union or Euro after the World War II could make the peace system without international support, or I can say US support? How can we make a system for harmony, for peace, for integration without economic development, like project of Marshall, which was aided by United States? That's why I can ask, this model of European Union can be implemented in other regions without international support, or we can say without international intervention or United States intervention, and could it be successful? And this is the first question. The second question also about the existence of enemy. The existence of enemy unify your efforts as a union, and also it can distract your resources and your goals into development. That's why we witnessed that after the World War II, that Germany became divided, even the Europe became divided, and the United States of America wanted to make a success of its model to the Western Europe. And that's why it supported its model, and it became successful, and it became, we witnessed the existence of European Union after the removal of the Soviet Union. That's a question, and thanks.
Yes, thank you for your comments and both of those questions. So when I would say, yes, peace systems can form without outside influences. We have examples of this time and again, but it can also be helpful if there's an outside power that's facilitating. You mentioned, for instance, the importance of the Marshall Plan and giving economic assistance to Europe, Western Europe, after World War II. That was obviously a factor that helped Europe redevelop, rebuild, and so forth. But the United States didn't play a central guiding role in the formation of the European Union. It was, to a larger degree, generated by Europeans themselves. And the United States had nothing against it, so to speak. And some US policymakers saw it positively, and others more negatively. And in recent decades, I think the sort of party line in the United States is Europe is a competitor, but they have a larger population, they have a strong trading bloc, they have strong economies. And in fact, the United States, much of the information coming out of the States about the European Union, as you may be aware nowadays, is sort of a rivalry and even put down in places. And that's part of American culture. I can say, as an American, we tend to view things competitively. which is unfortunate in many circumstances. But back to your question, though, when the neighbors perceive that there's good reasons for unifying, working together, forming peace, giving up war, it need not be something external. But I do want to comment, I alluded to this in passing, that I find it interesting that some of the peace systems for which we have origin stories, so to speak, do stem from a security threat outside of that union. And so, ironically, threat of war or concern about war outside the boundary is not the only reason that peace systems form, but it seems to be a rather common one that helps to give that incentive to come together to give up war amongst the units and so forth. So we saw this, for example, in the very early United States, when there were the 13 colonies, which then became 13 states, and there was a crisis of government. And at that time period, the history within the states was that they were fearing that the British might come back and try to reclaim them as colonies. So they felt that pressure of unity for that security purpose. But there were also other major powers in Europe that they were concerned about. And then there were Native American groups on the western frontier, some of them in hostile arrangements for understandable reasons, obviously, with the colonists to North America. So, and Florida at that time belonged to Spain. So here's a foreign European country to the south of the colonies. What they talked about a great deal was two threats. One is, if we fight amongst each other, we'll just dissolve into a series of wars, perhaps north, middle, and south, or north versus south, or what have you. And the whole thing will leave us open to foreigners coming in and taking over. And then the foreigners themselves fear about threats on the borders in all directions. So that's just one example. But again, it represents, I think, a point you're talking about. The external influences, in other words, don't have to be a positive influence to form a peace system. They could actually be avoiding something that the groups are concerned about. Now this leads me in a flight of fancy, so to speak, to think about at this stage in the story of humanity, 21st century, we all have so many common threats that are really threatening all of us, all of us as humans. The pandemics are one thing that's very obvious. Now, there's no way we're going to get rid of pandemics unless we cooperate on a massive scale. And even then, it's a bit iffy. But going at this piecemeal and without cooperation internationally isn't going to do the trick. And then I already alluded to climate change. That's a huge threat for all of humanity. So that may be like the enemy on the border, so to speak. Metaphorically, the enemy on our border is in fact ourselves. And turning it to a positive, if we do form more cooperative global relationships, whether you call them a peace system or something else, this is in everybody's interest. In fact, it's in everybody's survival to do so. So these can be very, very positive. You can take the threat and you can say, we have to address this. So let's stop squabbling amongst ourselves and engaging in outright warfare. Now is the time to really give up that old-fashioned institution, that old way of thinking, because our very survival as a species demands it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the questions.
Okay.
Should we take a look at the film and then
let's get the have you shared the film with the ICCTP team, or is it on your computer?
I have it here. Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to share it?
Yeah, I'll just start it then. I can do that.
Okay.
Let me first. I'll
Wonderful.
stop this share and then we'll take additional questions or comments if there's time afterwards, if you would
Sure.
like.
Okay.
The film itself is short. It's less than 9 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
While you're doing this, I see a hand up by Godfrey. Would you like to go, Godfrey? A quick question. Yes, Godfrey. you need to you need to unmute yourself. Okay. Great.
There you are.
All right, sure. Yeah, I wanted to find out if we can say peace systems sometimes threaten the sovereignty or independence of entities. Like we have seen with Britain, when you talk about Brexit from the EU.
Yes. I'm sorry. I heard you say
okay.
Brexit.
Okay, yeah, I know. I wanted to find out if we can say that sometimes peace threaten the sovereignty or independence of entities, like we saw with Brexit, Britain coming out of the EU.
Yes, excellent question. Thank you for raising the whole sovereignty issue. So yes, if you have a strong orientation towards national sovereignty, you're probably not going to be inclined towards giving up some sovereignty towards a supranational institution. And that's understandable. But I think what happens in peace systems, and it certainly happened with the EU, was that there's a recognition, and Monet said this explicitly, as have others, there's a recognition that the problems are no longer national in scope, and they can't be dealt with effectively at the national level. So therefore, it's in the self-interest of each individual nation, that ironically, to give up some sovereignty, not to give up all sovereignty, but to give up some degree of sovereignty so that joint problems that faced by everybody can actually be dealt with and solved. So this is what happened in the European case, as a modern case. And I alluded to that key historical event where coal and steel production were put under a higher authority. The original countries there were six. It was Germany, France, Italy as major economic powers within Europe, but also the Benelux countries, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. And the Brits at that time were part of the discussions to come into this early on. And they wanted what they call special considerations. Maybe that sounds familiar to those of you who followed Brexit. And Monet adamantly said, again, his equality principle, no. We all enter into this arrangement on equal footing as equal partners, and we don't give Brits or anybody else special consideration. And basically, they walked away from the table at this point. And Monet philosophically mused that, well, when they see that this is working well, they'll probably be back knocking at the door. And sure enough, as the next stage of the common market was set up and trade was going really well on the continent, the Brits came knocking on the door and wanted back in. So, again, different nationalities, different countries have their own biases, their own perceptions of things. I'm not a British scholar, but I've picked up, that they tend to want to have some special considerations around the edges. For instance, they're not part of the Schengen area. They still wanted their own border controls. They did not want to get the euro. So if I were to just step back from it, I could say that UK, when it was in the European Union, was there being dragged in somewhat reluctantly, coming in half-heartedly and so forth. And so that was very, very split about Brexit, right? As you know, about half the country did not want to leave, half the country did. I would not be surprised. I don't have the crystal ball, but I'm going to just say it anyway. I would not be surprised if in another decade or two, the UK is wanting back in. And let's just see how that goes. Maybe yes, maybe no. But interesting development with Ukraine, to jump to that one, isn't it? If you think about this, if Ukraine had been part of the European peace system, I don't think we'd be in this situation that we're in right now, and so much tragedy could have been avoided. Now, that sidesteps, of course, the larger issue of how do we deal with this globally. What we really need, in my opinion, and I think it's a reasoned opinion, is that we need to give up war and have the cooperation for survival at the global level. But this may take place again in a series of steps. It's not going to be created immediately and overnight, but we can make steps in this direction as long as we have that as an explicit goal, that this is no way to run a planet, we can do better. So I hope that answered some of your thoughts there.
Okay, we probably
By
should
the
go
way,
to yeah, sorry, go ahead.
oh yeah, I just thought of terminology. It's just terminology, but I found it useful. And that's to make a distinction between absolute sovereignty and relative sovereignty. So if you're talking about a nation that wants to control everything, that's absolute sovereignty. So the sovereignty of the king rules all. But relative sovereignty is to keep your sovereignty in areas where it's important to you and applies to you as a nation, and not too much beyond, not really beyond your borders. But it's a relative sovereignty because you also give up that absolute control of everything that involves more than just your country. So if you're talking about ocean pollution, right? There's no way one country can really deal with oceanic pollution or loss of biodiversity or climate change. So you have to give up some of your stubborn control. I absolutely want to be control everything in my country, because you can't solve that problem that way. You just can't address it effectively. And all the countries are in exactly the same position. So hence enters the idea of we're going to give up some of our national sovereignties, replace it with something bigger than all of us, so we can effectively solve these international problems, solve these global challenges, and all do well. So in a nutshell, it's a different way of looking at things.
So Doug, I'm a bit conscious about time. So would you like to go on to your film now?
Absolutely. And if I say we're a little over, if you just want to call it stop now, that's okay too.
No, that's fine. Yeah, we'll have the film.
Okay. Well, let me figure out the technology. I should be able to.
If not, someone from the ICCTP team will help you.
Okay, I think I've got it. Thank you for that. Let's cross your fingers and see if it appears on the.
Yep, it's there.
The film on your screen?
Yep, we can see it.
All right. Now we cross our fingers and hope you hear the sound. All right. Enjoy this.
Each of us encounters conflict every day with our families, friends, at work, in society. But our conflicts rarely turn violent. Instead, we discuss the problem, compromise, take turns, negotiate, or just plain walk away. As individuals, we prefer to avoid violence. However, groups of people sometimes respond in one of the most violent ways possible: through war. War is costly, wasteful, and inhumane. It stands in the way of cooperating to solve the threats to human survival. As pandemics threaten, the ice caps melt, and nature weeps. Humanity must adopt new approaches to safety and security. Fighting amongst ourselves will not save us. Many people think there has always been war and there always will be war. But scientific evidence shows that some societies, past and present, have successfully shunned war by creating peace systems. Peace systems are clusters of neighboring societies that do not make war on each other. There are various historic and cross-cultural examples of peace systems, from tribal peoples to nations, and even to regions. The study of peace systems provides novel insights for ending wars and could help usher in an era of unsurpassed global cooperation.
Did you try OfferUp first to see if someone nearby is selling it for less?
Try OfferUp first and save up to a lot.
To save the future, we have to repair the past. Let's go to...
Peace systems share several characteristics. One key feature is the development of an overarching social identity, an inclusive identity that expands the us to include the them. Most citizens of the European Union, which was created to prevent wars, now hold an overarching identity as Europeans in addition to local and national identities. The historically warring Swiss cantons, some Protestant, some Catholic, some small, some large, came to perceive themselves as non-warring members of one larger and diverse social entity, the country of Switzerland. War among cantons is nowadays considered a thing of the past, long ago replaced by a multi-ethnic, multilingual society where diverse citizenry live peaceably together.
I may be a native speaker of French, but my parents originally came from German-speaking Switzerland, and I myself worked in an Italian-speaking area. I live in a neighborhood in which over 100 different nationalities live together in peace and harmony.
Peace systems also employ non-warring norms, values, symbols, and narratives to reinforce unity, cooperation, and peace. The indigenous peoples of the Upper Xingu peace system in Brazil believe that war is immoral. The Orang Asli societies of peninsular Malaysia constitute a peace system and socialize their children to act non-violently. The Haudenosaunee of North America replaced a cultural orientation towards war and revenge with non-warring norms and values, emphasizing unity and peace through law.
Hereabouts are 5 nations, each with its own council fire. Yet they shall live together as one household in peace. Our strength shall be in union, and our way, the way of reason, righteousness, and peace.
Generally, peace systems value and promote intergroup trade, marriages among the constituent groups, and common ceremonies, which can help their members see the common humanity across social lines, thus cementing relationships and building trust. The 5 Nordic nations have not warred with each other in over 200 years. They engage in regular commerce, trans-border cooperation, and proudly refer to their own Nordic peace brand of conflict resolution. As a person from one of the societies within the Upper Xingu peace system expresses,
We don't make war. We have festivals to which all of the villages come. We sing, dance, trade, and wrestle.
our destinies are intertwined. Global challenges such as climate change, loss of biodiversity, and nuclear proliferation require humanity to work together on solutions. The existence of peace systems demonstrates that humans can create alternatives to war and can cooperate to bring about a positive future. We must recognize the reality of global interdependence and the necessity of cooperating to tackle existential threats, while keeping our national identities. We can also adopt a more inclusive human identity. The Cayuga, Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, and Seneca peoples of North America lived in fear of each other and of societies further afield. Then, these 5 tribes transformed into a union of cooperating neighbors, calling themselves the Haudenosaunee. For 300 years, until disrupted by the arrival of Europeans, they unified and stopped making war with each other. According to legend, the Haudenosaunee planted a great white pine and buried their weapons of war beneath it, symbolizing their new norms values, and intertribal relations based on peace. Their success offers a parable for humanity about abolishing war and promoting instead human unity, cooperation, and well-being.
That's great, Doug.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I should say once again, thank you so much for your time. And despite the fact that you are, as we say in Australia, crooked with COVID, so you take good care of yourself. And as Stephen says, you're so inspiring and soul-searching video. So that's fantastic. One of the participants, Stephen.
Thank you so much, and you take care of yourself too. I understand you're under the
I
weather as well.
I know I shall, and we'll keep in touch. And yeah,
sounds good.
Have a great time in France.
It's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your class, everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Jasmine,
Yes.
ready?
That was a great wrap up for today's session.
Yeah.
All right. I have a few announcements to make. First of all, I would like to repeat the announcement from this morning. Maybe some of us have missed it, but for tomorrow's 3:30 p.m. courses from Dr. Joanne, we would like to ask you to update your Zoom software or app that will enable all of us to use the whiteboard function. Second of all, please be prepared with a pen and pieces of papers for the activity that Dr. Joanne and her team will have for the class. And my final announcement is about the breakout session tomorrow. It will be held from 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning. So from the start of the meeting, and that will allow participants to meet with the rest of their group members to discuss about their assignments for an hour to get to know more about each other. Again, I would like to remind everyone to be prepared for a breakout group tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. before we start our next session. I think
So, Jasmine, how will the participants be informed? So when they log on tomorrow morning, yes?
Yes.
At 9.
So we already have the names and the groups. Tomorrow, simply log in to the same link that we have today, and the staff here will have you assigned to a breakout room, which you can simply join by clicking the button.
Okay. So and I should also, if I am correct, each of these breakout rooms will have the group number. Yes. So group 1, group 2, group 3, and so if you're on the wrong group, do get back to the main group and then put you in the right group. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We can have two ways from either they put before their names the number, so it tells us their groups, so that we can easily send them to their correct group, or they can do it automatic by themselves. Yeah.
So once we have done that, and there are a few participants who have yet to be assigned to a group, so what we'll do is I'll wake up early tomorrow morning and I'll look for groups for you. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there are possibly like 2 participants who have yet to be assigned to a group, right? Okay, now the information, once again, the information about your project is available in my class. And those of you who are unable to get onto my class, Jasmine, is it possible to copy and paste it on WhatsApp, the whole project?
I think we can. Can we
You can
do
do
that?
that?
Okay, I'll see. I'll see about it with the.
Okay.
I'll consult about this to our IT team. I cannot answer
Sorry.
that question, but we'll try to make it easier for those who cannot access my class.
Okay, and those of you who can't access my class, please contact the secretariat to work out, what the glitches are, so they might be able to help you, the IT team. Okay. So did all of you? You must be exhausted as I am, sitting here listening, but it must be terribly exhausting for all of you to follow the various perspective that has been provided so far. So essentially, we come to the end of the conceptual excursion. Remember, I started off by saying that we are taking a walk into the forest. So we have come to the end of the forest, but very soon, from tomorrow onwards, we'll be taking some of what Professor Fry had presented. We will be taking it further with several indigenous scholars, and we'll be talking about peace systems and also looking at what are the lessons we can gain from indigenous knowledges and indigenous ways of living. And that will be the first critical conversation tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Okay, so once you have after your meeting at 9 to 10, then you can go back to the main room. What is it? Sorry, I missed. There is someone with a problem, is it? Yes, you're having problem looking for group 6, WhatsApp group A1 group 6 here. Okay, just post that on the group, and you don't despair, Jess, because tomorrow there will be a special breakout room with entitled Group 6. And if it so happens that you're the only person there, then we will find you another group, okay? Jess? Jezebel? Okay. How do we access presentations from Jacob? The presentations are available on YouTube, is that right?
Hello, Prof. It's available on YouTube and my class.
Okay. The PPT, the
Yes.
PowerPoint, there will be, we'll need to get the permission of the various presenters, but those PowerPoint slides, once we have obtained permission from them, we will post it in my class, okay?
Yeah.
Welcome, Jacob. Okay, any other? Yes, Boimer?
Yeah, good morning.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning. Okay, I've been having a little problem with timing. Time difference is I'm kind of like behind. So you realize that when training starts in the morning, it's like around 1 to 2 a.m. nighttime here. So I want to know, how can we access the recorded sections so that even if we were not opportune to form part of the section, we can view it and then be able to be on par with our colleagues. Thank you.
Sure. So as Dr. Ari has just mentioned, Mas Ari, there will be YouTube. the presentations are available on YouTube. So if you are not sure about this, just contact or post it on the WhatsApp group, and one of the members of the Secretariat will provide you with the link. Okay, so all the presentations are available on YouTube. And we do realize that for some of you, it's almost impossible to attend given the time difference. So even, for me now, it's 8:30 in the evening. It's, it's late, because of the time difference. But so that's where Ari has just posted in the chat group, as you will see. Those are the YouTube links. Okay, but those links are also available on the WhatsApp chat group, as well as in my class.
Can I also ask some information about the group? I don't know how the group has made, but who made the group FC that people have the same time for work together or not? Because I'm wondering that maybe I'm in Indonesia, and maybe I work from people in Europe or in Africa. Maybe the time is different. How can we work on this?
Yeah, we did not take into consideration the time difference, purely for the reason that we worked on the assumption that since the course is offered in Indonesia, as you know, it's impossible for us to cater for everyone from different time zones. So for those meetings, you'll need to work out some way of attending the meetings with your fellow participants. So I'm sorry about that, but it's just if we were to hold the meeting here, say for example, if we were to hold the presentations in the afternoon here, then number of the presenters won't be able to present because it would be at a different time zone for them. So we had to work out a way that best would suit as many people as possible. So my sincere apologies for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So you need to work it out on your own. But at the same time, it's going to be not possible for us to work out people in different time zones and to put them into groups, because one of the ways we did, one of the the criterion in this list of dividing the groups was to ensure that we had diversity in terms of countries. So we wanted to make sure that people from different countries will come together and work together. This is Professor Fry's vision of a peace system. Okay, so you don't have to be just neighboring groups of people, but try to work on building peace across borders and across the world. Any other questions? Bu Juliana, did you want to ask something? Okay, if there are no questions and no comments, I'll see you tomorrow. You're most welcome, Mas Anilio. Is it Anilo or sorry, Anilio or Anilo?
Aniello, but maybe for me, mostly see Elo, just Elo.
Elo, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And in Indonesia, we say, I think for the Indonesians, it's Selamat Sore. Sore. And for me, it's Selamat Malam. Okay. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Prof. Take a rest, Prof.
Yeah. I shall.
See y'all tomorrow.
See you
Bye,
tomorrow.
everyone.
Bye, everyone.
See you.
Bye. See y'all tomorrow. Bye.
Take
Bye,
care.
everyone.
See you. Have a good day, rest of the day.
Bye
Okay?
bye.
Bye.
Alberto.
Bye, Jess and Mary. Do we need to go to the breakout room or Masari?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yafi, Hanif, breakout room, please.